Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new video. Now just recently I finished another series, that being the free-to-play flipping series. That is going to bring my total up to 2. Maybe 3, I don't know how you want to slice it. Now I really like that flipping series, but all good things have to end eventually. However, one thing I really enjoyed about it was the fact that it was kind of a medium length idea. I wasn't going for max cash, I wasn't trying to max an account, didn't have lofty goals that would necessarily take 2 or 3 years to complete. Now that kind of got me thinking of past accounts I've had, and unfortunately ones I've abandoned. One of my earliest restricted accounts was my Grand Exchange only account. And the idea that I really liked, but it ended up falling apart for me because there wasn't enough structure, and my endgame goal was, well, to max the account, and eventually it just got so tedious in the middle that I gave up. Not really an excuse, but those are my reasons. Now this is all to say that I want to go try it again, but with a bit of a different framework and a different mentality in mind. The idea of the Grand Exchange only account at its core was very simple. Go to the Grand Exchange area on a brand new account. The only restrictions would be that I can't trade other players, I can't pick items up off the ground, and of course I can't leave. The Grand Exchange would of course be open for me to do whatever I want on it, and the end game goal would be to achieve 1000 total level without ever leaving the area. This would require me to experiment with a lot of interesting money-making methods and training methods to balance speed and of course cost. I really think that this could be interesting, and with the end game goal of going to 1000 total level, that would give me a bit of flexibility on how to reach it while still being a challenging goal. Anyway guys, of course, let me know what you think about this. Don't forget to leave the video a like, always appreciate it, and it helps out with the YouTube algorithm. Thank you so much, and let's get started. Wow, there are not that many names left. Oh my god, it took me a long time to come up with that. But we're going with I'm GE Locked. Not my first choice by any means, but I think it could be worse, definitely. Now we are currently picking the clothes that we're going to wear for the rest of our life because we can't go to a hairstylist, can't go to the makeover mage, so we're going to be stuck with this shirt on until we die. We shouldn't be dying though. Now we are on the mainland, but there's one thing I want to do before we go to the Grand Exchange. And that's going to be the only amount of training we're going to do before heading there, and that is going to be to unlock Herb Lore. There we go guys, we're done with the Druidic Ritual quest. That is the only thing we're going to do outside of the Grand Exchange on this account, but for such a small unlock, it's going to mean a lot more content, and as it's a buyable skill, I thought that it really just made sense to do it. So with that out of the way, let's go to the Grand Exchange, our prison for eternity. There we go, the account is set up. The only levels we ended up getting were of course 2 Herb Lore levels. My total level currently is 34, only 966 more levels to go. Now the first question I'm sure some people may have is, well, if you can't pick up anything off the ground and you can't trade anyone, how are you going to do anything because I can't chop this tree yet? No axe. And I can't buy and sell anything in the GE because I have no money. Just to show you guys here, the bank is 100% empty, nothing anywhere. Now there's something that's really important that sometimes wanders in here, and that is an imp. So we have to kill one imp to begin with here. Hopefully it doesn't teleport away too much. Terribly strong, so this could take a couple tries. Now what's really interesting about that, now what's kind of curious about this is this will actually provide us with a way to get combat experience, which will help us out actually quite a lot because we're going for 1000 total level, and really any easy levels we can get through something like this gonna save us lots of time. Wouldn't expect the, oh, you bastard. There it is. First imp kill of the account. First of many, I imagine, and we got a beat from it, nice. So that will give us a nice amount of starting cash, around maybe 1000 GP or something like that. Okay, moment of truth, how much is this selling for? 832 GP, that's perfect. Now what we're going to do with that money is buy a couple casts of Airstrike, as we need to get a couple magic levels before we can train it more consistently without the need to chase around a little imp demon. The first spell that we can do independent of combat is at level 4, but it would be ideal to get to level 7, as that one will make us money. This will just about do it, I think. It's going to get us to level 7 magic, which is really important, because now we don't need to do this anymore. We can now enchant level 1 jewelry, which is sapphire. And it's actually a pretty good early game moneymaker and a pretty reasonable training method as well. Okay, let's see what we got as far as money to work with now. After collecting everything, we are up to 8,094 gold, which isn't really that much. We may have to save up a bit more money before we start enchanting things. Now next up here, I'm going to do a bit of wood cutting. Now doing wood cutting is going to be extremely limited, as all we have is regular logs. While they're actually reasonably valuable, they are pretty slow experience per hour. With that said though, it's something we'll have to level up eventually, and I'm hoping to get it maybe into the level 50 or 60 range eventually before we complete the account. While I've been chopping away here, we're actually just about to hit level 30 woodcutting. I mean, I'll have to do this eventually regardless, but really I just needed a bit more starting cash to pretty much do anything. There is level 30, that's good to see. As we don't really have, resource collecting skills here, pretty much everything is going to cost money, barring a few exceptions. Now, one notable one is fletching. Fletching is actually fairly profitable all the way to 99, and I think that's probably going to be a good focus for the account to begin with. For example, if I went all the way to 99 right now, we could end up with maybe like 15 to 20 mil. So that took around an hour, and we ended up with 534 logs, as well as a beginner clue nest. Never going to be able to do that. You don't get a bird's nest from that, that's sad. Okay, well anyway, our logs are going to be worth, okay, not that much. 31k, woohoo! Well, it's something. Now for a long time, to get through early fletching levels, I would often make arrow shafts, which is extremely slow and costs money because you can almost never sell them. However, this time, I'm going to try making headless arrows, which is not only profitable, we'll see in a minute here, but also way quicker apparently too. Even if we sell them instantly for 8 GP, we'll still make a profit of about 4 GP. Assuming these buy instantly, we will be pretty much good to go. There we go, that's most of them. This method is really nice because you can do it right from level 1, and we're going to be getting such quicker experience rate versus making arrow shafts. So let's start off with the 9700 and we'll see how far that gets us. Okay, so there is one drawback of this method, and that is the buying limit is very low for arrow shafts. 7,000 arrow shafts lasted me about 10 to 15 minutes, so not very long. Now we do need to get to level 35 before we can start profiting from our bows. So I guess I'll just go and water my plants or something, I don't know, I'll be right back. Well guys, it turns out that didn't take me 4 hours, so we're going to do something in the meantime because we are still waiting to buy our feathers and arrows. For now we're going to go ahead and enchant some sapphire rings, which is a really easy and profitable way to level up your magic in the early levels. I don't have very much money to work with, so we're going to have to do about 50 at a time. Sell them back, repeat. It's going to be a bit annoying, but we'll make it work. Now, because I was kind of lazy, I decided I would just let it auto cast everything. Wouldn't recommend though, it's much slower. But anyway, there is level 27 magic. We ended up selling our stack of cosmic runes and sapphire rings a lot, but in the end we got 27 magic and got a fair bit of money for our troubles as well. Essentially now we can move on to Rings of Dueling, although our cash stack is not much. I think it still will be a little bit over 100k at least. There we go, 107k, not bad. Still haven't hit the 4-hour mark, so for now we're just going to do the exact same thing again, except we're going to do it with the level 2 enchant on Rings of Dueling. One thing I really like about these headless arrows is you can do it anywhere. I don't really need to do it right beside a bank or anything. So I can go ahead and be one with the trees. There it is, level 35 fletching, which means we no longer have to make these headless arrows. We can now move on to willow short bows, which are going to be a fairly profitable and slightly more AFK way to train. Right now they are selling for 10 each. Oh, that's really good actually. We'll probably wait that out, so we'll sell them for 154k each, which means our bank is probably looking pretty close to 300k now. Here what the stats are looking like so far, we're at 40 magic just from enchanting different jewelry items. We did that quite a bit yesterday, and I'll definitely be enchanting jewelry all the way to 47 at the very least. But today let's go forward with a little more fletching training, so we're going to go ahead and buy a bunch of willow logs. So willow logs buy for 23, and willow short bows you are currently selling for what? They're not even selling for 100. Oh my god. Can I even buy one of these for 1,000 each? What the hell is going on? Oh my god. Well, okay, let's just go ahead and buy some willow logs and see what happens. Let's start with 2,000 willow logs and see where that gets us. Well, we are nearly through those 2,000 logs, and that will get us to level 40 fletching, which means we can move on to willow longbows, which are going to be a bit more experienced, although maybe less profitable. Alright, there we go. That is level 50 fletching just from doing willow longbows. Now we can move on from willow up to maple. And most likely I'm going to be doing bows at least to level 65. At that point, there are some interesting moneymakers that are unlocked. But like everything in this game, that would require money, which we just don't really have at this point. Yes, we are getting a bit of money, crafting bows and creating rings of dueling and whatnot, but we don't really have the funds to do anything too expensive yet. That said, once we dump everything in here, we're actually looking to be at close to 400k, which we're getting up there. Alright, we are done with our maple short bows. That brought us all the way to 55 fletching. Pretty easy. We can now make maple longbows and broad bolts, although we'll never be able to make those, unfortunately. Not unless we get a ton of genie lamps. Now we just hit an interesting breakpoint here. Now going forward, most of the time, stringing is going to be profitable and generally more desired as the experience rates are higher, and it even becomes more profitable once you get into the higher level bows. So we went ahead and sold all of our logs off. So going forward, we are going to be stringing everything. We don't have much money, so we may have to do this in multiple transactions. But you know what, we're almost up to 500k, so we have a little bit of money to work with now. Okay, I think we can afford around 2,000 bowstrings and 2,000 unstrung maple longbows. It won't take us very long to get through these, but as soon as we're done, we'll sell off the strung maple longbows and just repeat that, all the while making a bit of money. Alright, an hour or two later, and we are done with the maple longbows. That will bring us all the way up to 60 fletching. Those 2,000 actually brought us a little bit past 60, and I think we profited a little bit over 100k doing all 2,000 of those, so it was a pretty good moneymaker, and of course a really good training method. So we're going to continue forward with another 2,800 maple longbows, which I think should be enough to get us to 65. Alright, we have strung a lot of bows recently, but that is going to be it for now. 65 fletching now unlocks a couple really important things. Use short bows for really cheap training, but also we now have the ability to attach diamond bolts and ruby bolts to adamant bolts, which is a really good training method as well as a really good moneymaker. The only problem is we can't really do it yet, as it requires way too much money to begin with. But we went ahead and instantly sold all of our maple longbows, and that has brought us up to 812k, which means we are extremely close now to our very first 1 mil cash stack. Okay, so we're moving on to some of the more expensive bows now. Used short bows do cost quite a bit, so we have to kind of ratchet back how many we can do at a time, but we can still do a bit over 2k, which is enough to get started. Alright, so that has been more than enough fletching for now. It just really made sense to get this done with early because it's a quick skill that can make us a bit of money just to kind of get started with other things. That is going to be level 70 fletching. We're finally done that little grind. We are now able to move forward with yew longbows whenever we want to, but definitely going to take a break from that for now. That is a lot of easy total levels we got done with, and I could easily see myself getting 99 on this account. Okay, so we went ahead and sold off all of the used short bows, and that brought us up to 1 mil, 38k, so there is our first 1 mil plus cash stack, which is really exciting. Now, one thing I noticed kind of recently here is that the level 3 enchant has a really good moneymaker right now. That is enchanting burning amulets. Now, to be able to enchant topaz, we do need a level 49 magic, so we're going to go ahead and get that done with, because I'm pretty sure right now we can get 500 or 600 GP margins just by enchanting topaz amulets. Oh man, I haven't taken a math class in a long time. Somehow we ended up at 47. Oh god, guys, I don't know what's going on, but we'll probably use a wizard's mind bomb pretty soon here. Alright, so we sold off all of our rings of dueling. That has brought us a little bit more money, up to 1.1 mil now. Now, let's just go ahead and do another price check on the burning amulet. I haven't done it in a little while. They're selling right now for 4,300, which is way above their normal asking price. And if we look at the topaz amulet, we can buy it for around 33.50, getting kind of close to 1k profit per enchant. So we're going to test this with 100 and see how it works. We're getting around 86k per hour just from enchanting the amulets themselves, so it is a pretty good training method. Go for 4,200, exactly 420k, perfect, and they instantly sold for 430k, which is about 100k in profit just from doing 100. That is crazy. Oh my god, we got to keep doing that. And the best part about this is all of the prerequisite items are buying and selling instantly, which means there's pretty much no downtime. Okay, we just finished off with another 200, and I'm pretty sure at the current rate that we're enchanting them at, we're getting about 1.5 mil per hour, which is absolutely crazy for a low-level magic training method. But yeah, look at that. We sold them for 859k and we bought them for about 700k, which is another 150k in profit. We're just going to repeat this again, except this time we're bumping it up to 350 amulets at a time, and we're going to keep going up from there. Another 350 burning amulets, once again sold off instantly for 1.5 mil, which means we made around 300k in profit on that. Really exciting. That still only took us around 15 minutes to enchant all of them. Alright, there we go. We finished another 400 of the amulets. That is bringing us up to level 53 magic as well. Like, we're getting a ton of experience just from doing this, yet we're also getting over a mil an hour. Okay, so the price has dropped a bit, but not by much. We're still getting around 500 to 600 GP in profit, which is really good for an enchanting moneymaker. There's another 500 burning amulets we just finished off. Right now the burning amulets are selling for 4,500. I think that actually went up. It's the min price at 4,200. That's a pretty big difference. We're going to try to wait for the maximum price because that will net us a lot more money. Right now we're selling them for 2.7 mil, which means we're going to make about 500k in profit just on that one transaction, assuming that we're patient. Okay, there was level 60 magic, another really awesome milestone just from doing a really good money-making method. I didn't expect this, but we're still continuing on with the burning amulets. We just finally hit a really good milestone level, so I thought I would check in. Okay, now we're up to 700 burning amulets at a time. We've just slowly kind of worked our way upwards, making money along the way. That is bringing us up to 3.2 mil. Oh my god, we made so much money with this. We sold them for around 3 mil each and bought them for around 26.50. The margin is dropping, but that's still a 350k profit. That is good in my books still. I think that is going to be our final batch of burning amulets. We did that for a long time, but it looks like the margin has decreased to the point of it being somewhat average. I mean, it's still pretty good, but anyway, that brought us up to nearly 4 mil GP, which is really, really exciting. That's so much money we made from that. And now I think we finally have our first opportunity to invest that into one of our skills. Now, one skill that gets expensive eventually, but is pretty inexpensive in the early levels is actually crafting. And I think that's where I want to make my first big investment of money. Now, we just hit level 20 crafting. That didn't cost us pretty much anything, but at level 20, we unlock a really good crafting training method, and that is just cutting sapphires. It didn't used to be this cost effective, but in recent years, the cost of sapphires have gone down a lot, thanks to the gem stalls and the Bazaar area and a couple other factors. But we have 4 mil to invest, and I think I'm just going to invest all of my money into uncut sapphires. And the GP per XP is pretty good, it's somewhere around 1 to 1.5. Of course, depending on the prices you get, but I think that's pretty reasonable. So I think we can actually afford, I think 10,000 at the full buying limit. I'm not really sure how much money we're going to lose here, but I imagine we're going to gain a lot of crafting levels. So in the end, I think that's going to be worth it. We pretty much instantly bought all of them, that's perfect. So we're starting from level 20 crafting. Let's see how many crafting levels we can get from 10,000 uncut sapphires. Okay, so we've been cutting this for a fair while, but there is level 40 crafting. We have not made it through many of these yet, actually. We've actually only gone through around 600 of them, and we've already gotten around 20 crafting levels. So there is another milestone level, 50 crafting. There is level 60 crafting. We're just whipping through these levels here. The XP rate is around 130k per hour, but now we can do some competitive crafting training methods if we wanted, and we're just cusped the halfway mark. We've done 5,300 sapphires so far, so only around 4.5k left to go. Alright guys, this is going to be it. I think this was a really worthwhile investment because it brought us up to 66 crafting, which was a ton of total levels, and that unlocks a couple of money making methods, better training methods. Like, I think it was worth it. Okay, so we have 10,000 sapphires to sell back. We bought them for 4 mil 49k. So we invested around 4 mil and we're going to sell them for around 3.3 mil, so we're going to lose around 700k on this, but we gained a ton of crafting levels, so I think it was worth it. Now at the end of the last episode, we were focusing pretty heavily on crafting, and we made a bit of an investment into uncut sapphires, which are currently selling off. Now after those sell, we should have around 3 or 3.5 mil to work with. And another skill I thought I would get up earlier rather than later is cooking. Now cooking is pretty quick, and offers a couple of pretty decent moneymakers along the way. For example, you can make pizzas, pies, you can cook all sorts of food that actually does give you profit, and all the while we should be training this skill. Now to begin with here, we do just have to light fires, which is a bit of a pain because they disappear very quickly, and my fire making is level 1. However, pretty soon here we can start doing wines, which are absolutely amazing, especially for a GE locked account. And that's because you don't need a fire, and it pretty much operates just like any other production skill, and you can just use the two items together, make the wines, and that's it. Okay, so we finished up with the shrimp. There is level 15 cooking. We can now move on to trout. Now, as well as unlocking a couple of pretty good money makers, this is also a really easy way to get our total level up. And I kind of expect we may get 99 cooking on this account just because it's so quick and easy. There is level 25 cooking. We can now cook salmon. We already have 200 in the bank. That should be enough to get us to level 35, at which point we can start cooking wines. It's kind of crazy that the best training method in the entire game is unlocked at such a low level. Okay, we miscalculated on the salmon a little bit here, but this should be enough to get us to 35. Assuming we don't burn the last two here. There we go, 35 cooking. We can now make wines as well as cook pizzas. Now, making wines is actually ridiculously cheap right now. It used to be way more expensive, but right now I'm pretty sure the GP to XP is under 0.5, like it's dirt cheap. So we finally sold off all of our sapphires. We ended up taking, I think, about a 700 to 800k loss on them, but I mean, we got a ton of crafting experience, so I don't really think that was that expensive in the end. Now starting at level 35 cooking, you can make wines. However, it is possible to make bad jugs of wine. That said, it's so dirt cheap now that I would just recommend anyone start it, GE locked or not, because the experience rate, even if you're failing half of them, is still incredibly good. And look how cheap grapes are right now. They're 52 coins each. So we're going to start with around 5,000 grapes and jugs of wine, and we're just going to see how many cooking levels that will get us. We're aiming to get to the upper 70s or maybe even upper 80s, as that will unlock the majority of the money-making methods I want from cooking. Now essentially the way I'm going to do this is we're going to fill our bank with bank fillers, a really good way to train most of the skills, and then you just use them together to make unfermented wines, and that is it. Once you get to around level 65, you'll stop making bad wines, in which case you can get almost up to 500k per hour cooking experience. It's pretty insane. There's a big milestone level coming in already, at level 50 cooking, and we have not made it through many of the wines yet. Now I am using the screen marker plugin. It's very useful, although I think it looks kind of ugly, so for most of my clips I'm going to be turning them off, but I would recommend them. Okay, another big experience drop coming in here that should get us to level 65 cooking, which means we can now make pineapple pizzas. That's actually kind of important because that's one of the moneymakers I was looking to unlock. Pineapple pizzas are always in high demand, and there's a pretty good margin on making them normally. And not only are you going to be making money, you're also still going to be training the cooking skills, so I think it's a really good option that I'll try here pretty soon. Okay, we finished off all of the wines, all 5,000 of them, and they got us from level 35 all the way to 71 cooking. And it probably didn't take more than a couple of hours, so yeah, it's a lot of cooking levels for a very cheap price tag. Wines are 100% the way to go. By far the quickest training method, and dirt cheap. Alright, so like I said, I wanted to try making pineapple pizzas. Now, the way you do that is very simple. You just buy plain pizzas and pineapple rings. Right now, there's a margin of around 150 to 200 GP per pineapple pizza that you make. So at this rate, we should be getting around 400k per hour GP and maybe around 100k per hour cooking experience, so I think it's a good combination of the two. We do need more money, but every minute that we're using a moneymaker that doesn't give experience does kind of feel wasted. So for me, I pretty much got 100k per hour cooking experience right on the nose. It is possible to get better than that. Now, one thing that really helped out a lot is by using the configure shift click setting in RuneLite. That allows you to shift click the two items together, because otherwise they both have eat as their first option, which makes it a pain in the ass to do this. So if you are making pineapple pizzas, I would highly recommend right clicking on your inventory icon, configuring shift click, and making the shift click instead of drop, make it use. That way you can just use the two items together really easily by left clicking. Otherwise this method would be way too annoying to do. So right now it looks like we can sell the pineapple pizzas for around 940, which I think should be a profit of around 400k, which I think is pretty good for a mid-level cooking method. Alright, so the pizzas did sell off for 2,367k, which means we had a profit of around 380k in 1 hour, so that's pretty good. And considering we also got 100k cooking experience, that really just adds on to this as well. Now, a question a lot of people had in the previous episode was how I was actually planning on getting to 1,000 total level, because even if I got all of my production skills to 99 and everything else I could train, I still would be short. Now, one of the major ways I'm planning on adding total levels onto the account without leaving is actually through combat. It's not the only way. I do have a couple other plans that I'm not going to mention yet, but yeah, this is the plan, guys. We're going to be killing imps. There's no other monster here to fight. PvP worlds was an option, but I think the chance of me dying is so high, and then I'll just be running back here all the time. Doesn't really seem authentic to me. That said, I don't think it's going to be necessary for me to get a extremely high combat on imps, because I can't imagine the experience rate on imps is going to be very good. But I think even if I get into the 30s or 40s of all of my combat stats, including hit points, that will help out tremendously. It's pretty slow so far. I think we're getting about 800 experience per hour, but there we go. We finally got our combat stats up to 10 attack and 10 strength. It's quite a slow process that involves a lot of world hopping, but there actually is another benefit to being here as well. Now, one interesting mechanic about the Grand Exchange that I didn't know about until a couple days ago is that random events don't actually spawn at the Grand Exchange area. However, that area is only marked by the inner gray tiling. Once you're outside of it, it is possible to get a random event, which I actually have gotten on my main account a couple of times. Essentially, while I'm out here killing imps, getting to level 15 strength, it will be possible for me to also get random events. And there's a couple there that are extremely important and could potentially save me a lot of time. So there's a couple activities that I can do out here that include combat, killing imps, wood cutting, as well as I suppose fletching, because you don't really need the bank for that always. Okay, so we finished up a 2 or 3 hour grind on the imps, and we're up to 15 attack and 15 strength. It's quite the process. Right now we're up to around 2.5k per hour experience. I expect that would go up more as we get more combat levels, but I mean, it's going to cap eventually. These things only have like 8 hit points anyway. This is kind of reminiscent of that South Park episode where they train on boars for like 5 years. It's going to be kind of like that. Alright, so I did another lot of 2,500 pineapple pizzas, and that has actually gotten us all the way to 74 cooking, which is great because that has actually unlocked our next money-making method. On top of that, it probably has earned us another 400k or so. Okay, actually more than that. We managed to sell them for just over 1,000 GP each, which means we profited 558k on that, so really good from the pineapple pizzas. Now, I've been experimenting with some underground, dark, evil... okay, we're just making pies here. That said though, I don't think a lot of people know about pie making. It's a very underutilized cooking method, but can actually be very profitable. Mind you, you have to be very patient. So I just did a little bit of testing here, and what we're going to go forward with is making uncooked dragon fruit pies. Now right now, there's none for sale, even at 1,880 GP. So we're going to go ahead and fill that market. The reason people buy these things is because the baked pie spell is a really good cooking training method. So it's really desirable in that way, but not a lot of people make the uncooked pies because you don't unfortunately get any experience for doing so, and it's kind of time consuming. So all you need for this method is the ingredient and of course pie shells. So we're gonna go ahead and buy 1,000 pie shells, combine them together with the 1,000 dragon fruits, and we'll see how much money we make doing that. Wow, it was actually sold instantly. I didn't even have my recorder on, but we sold them immediately. Someone was already trying to buy them for 1,879 GP, which means we just profited a cool 568k in about 20 minutes. You can make around 2,500 of these per hour, which means at that rate, we would have made 1.4 mil per hour, which is really, really good. Now, there are a couple other pies I want to experiment with. We have the mushroom pie. I might even try the botanical pie, although again, the prerequisite ingredient, very obscure and has a very low limit. So that is one big benefit of the dragon fruit. You can buy 11,000 of them per 4 hours, which means you're never going to run out of ingredients to make. So that will probably be our bread and butter pie for quite a while. Okay, there's another batch of 1,000 pies done. Took another 25 minutes. You do need level 73 cooking to make these, so I just managed to get the requirement. Things are really coming together nicely. There are 2 more pies I'm kind of interested in. There's the wild pie at 85 cooking, and of course the summer pie at 95. Alright, so there we go. There's another 1,000 uncooked dragon fruit pies, which hopefully will net us another 500k or more. Kind of an obscure item, so we have no idea what we might sell it for. Like now it says 1,400. We're not going to do that. That would profit us almost nothing. So we're just going to wait, be patient, and hopefully someone is desperate enough to hopefully buy my pies. Now the next pie I'm trying here is the uncooked mushroom pie. The margin is even better. Unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, the volume and the limit is way lower, so it takes a long time to get the Sully-Sep caps. I only managed to do 176 of them, but look at that, we're able to sell them for 2,000 each, and we bought the prerequisite ingredients for around 900. So almost 200k in profit, hopefully just from those, which I think is still worth my time. Alright, so we got a lot going on in the Grand Exchange right now, but one thing I decided I want to do is I want to get up to 85 cooking this episode, as that will unlock the next pie, which is the Admiral pie, give us more options, as well as just get us a ton of total levels. So we need to buy about 10,600 grapes and jugs, which is going to be a significant investment of around 900k. I'm probably not going to get much money back from this. My god, the jugs are just as expensive as the grapes, what the hell. So yeah, that will be enough to get us to 85 cookings. So let's go ahead and get that done with. Alright guys, that is going to be it, our final inventory, and this should get us level 85 cooking. I just noticed there's actually a wine counter in the corner here, so we should get the level in 5 more seconds, assuming I did the math correct, which is not a guarantee. We're looking good though. There's level 85 cooking, which means we can now make the wild pie. Did I say Admiral earlier? Whoops. Which is a pretty consistent moneymaker at the higher levels of cooking. So not only that, but that also brings us up to 399 total level, which is a big jump up from where we started today. And we're already about a quarter of the way to 99, so this is actually a really quick skill and cost effective. I think we're definitely going to max it. Well, in the background here, we have been turbo slinging pies, like we've done so many now. We have another like 1,400 dragon fruit pies, which is another 564k in profit in probably only around half an hour, which is so awesome. We also ended up doing around 600 mushroom pies. It took so long to buy these Sully-Sep caps, but in the end, it really paid off with a 511k profit on just 600 of them. Over $1 million in profit just from pies in probably under an hour worth of work. Now I'm gonna try the wild pies coming up here soon, but before that, I have another idea in mind. The uncooked botanical pie, which right now is selling for a significant margin over the Golanava fruit. Like, I've never in my life heard of this item before, but it's really cheap. Big drawback though, it has a buying limit of 100, but if you're patient, it can pay off because every 100 we buy, we're gonna get probably at least 100k in profit, if not more. So it's pretty good. Okay guys, we are officially going to be opening up a legitimate Gillinor pie shop. I've spoken to Jagex. They told me that I could set up a shop just a little bit to the west of the Grand Exchange area. It's going to be called Robin's Pie Co. But seriously, here we have a lot to unpack. We have a ton of different pies. We've done botanical pies, dragon fruit pies, and mushroom pies. Let's start at the top here. We got some jugs of wine. Those aren't worth anything. We have about 2,000 uncooked pies sold at a very similar price point. We ended up getting 604k in profit between the two of them. And if you look down here though, we managed to sell 700 dragon fruit pies at 2,100. We got really lucky there. I noticed there were none for sale on the market, put them up for 2,100, and they sold in a couple hours. On this batch, we ended up with a 520k profit, which means our total profit on a dragon fruit pie is 1,120k. Now on top of that, we did around 700 botanical pies, which surprisingly was the quickest one to sell. Didn't expect that, but we got 555k in profit on that one. And on the uncooked mushroom pie, we ended up getting 600k in profit. So in the end, that brings us up to nearly 7 mil, which is really awesome because I also spent over $1 mil this episode just on leveling up my cooking. Anyway guys, I think that's where I'm going to end it for this week. We did a pretty big focus on cooking and money making, but I'm really happy with the progress we made. We're up to 7 mil GP, as well as we got our cooking up to level 85. A huge chunk of that done. We even spent a couple hours getting our combat stats ready, and we're already up to 400 total level. That pretty much means in today's episode, we ended up gaining 135 total levels, which is a big chunk done with. Anyway guys, that is going to be it for today. I really hope you enjoyed the video. Now in the last episode, I finished at pretty much 400 total level. And while things are definitely starting to slow down for those skills, there's definitely still a bunch of easy total levels just kind of left on the table. Now some of the obvious ones are Herblore, that's still level 3, so we still have a lot of progress there. Fire making is incredibly quick and still really low level. I was focusing on the skills early that would make me money, but now we're going to transition onto those that are going to cost some money, but we have about 6 mil to work with. Okay, well I'm still kind of budget training here. We're cutting down regular logs and burning them for our first few levels. It's not so much that I think logs are too expensive, but I did want to try my luck at getting a random event to spawn, and according to the wiki, the only place to do that is outside of the gray inner circle at the Grand Exchange. Now there's no guarantee I would get one after an hour even if it was able to spawn, so I'm going to channel my inner Ultimate Ironman and see what level we get to. Okay, so I've been here about 45 minutes, no random event yet, but with that said, we managed to get all the way to level 30 fire making, which is a good chunk done with already. We can now burn willow logs, which is going to be a really cost-effective way to level up fire making until we unlock maples. Alright, so I spent about an hour and a half here, and no luck on a random event. It is possible that they just can't spawn here, but I swear I have gotten a random here before, so we'll have to see. Well, there's another beginner clue, and I kind of need to do some research on where the clue step is at the Grand Exchange, but oh my god, is that it? No, Reldo, oh my god, that's just kind of rude. Come on, that's so close, goddammit. I could literally just go over to the east side and kind of yell at him, and maybe he would give me the casket. No good though, we gotta drop it. Now we've spent a lot of time buying the supplies for the next pie, but we're not quite there yet. So in the meantime, while we finish buying all of the different items for the wild pie, there are a lot of them and they're kind of weird. We're going to go work on Herblore. Now we just got to level 9 just on attack potions, but the most cost-effective way for me to train it, at least through the early levels, is actually going to be making anti-poison potions. Now unfortunately, for the most part, Herblore is very expensive, so no matter how I go about it, I will have to spend a lot of money at some point. But for now, we're doing a fairly cost-effective training method. We're going to start with 3,000 Marital potions and 3,000 Unicorn Horn Dust, which may only be around a 300k total cost, which will be a good start to the skill. Now we're only a couple hundred potions in at this point, but we're already going to hit level 30 Herblore. Now while I was complaining about how expensive Herblore is going to be, there are moneymakers in the Herblore skill and they can actually be pretty damn good. So leveling up the skill is going to be worthwhile, and the higher Herblore level I can get, the more money I can make from it. Okay, another chunk of potions are done with, and that is going to be another good milestone level. That is going to be 40 Herblore. That brings us up to 462 total level and also unlocks us the Irit Leaf, which we can now clean for profit, or we can make unfinished potions. Okay, a pretty solid chunk of potions later, and that is going to be level 50 Herblore, and we're not even done with the 3000 yet. We can now make fishing potions, which I don't think anybody in the right mind would want to buy those, but you know what, we got the option. And there we go, that is all 3000 potions done with. Took me about an hour and a half, I think. Okay, now first up here, we're going to decant those into 4-dose potions because they're going to sell a lot quicker. Okay, right now an anti-poison potion 4 is selling for 222 GP. So we're selling them for around 500k, and we bought the materials for 860k. So only around a 400k loss on that one. To get us 50 total levels, I think that's probably a good call. Now finally, all of my supplies have bought for the wild pie. That took probably 3 days. It's made of raw rabbit, chompy meat, and bear meat, I think. Definitely some weird stuff. Now this is by far the most complex pie to make, so listen up everybody. It's not simply one ingredient, it's not 2 ingredients, but 3 separate weird ingredients, and you have to add in everything individually. Now normally I can do around 2500 pies per hour, but now we have to multiply that by 3. You can see here we've already added in all of the raw bear meat. Now we have to start putting in the raw chompy meat, and after that we can finally put in the raw rabbit to get our wild pie. So it's going to take 3 times longer, but we should be making, I think, even considering the time, around 500k to 600k per hour, and it's still very AFK to do this. Alright, so that was quite the process, but we are done with 2500 wild pies. Now unlike the rest of the pies, wild pies are actually kind of in demand, and I expect them to move a lot quicker than any of the other ones. Wild pies are actually kind of useful when you're doing Slayer, as well as they provide one of the highest cooking experience rates in the game, as it looks like we can sell them for just a bit over 3000 GP, which is a lot of money. Popped this in here for 3032, and that is 7.5 million GP just in raw pies. Alright, there we go. The raw pies are all sold off. That actually only took about an hour, so that was way quicker than any of the other ones. Now the process of making 2500 wild pies netted me a 1.9 mil profit, which is really good. On average, we made around 760 GP per pie. It took me around 3 hours, so that's around 630k per hour, which is actually quite good and consistent for a cooking moneymaker. That said, I'm not sure if I'm ready to hop right back in the pie business. I think we're going to shut down operations for maybe a couple weeks. Now the ultimate goal of this account is to of course get 1000 total level. However, along the way I thought it would be fun maybe to have a few sub goals. For example, getting a 10 million GP cash stack. Other ones include finishing a beginner clue scroll, getting an Emporium champion scroll as a drop, or getting a variety of different skills to level 99. These are not required to hit the 1000 total goal, but I think could be a fun thing to work towards anyway. Let me know if you have any other ideas for account goals that can be completed without ever leaving the Grand Exchange. Hopefully we can tick at least one of these off today. Now somebody in my last video had a kind of interesting idea. Now recently there was an addition to the Herblore skill that allows you to automatically clean all of the herbs if you just are patient. Obviously it's going to be way slower than clicking on each one individually, but essentially that means that there is kind of an AFK Herblore training method that is actually profitable. I'm going to give that a try with Grimy Toadflax and see how it goes. I kind of gave up on waiting because it is significantly slower. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually getting decent Herblore experience. The problem is this is kind of a terrible method. I'm getting 75,000 XP per hour, and I'm probably gonna profit some money, but it hurts my wrist so badly, and I don't think it's worth it. It would be kind of hard to keep this up for even an hour, so I don't really think this is sustainable. Well, that was kind of terrible. I imagine maybe when you get up to the higher level herbs, maybe at that point, you could just AFK it for a reasonable amount of Herblore experience. But Toadflax really just has not given me enough experience. think we're going to profit a bit of money, but not a significant amount. Okay, so we're going to train an entirely new skill here while we wait for our toe flax to sell off, and that is smithing. Now there's only one way for me to train smithing here, and that is through the superheat item spell. Unfortunately, I don't have an anvil, and I don't have access to a furnace, so this is going to be the only way I can train it. Now unfortunately for me, superheating items is not profitable and is actually kind of expensive, especially if you only consider the smithing experience. I'm going to be getting a lot of magic experience, yeah, but I mean, let's see how much we get here. 6 for that. Okay, so this is going to be pretty damn slow and an expensive way to train up smithing, but it's our only training method, and it will get quicker as we unlock higher level ores. We're going to start off with 400 copper and tin, which should get us up to, I think, 15. So we're going to give this method a shot. Okay, so the smithing experience is god-awful, but the magic experience is not half bad. It's around 70k per hour. So this could be a viable way for me to train up both of the skills, and, well, it's completely necessary, so there's no way around it. There is 15 smithing. We can now do iron, which is actually a little more cost-effective and better experience, so that will be good to get done with. Part of my endgame plan, I'm only hoping to get smithing to level 70, which seems pretty doable even with kind of terrible experience rates. Now, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed yet, but I have not really done any flipping, and there's kind of a reason for that. My philosophy last time I think is still correct. I think it's going to be a lot more interesting if I don't do things like direct flipping. It's going to add a lot more variety, make it a bit more challenging, because otherwise it would just be me here for a couple weeks or a month, get a few hundred mil, and then just buy out all the skills immediately. I think this way is going to be a lot more interesting. So this thing I'm doing here is probably the closest thing I'm going to get to flipping on the account, and that is potion decanting. Essentially what we're doing is buying the 3-dose potion for a reduced price, decanting it here with Bob into 4-dose potions, and selling it for a profit. Now look at that, we bought 2,000 magic potions for 136 each. Now we're looking to sell them for 450 each. That is a massive profit actually. We're getting like 100% ROI on that or more. That's kind of abnormal. Okay, so here's a really good example of it in action. We went ahead and bought Super Energy Potion 3s. It took about 20 minutes for all of them to come through. We went ahead and decanted them, and now we're going to sell them for around 2,700. Immediately sold for a 238k profit. That is not bad for a few minutes work. Okay, so now I have a really interesting idea for something we actually just unlocked the ability to make, and that is the dragon crossbow. Now to make a dragon crossbow, you need to buy dragon limbs, and then you attach a crossbow string and a magic stock to it. So there we go, we got a pair of dragon limbs already. That did not take very long at all. Now all we need to do is buy a magic stock and a crossbow string, and then we can just attach them together. Now I actually don't quite have the fletching level yet, but luckily we can eat a dragon fruit pie and we're able to make it at our current level. Okay, so we ate the pie, and now we're just going to use the stock and the crossbow string on it. And there we go, we got a dragon crossbow, easy as that. I think if our calculations are correct, we should be able to sell that for around 100k profit. Yeah, we'll just dump it in there for 1970. Instantly sells, holy crap, that's so good, for a 95k profit, just like that, within minutes. Alright, so look at this guys, we sold off all of our magic potions, actually for a massive profit of 403k. That is very fluky, I'm not sure how that happened. But yeah, we bought them for 271k, so that's massive. And we also have another 2 dragon limbs to turn into dragon crossbows here as well. Okay, so we'll eat the pie, combine these two together again, get a token amount of fletching experience, drop these in the Grand Exchange for the same price again, and they will instantly sell. That is another 190k in profit, I think. Oh my god, that's so good. Okay, that is really weird. I ended up buying those within a couple minutes. I think somebody is trying to do the same thing as me and maybe is just giving me dragon limbs somehow, because those are coming through way quicker than I think they have any right to do. I'll take it though. There is another 4 dragon limbs, and we're going to go ahead and buy a bunch of the stocks and crossbow strings just in case. I don't know, this keeps going on for a while. Okay, we're just about to make another 4 dragon crossbows. That will take about 20 seconds to make. So yeah, we'll dump them in here again, and they instantly sell. That's 380k in profit. I am very shocked by this, actually. And now I thought it was about time that we get a few more fire making levels under our belt. It's really quick and cheap if we stick specifically to willow logs. and maple logs, I will never be spending much money. 5,000 may have been a bit overkill though. And no particular strategy here, we're just going to be going right to left. I tried using Rings of Wealth to teleport back to the other side, but I didn't find it to be much quicker. So we're just going to kind of be running back and forth. Ah, yes, there it is, guys. We finally got a random event. While we were fire making, of all things, that's kind of weird because we were definitely going through the middle section. Not the best one we could have gotten, but you know what? It's great to know that they do exist here. So that's kind of exciting. Well, that's a pretty trash reward, but I don't know how randoms work, but we can get them. Okay, we got a big level coming in here. We've been fire making for a while now. That is going to be level 50 fire making. We were definitely a little... We can now burn mahogany logs and maple logs. I think it was a little bit presumptuous to buy 5,000 willow logs, but whatever. We've now broken 500 total level. We're up to 504. So you know what, guys? We're already halfway. Woo! Now here is another really interesting money-making method that I've never tried before. I just kind of discovered it when I was looking at the crafting skill guide. Now that is going to be making black spiky vambraces, which I think might be a clue item or something. There is actually a fair bit of volume for it. Essentially all you do is you buy kebbit claws and black d'hide vambraces, put them together, and voila, all of a sudden it's worth 2,000 GP more. Right now the black spiky vambraces are selling for around 4,000 each, and the prerequisite items for about 2,000, so it's a pretty easy 2k profit. Really good money per hour, although I don't think we could probably sell many of these per day, maybe only a couple hundred. Okay, so we started with 45 of them. We're able to sell them for around 4,100, and you can see there we bought the other items for around 2,200, so a really good profit. Okay, we got a bit of a mess here, guys. We got a lot going on here. We've just been kind of in the groove of money making today. We've been doing a lot of potion decanting, vambrace creating, a little bit of everything. Now to begin with here, we have the super energy potion, which we ended up getting 150k in profit on. Not too bad. The other potion decants weren't that good. I don't think there's a notable profit there. Okay, then we had the black d'hide vambraces, which we sold a bit over 100 of them for a 280k profit. I will take that. It only took me a couple minutes to attach them. Weird that there's even a market for this. Now I got another even weirder idea, and that is going to be grinding kebbit teeth. Now, kebbit teeth are used to make a hunter potion, and I don't think many people buy hunter potions, but I mean, we're going to give it a try. We're going to go ahead and grind up all of these kebbit teeth. Currently, we're getting about a 1,000 GP margin from grinding them. Okay, well, shocker, these items are taking a long time to sell off. We haven't sold a single kebbit teeth dust yet. So in the meantime, we're going to do a bit more fire making. Maybe we can get another random event. That'd be pretty awesome. Regardless though, we're going to be doing maple logs for a long time now. Yew logs and magic logs are just going to be a bit too expensive. Considering relative to that, I don't really have much money. Okay, so that's probably enough fire making for now. I've done a couple hours of this. Maple logs are a notable increase over willow logs, and that brought us all the way up to 55 fire making. Now I just realized that we're actually only one level away from being able to boost for the level 5 enchant, which is enchanting Dragonstone. So I thought, let's go ahead and get that. We might as well superheat because we need a ton of smithing experience by the time we're done the series, and that will get us a load of magic experience as well. Now there is level 66 magic, which will allow us to boost for the level 5 enchant. Now enchanting Dragonstone is going to be the last practical enchant that I can do, otherwise it's just going to be way too expensive, as a training method at least. Now I went ahead and bought a mud staff, which is the best item to wear for enchanting level 5. Unfortunately, you need level 30 attack to wear it, which is no easy goal when you can't ever leave the Grand Exchange. In my head, these made charged versions. Luckily, it still looks like we're going to profit a fair bit, probably 100k or so off of that. Unfortunately, we don't really have enough money to do this permanently. The kebbit dust finally sold off. That took days. Oh my god, I don't think I'm going to buy more of those. We ended up making around a 900 GP margin on that, so that is around a 250k profit, which is good, but really slow. Now, I've made a lot of money this episode, but there's one last bit of training I want to get done with. Now that's going to be a massive milestone level coming in here, our level 80 fletching. We can now make the magic short bow, although we probably won't because you don't make much money from it. Now on top of that, we also reached another pretty important milestone level, and that is 10 million GP. Actually, we're probably quite a bit above it. There's our first green cash stack of the account. We've been saving up for a while now, so it's awesome to finally see that. With everything, it looks like our bank value is around 12 mil now, actually. So there is our very first sub goal completed, and I think that's where I'm going to end it today. We're at 521 total level. A lot of progress has been made. Things are going to start slowing down, of course, but I got a plan and I think it's going to be fun. Again, thank you so much for all of your support on the series. I really appreciate it. Now, I've been putting a really big focus on fletching so far in the series, and there's a reason why. Once you get up to the higher levels, there are really good money-making methods and trading methods that become available. Now, we just hit level 81 fletching, and that is kind of important because now, with a +4 boost, we can do two different things that are really good money and good training. We can make magic longbows, which is going to be our best training method, I think, all the way to 99. But additionally, we can now add bolt tips to dragon bolts, which is a lesser known way to make money with fletching. Now, it's a pretty simple method. All we have to do is buy dragon bolts and a certain type of bolt tip. From a quick calculation, I have determined that making diamond dragon bolts is the most profitable right now. Well, actually making onyx dragon bolts is, but who's got the money for that? Maybe at some point we'll be able to do that. Right now the margin per bolt is actually about 50 or 60 GP, which is a massive profit compared to pretty much any other training method I have available. Okay, so there we go. We ended up buying 10,000 dragon bolts at just over 700 GP. Now, tipping bolts is a little bit different than making darts. You don't spam click them together. Thank God. I don't know if I can handle more of that. Essentially, you make them in batches of 10, and then you have to go click again. So we're going to run over here to the northwestern corner. The reason I'm going here is just because it adds another chance of me getting a random event, which is something I'm looking for anyway. So normally I can't make them, but with a +4 boost, no problem, we'll start tipping them together. Now I'm guesstimating right now that the GP per hour from doing this is going to be about 1.5 mil per hour, maybe a little bit less. And additionally, we're going to get around 200k fletching experience, so across the board, just an amazing training method. The only drawback is I'm going to burn through these 10,000 bolts in probably about 20 minutes, and I can only buy 11,000 every 4 hours, so that is the main bottleneck. Okay, so I ended up getting 180k per hour. You can do better, but I wasn't fully paying attention, and I had to eat these pies, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, if I could do this all the way to 99, I totally would, but we don't really have enough money right now to stockpile these items. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and price check this again. Right now we can sell the diamond dragon bolts for around 925 GP, which is awesome. Now, I guess the only thing I don't really know about is how in demand diamond dragon bolts are, but I guess we'll find out. We're kind of committed now. Okay, well the answer is they are very in demand because that only took around an hour to sell those off, and we ended up getting a 560k profit, which is amazing because that took me about 20 minutes, which means if I did that for an hour, I would have gotten around 1.7 mil per hour doing a fletching method that is actually a good training method as well. Now it is pretty challenging to do this constantly, but you know what? Doing it is kind of like a daily moneymaker I think is going to be great for my account. So whenever I get a chance, I'll buy 10,000 diamond bolt tips and dragon bolts, combine them together and get a ton of money. Okay, there's another lot of 10,000 already done. We are pretty much at another fletching level as well. We're already almost up to 82 fletching. Okay, I think they've dropped in value a bit down to 913, but that should still be about a 46 GP profit per bolt, which is still really good. Now, the great thing about tipping those dragon bolts is I'm so focused on making money that I don't even realize I'm about to get a fletching level, which we now have 82 fletching. On its own, doesn't really give us much, although we could make amethyst arrows, but each level does really help out a lot because we're still using the dragon fruit pies to boost, which is kind of annoying. There was another 10,000 diamond dragon bolt tips sold off for a 460k profit. Still absolutely massive. It only took me 15-20 minutes to do that, so that's still up to 1.5 mil per hour, which is really helping to pad our cash stack. We're already up to 11.7 mil, growing day after day, even though we are spending a bit of money here and there. So there's another 9,600 Diamond Dragon Bolts sold. Actually, our margin here was even better, which means our total profit was 490k. Well, I've been doing so many of these Dragon Bolts that I even have another fletching level coming in here. 83 fletching, that is awesome. Only 2 more levels to go until we've unlocked probably the method we're going to do all the way to 99, which is, of course, the magic longbow. Now keep in mind, we do have to wait 4 hours every time we want to do the bolt tip method, so we got to do something in the meantime. So one thing we're definitely going to have to do a lot of to get to 1000 total is combat training. There are just so many total levels locked behind ranged, hit points, defense, attack, and strength. Now assuming everything else goes to plan, I shouldn't have to get more than around 40 in each skill. Anything past 50 is going to be kind of ridiculous, as I really cap out around 5k per hour. Now to help speed things up, we are going to be using potions. I mean, seems kind of ridiculous, but we're going to be drinking energy potions because sometimes those imps just teleport around and I'm chasing them everywhere like an idiot, so, well, we might as well run while we do it. Okay, so we're just about to hit another strength milestone level. That is going to be level 20 strength. And we just locked in a blazing quick speed of 4,000 experience per hour. I'm on a complete tear right now. I'm finding imps left and right. So yeah, 4,000 experience per hour is definitely on the upper end. So at this point, we're definitely going to go with attack until we get the Mithril Scimitar. Maybe that will help out a bit. Okay, there's level 21 attack. That took another hour-ish to get that. Experience rate was not looking so hot, but at least we can now wear the Mithril Scimitar, which should add in another max hit, which is going to be pretty nice. Okay, there's another milestone, 20 hit points. That is awesome. Hit points is just kind of like free total levels. We're already up to 539 total level. By the end of all this combat training, I think we might actually hit 50 hit points perhaps. Hey, there's another random event. That is awesome. Not the one I'm looking for exactly, but you know what, we'll still do it. We are really looking for one random event in particular, and that is the Bob the Cat random. Now the Evil Bob random event is by far the best one I could get on this account because there is a chance that you get fishing experience. As you all would imagine, there's no way for me to train fishing at the Grand Exchange, but if I complete this random event, there is a chance that he will reward 650 experience in the fishing skill. If I get that random event once, that is enough to get me to level 7. If I get it twice, I'll get to level 10, and 3 times will bring me to level 13. Now, unfortunately, I have made one irreversible mistake when it comes to this random event, and that is that I've already leveled my magic up to above level 51. Now, the way the random event works is to prevent it from ruining pure accounts. If you have 51 magic or less, it will only ever award the fishing experience. However, once you get above level 51, it also has the chance of awarding 650 magic experience, which is pretty much completely useless. So at the end of the day, whenever I get an Evil Bob Island event, I have a 1 in 2 chance of getting the experience. Hopefully, though, we can get one soon. Well, we got some mine pieces. That's kind of cool. I guess I could start a collection or something, but, well, we got those. Well, that took quite a while, but there we go. That is level 25 strength. Been working on that for about 4 hours now. Now, in this very unique circumstance, I'm actually probably going to prioritize attack. Now, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but once I have the maximum hit necessary to one-shot the imp, is there any benefit to prioritizing strength after that? It seems like attack might actually be the way to go, because at least at that point I'll be more accurate. Speaking of attack, there is another milestone level, 25 attack. Definitely a pretty slow process just hopping through the worlds here. 3,000 to 4,000 experience per hour. It hasn't really gone up much, unfortunately. That's probably where I'm going to stop for now, though. We're up to 551 total level. So now that we have gotten into the mid 80s for fletching, we can start making magic longbows. Not the quickest fletching method in the game, but the quickest fletching method that is also profitable for the most part. But more so than anything, the best part of this is that it is consistent. It's always going to be profitable. Currently, we still have to boost for it, but I think we're going to solve that right now. Okay, so we have finally reached level 85 fletching, and in the process made about another mil just from doing the diamond dragon bolts. So now I want to tackle a skill I've kind of been avoiding pretty much this entire time, and that is prayer. Now prayer, when you don't have a gilded altar, is ridiculously expensive. The GP to XP goes up tremendously, and I'm pretty sure even doing big bones is above 10 GP to XP. Like it's really expensive. That said, big bones are the absolute cheapest and most economical option for me to go with, so we're gonna do that for now. Maybe someday if we get terribly rich, I could move up to something else. Oh, well apparently we can't buy 5,000 at once. We're gonna do 3,000 I suppose. And unfortunately there's no way around this. We just have to bury the bones in the ground at the Grand Exchange. So we're gonna start with 3,000 big bones. We're gonna see where that gets us. Now this should take us under an hour, and it's already going to be a 600k investment. So you can imagine if we did dragon bones, we'd be burning money. Well, there we go. At least it got us to level 20. That's already 19 extra total levels that we didn't have before. There is level 30 prayer, and we now have access to a couple different prayers I could use, I suppose, for combat against imps. I don't know. Okay, so we are pretty much done with all 3,000 big bones, and that is going to get us to level 41 prayer, which I think was a pretty good investment, even if the GP to XP is very expensive. That brings us up to 595 total levels, so already a pretty big chunk done with. Okay, there we go guys, there's level 25 hit points, another really awesome bit of total levels we gained for pretty much free. Hit points doesn't ever really specifically need to be trained. Oh my goodness, after long last, we are about to hit a really important attack level, 31 attack. That took a long time. Just to gain 5,000 experience took me an hour and a half. But finally we can now unlock another piece of gear. We're going to lock in here the Adamant Scimitar, which is going to be a pretty sizable upgrade over this measly Mithril Scimitar. I'm not sure if that's going to affect my XP per hour much though. Okay, we're just taking a quick break from combat training because we're pretty close to a fletching level. There is 86 fletching. Whenever I want to AFK, we do some fletching, and there's another level. And I'm going through the bank here, trying to clean it up a bit, and I just noticed that we have around 700 casts of the superheat spell. I think I forgot to use those earlier, so we're going to go ahead and finish the rest of those. Well, there's level 57 magic. We've long blasted past that level 51 magic where I should have stopped. At least until I got the Evil Bomb random event. No way to fix that now, we're just going to continue on training magic, getting more total levels. Okay, so from the 800 odd casts I had in the bank, that got me to level 31 smithing, which means we can now superheat steel. The only problem is that it's going to be a little more click intensive because you have to withdraw both iron and coal. I'm going to do a little testing later probably to see which one's better, but I do think iron is one of the more cost effective options. Granted, it is pretty slow. Now, without ever leaving the Grand Exchange, there is one skill that I don't think many people would expect you could train, yet you can. It's using a really interesting method, an old method really, and I'm sure a lot of you have already guessed what it is. Now, it is possible to train your agility skill without leaving the Grand Exchange just by picking up wound toy mices. Don't get too excited though, because it is a very slow method. Fun fact, back in the day, this actually used to be one of the most broken agility training methods until they patched it out. And it's very simple, granted going to be very click intensive and kind of annoying in such a big area such as the Grand Exchange. Essentially, all we're going to do is wind up a toy mice, drop it onto the ground, pick it back up again for like 2 XP or 3 XP. It's not that much. Now the other drawback is other people can pick up this item, so I can get trolled pretty easily. I swear to God, if even one of my toy mice gets stolen, this is going to become a Minecraft channel, no more RuneScape. Okay, so we've wound up the mice, you release them onto the ground. I think we can do up to 5 maybe? Yeah, it caps it at 5, and then we just have to pick them up again. Oh man. Okay, so this is oh god. The problem is that they kind of go everywhere. I don't think I'm actually going to drop all 5 at once, that seems kind of ridiculous. Okay, so we are getting 3 XP per drop, which is kind of minimal, I would say. But unfortunately, this is the only training method we have, so we gotta do it. Anyway guys, that is going to be it for today's video. I really hope you enjoyed it. Today we managed to get all the way up to 619 total levels, so another big chunk of total levels out of the way. I think we have solidly entered the mid-game now for this account, and I am extremely excited to see where it goes. On top of that, we're finishing the episode at around 15 million GP. We earned a fair bit, but we also spent a bit as well, but our cash stack is still growing. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the stats today. We're at 619 total level, which is awesome. We still have a couple of level 1 skills to train up, mainly defense and ranged. I'm definitely going to tackle those very soon, although defense doesn't really make sense to train up first, as imps don't really do any damage. Now the goal today is to get as many total levels as possible, regardless of how much that costs us. Obviously, I'm not going to blow through all of my money, but I'm going to spend some of it. Now one really interesting thing I did this week is actually I crushed superior dragon bones. I did 1,000 here, and you can see I profited actually 280k from that. A really good moneymaker, although it costs a ton of money to get started with it, but you know what, that's pretty easy money. I might consider doing that a bit more in the future. Okay, there we go. There's another 600 of them, which brought us in another 180k in profit. No experience for it though, but you can crush these things really quickly with a pestle and mortar. This is way better than crushing bird nests, for example. Okay, so we have a couple items in the bank that I want to sell off here, just so we can get a general look at how much money we have. We have 1,000 topaz bracelets that we were buying over the last 3 days pretty well. So I'm going to go ahead and process the topaz bracelets, and hopefully by the time we're done, our diamond dragon bolts will also have sold off, as we'll have a good idea of how much money I have to work with. We're actually just about to get a magic level here. We're about halfway through the topaz bracelets. There is level 68 magic. I don't think we get anything too useful at this level. Enchanting dragonstone jewelry, yeah, that could be kind of nice actually. Now in my bank, I also had a bunch of unstrung magic longbows. We're just finishing those off here, and we got another fletching level, 87 fletching, by far our highest level skill. Okay, so we have a bunch of stuff to sell here. We ended up actually getting a 290 GP profit on the Bracelet of Slaughters, which means we got around 300k in profit just for doing some magic training. That's great. We also got another 350k on the Diamond Dragon Bolts, and everything else netted us a bit of money. But after collecting, we're up to 15 mil plus whatever we have in the bank. 16 million GP on my GE locked only account. That is pretty nice to see. That said though, today we're probably going to spend some of that, so it's most likely going to go down. Oh, look at that guys, it finally happened. 3 imps stuck in the exact same corner. After combat training for nearly 10 hours now, that's the first time that's ever happened. Exciting stuff. Well, I guess not really. Maybe I've been killing imps just way too long now. Okay, so big level coming in here, and that is level 30 strength. Now I got some really good advice in the last episode, and that had to do with strength training. Getting your strength up is still going to be the best option because it does increase my potential max hit, which is actually more beneficial than getting a higher attack level with more accuracy. Now in the last episode, I started off with some agility training, but one thing that came to my attention is actually the toy doll might be the best item to use for agility training. Now what's interesting about this is the toy doll actually gives less experience than a toy mice. The toy doll gives 2.5 experience versus the toy mice, which gives 3. With that said though, apparently the toy doll is much easier to catch, which in the end would lead to much higher experience rates and just less trouble. So I'm going to go ahead and try it with the toy doll instead and see if the experience rates are any better. With the toy mice, I was getting maybe 1,000 to 1,500 experience per hour, so it was very bad. One other thing here I'm going to be doing is configuring my shift click so we can shift click release them. That is going to be very useful as well. I think these might be a little bit quicker. Look at this thing run, oh my god. Well, despite that, the toy doll is definitely much easier to pick up, so I'm definitely going to experiment with this for a bit. Yeah, look at that, like instantly pick them up versus the toy mouse, which would end up running around for days and I would have to chase them down. Okay, I've refined my strategy a little bit here. Essentially, all I'm doing is releasing 2 of the toy dolls, I immediately click down because one of them always likes to run away. How about that? And then I click up for the other one. Using this method, I've been able to get up to about 3.5 thousand experience per hour, although not consistently. Regardless though, there is level 15 agility, a really awesome milestone. It took me about an hour to get from level 5, so yeah, it's pretty slow. I'm not sure what level I can get to before I totally freak out, maybe level 30? Okay, so I said I was going to make a couple investments this episode, and the first one I want to do is in crafting. Now I just realized that crafting green dragonhide bodies is really cheap. At the current prices, crafting green d'hide body only costs about 1.3 GP to XP, which is incredibly cheap for one of the better training methods that can give over 300k per hour crafting experience. Better yet, if I decide to alch them, I will actually profit. Not a bad idea really, because generally it's very hard to get that level of bulk d'hide body, so it's probably a good opportunity. So let's start with 6,000 green d'hide leather, and we'll see where that gets us. I'm actually very surprised how cheap skilling supplies have gotten. I mean, crafting's really cheap, cooking is incredibly cheap. There are extremely quick training methods out there that are also very cost effective. For example, getting all the way to 99 crafting might only cost me around 10 to 12 mil. Honestly, the only really expensive viable skills that there's not really a cost-effective way to train are herblore and prayer. Realistically though, we're probably going to save those for last. There is level 70 crafting. That is awesome. We can now make diamond amulets, which isn't particularly useful because we don't have a furnace, but that's an awesome milestone. I don't really think getting a high level crafting will have many benefits after where we are now. We could of course unlock quicker training methods, but man, green dragonhide bodies are so cost effective and you can get around 300k per hour experience, so I think I'm probably going to do this all the way to 99. It doesn't really make sense to pay 4 or 5 times more just for a minor boost in experience when my money making methods are just so limited. Okay, so I made it through all 6,000 dragonhide, and that got us to level 71 crafting from, I believe, 65. So a very nice boost in experience, and we have 2,000 green dragonhide bodies. Now I mentioned I was going to alch them, but I'm kind of curious how much it costs just to straight up sell the bodies. So for this first lot here, I'm probably just going to sell them off directly for around 4,200. Okay, so while I was waiting for those to sell off, I decided to go ahead and enchant some topaz jewelry. We've done a few burning amulets and some bracelets of slaughter, but that ended up getting us all the way to 70 magic, another great milestone. Now while we were doing that, all of the green d'hide bodies sold off, and we didn't really lose much money at all. I think overall we lost 274k, which for hundreds of thousands of experience is incredibly cheap. The next time I do think alching them will be an excellent idea. Generally, alching isn't a great high-level magic training method, but when you can't leave the Grand Exchange, it becomes one of the better ones that are available. Definitely not the quickest method by any means, but the quickest method you can actually profit while doing. But yeah, looking pretty nice. We're up to 643 total level. Okay, so we have 2 more skills that currently are level 1 that are trainable, and that is ranged and defense. The few imps that roam through the Grand Exchange are honestly a godsend. There are so many total levels you can get from combat because there's ranged, hit points, attack, strength, and defense. Now it really does make sense for me to train them up in tandem, that way I don't waste a ton of time getting one way higher than the other, because the end goal of course is to get 1,000 total level, and that leaves me a lot more flexibility with which skills to train if I get them up around the same level. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be buying the best ranged armor gear that we can wear, which is not very good because our defense is still level 1. We're going to be using darts. We're going to start here with iron darts, then probably move up here to mithril darts. As we don't have an Ava's accumulator, it's just going to be too annoying and expensive to move up to adamant darts or higher. But mithril darts are just so dirt cheap from people doing fletching that I don't even have to really worry about picking them up. Okay, so we can move on now from the iron dart up to the steel darts. We bought 2,000. I think that might be enough to get us to 20, but I'm not sure. Okay, is that someone's beaver pet that just got stuck? I've seen this before, and I thought it was just someone's pet, but it's in the exact same place now. That is really interesting. I don't know what that's about. There is level 10 ranged. I think we can now finally hit a 2, maybe? Okay, we just hit level 20 ranged, and level 29 hit points at the exact same time. 20 range is good because we can now buy the Mithril Dart, which is going to be the best option for a long time now. We're still rocking the coif and leather body and leather chaps because we need defense levels, I think, to wear pretty much anything else. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and collect our Grand Exchange offers here. We ended up making about 200k on the Burning Amulet, which is pretty good for a profitable magic training method. But finally now we can go ahead and buy some Mithril Darts. We're going to go ahead and buy a full buying limit for 5 coins each, I believe. Mithril Darts are actually cheaper than iron and steel just because of how many people train it just as a fletching training method. Pretty interesting, even though they are objectively better. We're still level 1 defense, so I think our only gear upgrade right now is a coif. I don't really think buying an archer's ring is necessary, although I could theoretically afford one. Hey, there we go guys, there's level 30 hit points. That is kind of out of the blue. Okay, and finally, about 3 hours later, we finally hit 30 ranged. Ranged actually is proving to be as quick, if not quicker, than my melee stats, which is pretty interesting because normally it's the opposite. While my max hit is very low right now, that doesn't matter that much because the monster I'm fighting has low hit points anyway. Okay, so there we go, we sold off all of our bracelets of slaughter for about a 250k profit. I am actively trying to buy more topaz bracelets, but no luck really. Now today I wanted to tackle a bit more herblore training, and this is probably going to be my most expensive investment into a skill yet, I would imagine. Now pretty much exactly at level 52 herblore we can make super energy potions, which are pretty cost effective. Now prayer potions are quite a bit cheaper GP to XP, but they also cost more to do as far as a total investment. So because of that, we're going to go ahead and do Evanto potions instead, and I think we can just afford maybe 5,000 of them. This will get us a significant amount of herblore experience and should cost us about 6 GP to XP or somewhere around there. So we're starting at level 52 herblore, and I'm very curious how much this costs and how many levels I can get. Actually, not too long later, we already got up to level 60 herblore. That only took 20 minutes or something, not even. Really goes to show how expensive herblore is in comparison. This method is pretty much the exact same speed as making green d'hide bodies, yet it's 6 times more expensive or something. There is level 65 herblore. At this point, we're about halfway through all of our ingredient items. If you're wondering why I'm running into the corner here, every 5 or 10 minutes I'm going to run outside of the Grand Exchange area in hopes of getting a random event. I've gotten lucky a couple times just running out there for a couple seconds, so we're just trying to incorporate that into our training because otherwise most of the things we do are right by the bank. There was level 69 herblore. No, I didn't just stop here to make the most overused joke of all time. That is legitimately the last level I think we're going to get from the 5,000 super energy potions. Okay, so that is it. That took about 2 hours to go through all of the super energy potions. It was pretty chill, and we gained a ton of herblore experience, gaining us around 15 herblore levels, I think. So we're going to go ahead and sell these off. First up here, we're going to decant them though. Generally, I would highly recommend decanting your potions. You will almost always get more money, and they're going to sell off much quicker as well. Okay, super energy potions are right now going for 2,900. That actually seems kind of on the higher end right now, so hopefully we get that price point. But there's no doubt in my mind that we definitely lost a serious amount of money. Okay, so the moment of truth, how much money did we lose on these super energy potions? Well, we ended up losing 1.8 million GP, which sounds like a lot of money in comparison to how much I have. Yet, the GP to XP was actually really good. I think we got kind of lucky just on the different price points that were available at the time, because our overall GP to XP on that was actually 3, which is nearly twice as cheap as what the wiki was listing, so we got kind of lucky on that. Now, one thing I haven't actually got around to doing in a while is some woodcutting training. Woodcutting is fairly quick compared to some of my other skills. I can get around 20k per hour woodcutting experience if I'm hopping between different worlds. The problem with that though is I don't have a chance of getting a random event then, because you have to spend a certain amount of time in a world before you have a chance of getting one. Okay, we got a pretty important level coming up here, and that's going to be level 41 woodcutting, which means we can now unlock the rune axe, which is going to increase our experience rates very slightly, I would imagine. We're probably not going to get that big of a benefit of getting like the dragon axe, for example. We're pretty much cutting the trees down instantly anyway. Okay, so I have one last skill that is at level 1 right now, and it just looks kind of awkward. So we're going to go deal with that, and that is of course defense. Now in general, I did say that it makes sense to wait till later because I don't really need defense levels for any practical purpose, but we still might as well get it up at least from level 1. Oh, I just noticed something, guys. We hit a awesome total level milestone, and that is 700 total level. That is really awesome. Only 300 more to go. Obviously, the last 300 are going to be incredibly slow compared to the first 300, but it's still really good to see a nice clean number, and the account is progressing really nicely. Now, I went ahead and changed my goal sheet a little bit, mainly because one of them actually was unattainable. Apparently, Imp Champion Scrolls don't drop unless you have 32 quest points. Didn't know that, so we took that off there. I also decided to include total level milestones on here, just because I think it would be kind of motivating. So there was another goal out of the way, 700 total level, looking good. He's back again. Oh, I don't know what to think about this. This beaver might become my new god. It is strange though, he's in the exact same position as last time. Is that someone's pet? Does anyone know? And there we go, that is level 20 defense. That is going to be my final level. For now at least. We can now wear a few different armor pieces. Notably, we can wear some ranged training armor, which will actually have a notable benefit. We also just hit level 32 hit points, which is awesome. Bringing us up to 716 total level, which is great. Anyway guys, that is where I'm going to end it for today. This week was really productive. We ended up gaining a massive 98 total levels today, which is huge. Now going forward though, there's going to be nowhere left to hide. Some bigger grinds are ahead of us, and I'm really excited for them. Today was mainly focused on getting any easy training out of the way, but going forward now, it's going to be pretty slow. Let me know with a comment down below if there's any methods you want me to try or what skill you want me to train next, because I am definitely open to suggestions. Alright guys, so here are what the stats are looking like right now. Currently we're at a total level of 717, which means we only have about just shy of 300 total levels to go. Now I'm pretty much going to be working on a variety of different skills, all the while trying to earn a bit of extra money. The reality is that some of the better training methods, for example for magic or for fletching, just require a lot of capital. They're not really necessarily expensive, but they just require a lot of money to do efficiently. A good example is enchanting bolts. Like, we need a ton of money to buy a bunch of bolts because you can enchant them so quickly. So if we're really low on cash, that's just not going to work. So we're going to attempt to maintain a high-ish cash stack for that eventuality. So we are starting off here with a bit of combat training. We're about to hit level 25 defense. Not super useful for the account, but we are going to do combat training whenever we get the chance because there's just so many total levels here. There are essentially 5 different skills here that all need to be leveled up, probably at least to mid 40s or 50, so we're going to have to deal with that eventually. Okay, in the last episode, I mentioned how I wanted to try doing a crafting and magic combo training method, and that was buying a bunch of dragonhide, in this case green dragonhide, turning them into bodies, and then alching them. In theory, we should make a bit of money alching them, which will be a profitable magic training method and will help offset the cost of crafting. Haven't tried it yet, but we're going to invest pretty much all of our money in here. We shouldn't lose too much. 8,000 green dragon leather, and with all of that, we'll probably need to buy around 2,500 nature runes as well. So essentially, we're going to have to alch this 2,600 times, which is going to take probably an extra 2 hours or so. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and craft all of the bodies together, see how many levels we get, and in the end, see if it's actually worth high alching them. Alright, so we finally finished all 8,000 dragon leather, and that took about 2 hours, but we gained a ton of experience, probably close to 600,000 or something like that, which got us 5 crafting levels, which is actually a pretty significant amount considering the crafting level that I am currently at. So now we have to go ahead and alch nearly 3,000 of them though. Okay, so one of the big benefits of alching these is it should be profitable, but also we can do it outside of the Grand Exchange area. If we do it out here in the forest, I guess you would call it, we can get some random events to spawn while we're doing it. I am always looking for those random events, even though we haven't gotten one that I want yet. I think I could probably do just over 1,000 alchs per hour, maybe more, but yeah, it's gonna take at least 2 hours, I think. Okay, well, part 1 of the plan worked. We did get a random event. Another mime one, though. We almost have the full outfit, or maybe we do. We're taking a quick break from Alkene because that kind of sucks. We got 33 hit points though, that's nice. And with this last imp here, that will bring all of my combat stats up to 30. That's a nice place to leave them for now. Eventually, we do want to get at least 40 attack, because we actually do unlock something at that level, and that is the ability to wear battle staves, like the Mist Battle Staff or the Steam Battle Staff, for example, so we can save on runes. You know what, guys? I don't think I'm a big fan of High Alkene. It's pretty repetitive and boring. The experience rate is okay, but it's fairly click intensive for something that's not that amazing. With that said though, we are up to 71 magic, our very first magic level so far of this grind. Essentially though, this is tagging on an extra 2 hours to this entire process, so doubling the total time investment. And there's another magic level, there is 72 magic. We are nearly done with all of the bodies, so that's good. We got at least 2 full magic levels. And we gained around 150k magic experience. Okay, so we are finally about done here. We went through all of the bodies and nature runes. The real question though is, how much money did this save us or cost us? What's the cost breakdown? Now in the end here, this didn't actually end up saving me much money, but that might not be 100% a fair comparison. We ended up losing around 630k on this, but comparing it to last time, I think I got a way better deal on the green dragon hide, so take what you will from this. Personally, as it didn't seem to make much of a difference, I am not going to be alkening these going into the future. I don't think it's worth my time. I think it's a much better idea to just do something else to make some money and then train magic through a quicker and maybe less click intensive method. Hey guys, I got the new Be Random event, which means we have a chance of getting a brand new unique item, which is the Beekeeper outfit. Of course, with my luck, I'm probably just going to get flax, but you know what? We're going to do it anyway. Oh my god, they made this so much easier. Do you remember how much of a pain in the ass it was to do this random event? Okay, buddy, just give me my flax and let's move on. Alright, piece of... Now, I have a couple of interesting ideas here. I'm not really sure if they're gonna work, but we're gonna try them. So first up here, we have Myth Grapple Tips, which we're gonna turn into Myth Grapples for hopefully a profit. We have Mithril Limbs, which we're hopefully gonna turn into Mithril Crossbows for a profit. And we have some Dragonstone Amulets, which we're gonna turn into Amulets of Glory, hopefully for break even, or maybe even a profit as well. The Myth Grapple Tips and the Mithril Limbs took a long time to buy. Most people aren't making these items because they're not really worth it, but because they're so obscure, I'm pretty sure Mithril Crossbows are selling for almost 2,000 each, and Mithril Grapples are somewhere around 1,500, so we're looking to make a really good margin, but it for sure is a very obscure item, so it could go either way. So we'll start off here with the Myth Grapples, which requires us to get Rope and Mithril Bolts. Okay, forgot Rope has a Vine limit restriction, damn it. Well, maybe I'll start with the Mithril Crossbows then instead. Okay, the only major problem I have seen with making the Mithril Crossbows is that absolutely nobody was selling maple stock, so I had to go ahead and make them myself. A little more time invested there, but you know what, it only took around 20 minutes, so it's still, I think, going to be worth it, assuming that we can sell the Mithril Crossbows for 2,000 each. Now, why they are selling for that much, I don't know. I think it might be a clue scroll item or used for quests or something, but it is definitely in demand and actually not bad fletching experience. If we actually got a lot of these, this would be a good training method. Well, look at that, 140k per hour fletching experience just making Mithril Crossbows. Now that's a thought. I wonder if making adamant crossbows or even rune crossbows could be profitable, and if so, what the experience per hour would look like. Again, that's another good example of why I need to kind of hoard cash. I would need a lot of money to be able to attempt that at all. Okay, well unfortunately you get half the experience for stringing the crossbow, but whatever, we'll go ahead and finish the 600 we got in the bank and just see how much money we can make doing it. Okay, so while I was waiting for a few things to buy, we ended up going ahead and enchanting all of our Dragonstone Amulets. Unfortunately, we're just shy of level 73, but those 1,000 pretty much got us all the way there. Enchanting Dragonstone is the same experience per hour as Alkene while being totally AFK. It looks like we're going to pretty well break even on the Dragonstone Amulets, but that's not really the point. Mainly we're doing it as a training method. Okay, so we managed to get 1,000 ropes and 2,000 Mithril Grapple Tips. Those surprisingly started coming through kind of quickly. Okay, so I think we have to use the Mithril Bolt on the Myth Grapple Tip first. Alright, I guess we'll do these one at a time. Now, what's kind of unfortunate about making Mithril Grapples is there is no automatic processing for the last part of it. you have to click each individual one together, which is extremely annoying. Granted, you can do it pretty quickly, but there's no menu. You just have to do this the entire time. And on top of that, no experience, which kind of sucks as well. Hopefully this will be worth it though, and we'll make some money. Well, there we go. We finished up our first lot of 1,000 mithril grapples. A little time consuming, a little click intensive, but in the end it didn't actually take us much time, and we're primed to make a fair bit of money on it. Because look at this, I tried buying one earlier, and they're currently selling for nearly 2,000 GP each, which is a massive profit of something like 1,500, 1,600 GP, which is amazing. Hopefully we can sell them all at that price. Here's our first mystery box, and it is a diamond. Damn it, we're hoping for that stale baguette. Okay, so I suppose one of my underlooked skills right now is fire making. There's a lot of easy total levels here left, so we're gonna start burning through a couple maple logs I have in my bank right now. Now, fire making is kind of interesting. It's not as cheap as you would imagine for most of it. Burning maple logs is dirt cheap. These things cost nothing. But now that we're level 60, we can burn U logs, but it's actually not that cheap. The GP to XP is similar, at least at this point, to making green dragonite bodies. And just on principle, I don't want to spend as much on fire making as I am on crafting. That just seems ridiculous. So we actually did quite a bit of fire making today, and we were going to get all the way up to level 63 fire making, I think. So a ton of total levels. Keeping in mind though, once we get to 90, this is going to be great. I mean, we'll have access to redwood logs, which are going to be dirt cheap, and really, really good experience per hour. Oh man, we finished another lot of mithril grapples. There is 2,000 now in total. That is a lot of myth grapples. Okay, so we finally sold off all of our mithril crossbows, and we made a lot of money on it. For every mithril crossbow, we ended up making 1.5k in profit, which means on just under 600, we made 870k in profit on the mythic grapples. That is definitely a really good time investment. Now, one really good moneymaker that I put off for a little while now is making unfinished potions. I was kind of hesitant at first just because it didn't provide any experience, but I think that was maybe a little idealistic. We're definitely going to have to make money through methods that don't provide any experience sometimes, and this one is one of the best, so we're going to go ahead and do it. So what I ended up doing is buying 4,000 vials of water and 4,000 cadentine. Combining those together earns me about 200 GP in profit per potion right now, which is really, really good. Making 4,000 unfinished potions took me about an hour, and they should sell pretty quickly because they're in demand for herblore training and stuff like that. Alright, so while we're waiting for those to sell off, we're going to do a little bit more fire making training. Unfortunately, we're kind of just going to have to go with maple logs for a long time. I might consider doing U logs, but that's still about 1.5 GP to XP. Which just seems insane for a skill that has absolutely no purpose to me. It would be a lot quicker though, so we might consider it at some point. Okay, I just finished another big lot of mithril crossbows. We're doing a lot at once right now, so hopefully I'm not confusing you too much. But anyway, we have another 800 mithril crossbows in the bank. Okay, so there we go. We sold off our cadentine potions, and for a really nice profit of 900k. That is amazing for an hour's work. Sure, no experience, but a ton of money, and it's pretty AFK as well. We also managed to buy another 4,000 cadentines, so we're just going to do it again. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention on the mithril grapples, which I think I combined with the other offer, yeah. We have sold 1,000 of those so far for a 1.2k profit on each one, which is a 1.2 mil profit making myth grapples. Kind of crazy, right? Okay, so I think this is going to be the last of my money making for now. We just finished off another lot of cadentine potions, which hopefully we can sell back for another 800, 900k profit. I think assuming that we can sell everything for what we hope we can, we should be nearing around 20 mil. But yeah, I think that's enough money making for now. Look at all those offers we got to wait for. Well, here we are back at it again, agility training. Definitely something I need to kind of space out, do a little bit every once in a while. So we're going to do another lot of training, maybe another half an hour, 40 minutes or something. See how many levels we can get. The levels still are coming through pretty quickly, but really there's only so much you can do when you're only getting 2.5 experience per action. It is undoubtedly going to be slow. there we go guys, an hour of agility training later, and we are now level 21 agility, which means we've now unlocked the Grand Exchange shortcut. Oh my god guys, we can leave. Alright, woohoo, series done, peace. Okay, so there's another lot of Cat in Time potions sold off for an 830k profit. We are making bank on those. I'm definitely regretting putting that off so long. That is definitely one of the best money makers that I can do here. Now, while I was in the process of alching those dehyde bodies for like 2 hours, in the back of my head, I was just thinking, man, I should be superheating. The experience per hour is actually better, and I'm gonna get smithing experience as well, and it's just something I definitely have to do. So I went ahead and invested in around 1600 nature runes and silver ore, which should be the best training method until 40. I'm deciding to totally skip over steel bars. It just sounds too annoying and it's way more expensive as well. So we're going to do this to 40. From 40 onwards, we're going to do gold ore. After that, I haven't quite decided yet, but we're going to do probably what's ever the most cost effective. Okay, so just like that, we already got another magic level coming in here. That is going to be level 73 magic. If you're kind of paying attention while you do this, you can get up to around 90k per hour, even up to 100k if you're kind of tick perfect. Okay, we got a big smithing level coming in here. That is 35 smithing. Can now make a steel scimitar. If we had an anvil, cry. The amount of silver ore I bought should exactly get me to 40, so we have about 1,000 left, which will take around half an hour. Yes, there it is, the lederhosen hat. This is actually prime fashionscape right now. Look at that, that's great. Alright, so that is going to be my last inventory. We got the dope hat on. But there we go, that is level 40 smithing. A ton of total levels we just got there, I think 10. And we can now superheat gold ore, which we're definitely going to take advantage of pretty soon. So that brought us up to 761 total level. And we've also earned a ton of money this episode. Anyway guys, that is where I'm going to end it for today. We're finishing this episode off at 761 total level, which is a gain of 44 total levels today. Obviously not as much as last time, but you know what, things are slowing down. I still think we made a lot of good progress. The majority of these are fire making levels and smithing levels and whatnot. However, in addition to that, we also made a ton of money today. Now unfortunately, the market for mithril crossbows totally destroyed, so unfortunately you guys don't get the absolute pleasure of crashing it yourself. We've waited a couple days, no luck. So unfortunately, we were going to be at 20 mil, but now we're a little bit short, guys. We're at 19.1 or something, but that's beside the point. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. So next week, we're going to have quite a bit of money to play with. We're going to start investing that into even a couple new things I haven't tried before. And maybe, just maybe, if we're lucky, we can maybe crest the 800 total level mark. All right, so as always, let's have a quick look at the stats that we finished off with last time. So right now we're at total level 761, which is pretty good. At this point now, we've probably invested at least 5 or 10 hours into each skill, which pretty much means going forward everything is going to be rather slow or expensive. So going forward, we're definitely going to have to pick and choose what is going to be the most efficient use of my time. Today, unfortunately, we probably have some of the more annoying skills to work on, like agility, fire making, wood cutting isn't that bad, prayer, stuff like that. So I guess there's no point talking about it. Let's just go ahead and get started. Now, there's one training method I haven't really experimented with yet, and that's kind of because there is the chance of losing a ton of money on it. But other times you can kind of break even. It really depends on the prices. Now, that is enchanting crossbow bolts. So what I ended up doing is I went ahead and made 11,000 diamond dragon bolts, which will have profited me probably 200, 300k. But this time, instead of selling them off right now, we're actually going to process them further. I do think enchanting these bolts will lose me money, but the entire process overall, i.e. attaching the bolts and enchanting them, this also kind of helps me circumvent the buying limit, which means that instead of having a max of doing 11,000 per hour, I could do closer to 22,000. Now, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm missing something, enchanting bolts is going to be the best magic training method that I can do at the Grand Exchange. If you guys can think of any other quicker training methods, let me know. So it does 10 at a time, it's pretty AFK, and I'm really excited to see what the experience rates are like. Now, I'm kind of experimenting with a more click-intensive version of this training method. It involves left-clicking and hitting spacebar a lot. I don't think it's going to be really worth it, at least the way I'm doing it. Regardless though, there's a magic level, 74 magic. We don't get those very often anymore. I know enchanting bolts used to be really good on your phone, I'm not sure if that's still the case. I'm kind of thinking maybe not, just because of the way the new UI menu works. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. We're getting about 140k per hour, not clicking at all, versus the constant clicking I was getting around 180k. So yeah, it is quicker, but definitely not worth it. Hey, there we go, another random event. The Pirate Captain, not the one I'm looking for exactly, but you know what, I'm doing every one just for fun. Man, I've probably done close to 15 random events now. Unfortunately, no Dunce Random, no Genie, and most importantly, no Bob the Cat. Now, unfortunately, it looks like the Diamond Dragon Bolts lost a bit of value. No problem though, I don't think we're going to lose very much money on it. Okay, so one skill I definitely have to do a bit of training on today is, well, smithing and I guess kind of magic. We're going to buy a bunch of casts for the superheat spell, and we're going to be superheating gold ore. We unlocked it in the last episode, and I'm pretty sure gold ore is going to be my best training method for a while. The main benefits are that it's 1 gold ore per cast, which means I don't have to bank so often, and it's fairly cost effective compared to everything else. Okay, there we go, we sold off our Diamond Dragon Bolts. I think we only lost actually 20,000 GP on that. So pretty good, pretty much break even at the current price. And for really AFK and quick magic training, I think that is definitely worth it. I don't even know why I enjoy superheating, but I kind of do. I think it's because you get 2 experience types at once. Kind of novel for me, but there we go. There's 45 smithing. We already gained 5 smithing levels. Still pretty quick, and as we get to higher levels, our smithing experience rate will go up, although it is going to get prohibitively expensive pretty soon here. Okay, we actually have another magic level coming in here. We've done a lot of magic training in the last day or two. 75 magic. We can now use a trident on the imps, I guess? I don't know. Probably won't actually need to ever use that, but 75 magic is an awesome milestone. And we still have around 1800 gold ore to go. There it is, guys. We finally got it. A Genie random event. Now, I've been thinking about what skill I want to put this in for a while, because once I put it into a skill, I'm pretty much committed. It's way more efficient for me to just grind out a single skill with the lamp, because as you get levels, you're going to get more XP from the lamps, you're going to get quicker levels, and if we get lucky, we can probably get, I don't know, 5 to 10 levels just from Genie lamps. So we're going to put it into Hunter. The other viable option was maybe farming, although I might have a future plan for that if we break 1000 total level. At least with Hunter, there is a chance maybe a random baby imp will come through, I don't know. Alright, we've been working on this level for a long time now, but that is going to be level 88 fletching. By far our highest level skill now. We're probably going to get it to level 90 pretty soon, and eventually I'm sure 99. Alright, so this time we're going to experiment with a slightly different method, and that is going to be enchanting Ruby Dragon Bolts. I think right now it's actually going to be very profitable for me to do it, and again, pretty good experience per hour. We have another magic level coming in. We've just been doing a ton of magic training apparently. That is going to be level 76 magic. Pretty awesome. We just got it enchanting more Ruby Dragon Bolts. So there we go, we sold off a lot of Ruby Dragon Bolts for 130k in profit. Keeping in mind though, that was the entire process, so we ended up losing a bit of money on the enchanting, but we made money when we actually combined the bolts, so overall a net profit. Okay, so I'm finally getting around to finishing up our superheating. We have another 500 or so left, but there is another magic level, 77 magic, and we're also actually almost at level 50 smithing. I think we're going to get that with the rest of the gold ore we have banked, so we should get that pretty soon. Okay, so we are done with nearly 3,000 superheats. And it took me about 2 hours, and we also hit a really great milestone, level 50 smithing. We can now superheat mithril bars if we want to. I doubt I'm going to want to though, just because it's a way more click intensive, way more expensive, and not that much quicker. So 3,000 superheats of gold ore got us from level 40 to level 50, and cost me about 700k. Pretty expensive, but you know what, it had to be done. We gained 10 total levels for that, which is really a lot at this point. We also lost 150k on the Ruby Dragon Bolt, so overall today we lost kind of close to a mil. But in the end though, we definitely have to spend money, and I think this is a worthy investment. Can everyone hear that? It's pretty subtle, but that's the sound of me flushing money down the toilet. We're buying another 3,000 big bones. Even big bones being the most cost-effective possible thing I could bury in the ground is still around 48 GP to XP. I'm pretty sure without Gilded Altars, Prayer is one of the most expensive skills in the game, and there's no way around it. This is literally the cheapest bone I can bury, cheaper than regular bones. That said, this is going to be about a 600k investment, and I expect we'll probably get at least 5 to 6 prayer levels, so I think it's definitely going to be worth it. We made it through a good chunk of these bones, and that brought us all the way to 45 prayer. We're already up 4 prayer levels, I think. We have unlocked all of the protection prayers and Mystic Might. I don't really think those are really going to come in handy because there's not much that can kill me here. But you know what, that's more total levels, and you know, the prayers could come in handy. Okay, so that actually brought me all the way to 48 prayer. I think that's going to be my last level. From a 600k investment, we got, I think, 7 total levels, so actually pretty good. I really can't imagine burying anything more expensive than this. Maybe I could do Baby Dragon Bones. That would be about double the GP to XP. Okay, so we finished off all the bones, and there we go, money's gone. But you know what, money's temporary, skills are forever. Now, next up here, I want to do a little bit more Herblore money making, and that is going to involve, once again, unfinished potions. Pretty much the only consistent way to make money with Herblore. Side note here, we actually made about 200k in profit on those bolts. Not bad, but continuing on. Right now, creating Lantidine potions has a margin of around 150 to 200 GP, which is really good. We went ahead and bought around 4,000 Lantidine so far. I'm shooting to maybe do 9,000. Gonna take a while though. Well, I managed to make it through around 5,500 Lantidine potions, but that's probably all I'm going to do. Let's just go ahead and price check this again. Right now, Lantidine potions are selling for 1450 pretty well. So that is actually going to be a pretty solid profit of maybe a mil from doing around 5,000. We have been doing a lot of wood cutting here, and we're actually up to 47 wood cutting. Quite a few total levels we just gained there. Now, while I was doing that, I was working on something actually in the Grand Exchange. I'm kind of excited to show you. Now, I don't really like high alkene, but I decided I wanted to give it another shot. Now, what we did this time was we bought a diverse amount of items, all which are quite profitable. Instead of just breaking even or making a bit of money, most of these items, at least at the price point we bought them at, will profit me around 500 GP per cast. Now, essentially how I found this is I just found items that were near-ish their high alk price, and then just bumped it down by about 1,000 GP or so, and we bought actually quite a lot. We pretty much actually have around 300 individual items, which if we get an average of around 500 GP in profit per cast is around 150k in profit for very little work. Now this works well, although it does require you to put a little thought in, figure out some items, because most of these have a pretty low bind limit, so we can't spam out the same item indefinitely. So moving forward, that is going to be my plan for high alkene, instead of doing like 3,000 green DI'd bodies or something, which unfortunately got boring very quickly. We'll just pick away at it here and there, make a bit of money, and get some experience. Come on, Santa, what are we getting for Christmas this year? Christmas is dead. Actually, I'm not even that upset with that. That's a rare untradeable item that I can't get anywhere else. Okay, so we finished up all of our alks, and that took maybe 10 minutes tops. 150k in profit, I will take that. Oh my god, I actually can't believe it. What the hell? We actually got the step. Bow to Brungson Burson in the Grand Exchange. That is the only step we can do on any clue scroll, I think. And we got it. Now, there is a chance of us getting the casket right away. That's actually so lucky. I've only done like 10. Now, the problem is with beginner clue scrolls, you don't have a very good chance of getting a one-step beginner, but it's not that uncommon. I think it's 1 to 8. So, come on, Uri, please just give me the casket. Okay, well, back-to-back clue, maybe? Maybe we can get the Grand Exchange again. That would have to be ridiculously lucky. Oh, that was it, guys. That was our chance of finishing the beginner. That may never happen again. Now, something I noticed just recently is that the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts actually look like they are really profitable to make right now. This is also one of the higher level bolts, which means we're going to get even more experience per hour doing this, more than Diamond and Ruby. Okay, so I just went ahead and price checked everything, and right now we are looking at over 100 GP profit per bolt, which is amazing. We're definitely going to go ahead and try to instantly buy these items because that is going to be a mil in profit from only around 15 or 20 minutes work. 3 to 4 mil an hour, I will definitely take that. The only slight issue could be that I don't really know who buys these items. I'm not sure what the volume is on it, but I think it's worth giving a shot. Okay, I went ahead and whipped through those Dragonstone bolts because I want to get them for sale as soon as possible. I went and checked the GE volume for Dragonstone Dragon bolts. About 50,000 to 60,000 sold a day, so definitely not a ton, but we should be able to make the sale assuming that we are patient and nobody undercuts me. Right now though, we are primed to make about a mil in profit, which is huge for something that literally took me about 15 minutes. And I'm just kind of trying to get through some items in the bank I already had. We had around 1,000 or 1,500 red topaz bracelets, so we went ahead and enchanted those. Right now, I think we're actually getting around a 200 to 300 GP profit per bracelet of slaughter that we enchant. So while they are very slow to sell, they're profitable and AFK, and actually I think we're getting probably closer to 500 GP profit per bracelet, so that's awesome. And look at that, guys, we managed to make the sale at 12.26, which means we made 1 mil and 20k in profit on that. Probably our best GP per hour item I've ever done. I'm definitely going to try to repeat that as soon as possible because not only was that absolutely insane money per hour, we're also getting really good fletching experience. Assuming I was paying attention, I could get up to 230k per hour fletching experience on top of that. Now, as we kind of hit the buying limit for a few different items I wanted to do, I kind of decided we need to start focusing a bit more on fire making. Now, for the last couple of weeks, my technique for fire making has involved just making a giant line. Now, that is reasonably okay, but you definitely lose out on a pretty significant amount of XP per hour. Now, the method I'm doing now is definitely more click intensive, as you can probably see, but it does produce much higher experience rates. For example, maple logs, I'm getting about 20% more experience. Essentially, it involves moving every time you make a fire, as there's quite a bit of leeway in how far you can move. I have 4 separate rows. I go all the way to the end of one, and then all the way back. Repeat that twice, and then just get more items out of the bank. Alright, there's another fire making level, 67 fire making. With this method, I am getting closer to 200k per hour with maple logs, which is a significant improvement. Okay, we're just taking a quick break from fire making. We're skill hopping a little bit here, but there is 32 attack. Now I'm shooting to get 40 attack first, because for one, we can get the rune scimitar, but also I could now wield a battle staff, which will save me money while using certain spells. And actually we get a kind of bonus total level here. There's 34 hit points kind of out of nowhere. Okay, so we actually took a break and we decided to make some more unfinished potions. This time we decided to do Vanto potions and 3,000 of them. Okay, we sold them off for a 300k profit. Took me about an hour, a bit less, so I wouldn't say that's a very good use of time, but we made money, so in the end, who cares that much? Okay, after finishing all of these high alks, I think we just hit a really awesome milestone, a cash milestone of, I think, 20 million GP. Even though we've already spent quite a bit today, we've also made just as much, and obviously more. So looking at our Grand Exchange offers here, we just profited another 913k on the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. That's so good. It only took me 15 minutes. The Bracelets of Slaughter were much slower, but we still got around 800k in profit on those ones. So I think if we take out our offer for Red Dead Bodies, which the plan was to alk them, but look at that, guys, we're up to a 20 mil cash stack. That is amazing, and it was one of our sub goals that we can now knock off the list. 20 million GP, that is awesome. We definitely want to keep that growing, because by the end of this, we're going to need to spend a lot of money. Oh my god, guys, the fashionscape, it's just unreal now. Oh, it's perfect. I love this outfit, actually. So I noticed that we're actually getting really close now to 800 total level. You can see that we're at 794. So we're going to go ahead and do it. I'm pumped up. We've already gotten one sub goal out of the way. Let's just go ahead and get another one done with, that being 800 total level. Maybe if I go completely manic, I'll be able to get all of those total levels just from agility. Maybe though, that's 7 whole total levels. That's kind of crazy. There is level 23 coming in. Hand pain level right now, 2 out of 10, pretty manageable. That's going to be another level coming in, 24 agility. No unlock, but it doesn't matter for me anyway. Well, I ended up doing about an hour of agility training, and that got me to 25 agility. Seems like a good spot to stop to me. A nice even milestone, and I'm not sure how much more my brain or my hands can take this, so we're going to stop at 25 for now. So that leaves us with only 3 total levels to go till we hit that big 800 milestone. And to speed things up a bit, I'm going to do U-logs. Now, I've been fighting against doing this for a while now, but honestly, in this particular challenge, fire making is just one of the more annoying skills to do, so if I can speed it up by spending a bit of money, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Sure, it's not really useful at all, but actually quite a few of these skills aren't particularly useful. For example, crafting. Well, that's going to be it, guys. There is level 70 fire making, a perfect way to end off the episode. Another clean level, and cleanest of all, of course, 800 total. Something I actually didn't think I would get this quickly. Sure, things are going to slow down even more now, but look at this, guys. We got the epic fashionscape going on. We got 800 total level, 20 mil in the bank. Things are looking good. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. As always, guys, if you have any suggestions for the series, leave them down below. I do read every comment and appreciate everyone. Alright, so let's have a quick look at where we finished off last time. In the last episode, we hit a big milestone, and that was 800 total level. We did that through a combination of fire making levels, smithing levels, combat, kind of a little bit of everything. Pretty well, every skill at this point has been trained quite a bit, so everything is very expensive or very slow going forward. And I know I've said this a lot, but we need to make more money so that we can spend more money, so that we can achieve our goals in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, so first up here, we're going to have a quick look at our grand exchange offers. We have one that was selling off from last episode, the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. Going forward, we're probably not going to be doing that just because, well, the word is out. However, one other really good item in there is actually the Dragon Limbs. Something I did, I think, in episode number 3. But the method is very simple. All you have to do is buy Dragon Limbs from the Grand Exchange, get some magic stocks and crossbow strings, which I already had stockpiled in my bank. From there, we're going to combine them together for about a 35k profit per item. So that's going to be about 300k in profit. For almost no work, I think that's definitely worth it. Now, the other item we have here is the Mystic Robe Bottom Dark, and that is just a really profitable alch I found. Nearly 2,000 GP in profit per high alch. That is really good. We'll just go ahead and do that quickly. I mean, it's just free money. Why wouldn't I do it? A bit of magic experience as well. And just in the time it took me to high alch those, we already sold off all of our dragon crossbows. So you know what? About 3 minutes. The best thing about the dragon crossbow is you can do it as many times as your little heart desires, because the dragon limb has a bind limit of 10,000. And of course, I will never hit that. That has brought us up to 21.6 mil, which is a pretty good way to start the episode. Now, in the last episode, we kind of finished off at an awkward woodcutting level, that being 47, so we're going to go ahead and fix that. Maybe get up to 50 or a bit higher today. Now, unfortunately, woodcutting hasn't really sped up much in the last, 10 levels or so, and I'm not really convinced that the Dragon Axe is going to do anything. Hey, well, there we go, we got another beginner clue scroll. We're still looking for that first beginner completion. Might be kind of hard, though. The only way that I foresee myself being able to complete a beginner consistently is by investing a lot of money, because I could theoretically buy young Impling jars, which have a 1 in 25 chance of having a beginner in it. That would be a consistent way to try to complete a clue. Maybe that would be an end game thing because there's no real benefit to doing it, except for, of course, the prestige. Okay, so we have a lot of offers here. First up here, we have the Dragon Crossbow, which we ended up profiting another 35k per on, which is about 190k, 200k. Now, also here, we have a ton of enchanting items. We bought 3,400 diamond amulets, which we can turn into amulets of power, which looks to be right now fairly profitable and a pretty decent AFK training method. Well, here we are at the imps again, and that is going to be another combat level. That is going to be 33 attack. And once again, I think I've had another change of heart. Originally, I was training attack for, of course, the Rune Scimitar, but also I thought you needed 40 attack for the elemental mystic staffs, like the mud staff, etc. Turns out you actually only need 30, which means really I'm only going for the Rune Scimitar. I think I should level up attack and strength in tandem with that new information. Alright, that's going to be another attack level, 34 attack. We might go to 35 and then switch over. Okay, so we ended up enchanting quite a few of these amulets of power, and it was actually pretty profitable. We got 212k in profit from that, which if you guys are interested is a positive GP to XP of 2.3, which is pretty good. Continuing on with the magic train, we're going to go ahead and enchant crossbow bolts, which is probably going to cost us a bit of money. We're going to try enchanting diamond dragon bolts, which sometimes is break even. Right now we're trying to lock down the one tick method, which I think if done properly can get you actually up to like 300 to 350k per hour magic experience, which I think we're kind of getting the hang of. I think I'm kind of getting the hang of this. Obviously I'm still missing quite a few ticks because my experience rate is only 280k per hour when it should be around 350 almost. Partly my ping isn't great right now in this world, and you need a pretty good ping to do this effectively. Regardless though, there is 79 magic, only one more level to the big milestone, as well as the entangle spell. Make sure those imps don't run anywhere. Okay, so we finished off all of the enchants, and we decided while we're waiting for those to sell off, we're going to go ahead and do a bit more combat training, this time with strength, and we're already at level 31. Okay, that is going to be level 32 strength, another easy total level out of the way. Now I think we have another hit point level coming in, and that is going to be 35 hit points, another nice milestone level. Okay, we've killed a lot of imps now. Let's actually have a quick look at my collection. Okay, so far we've killed 1,852 imps, at least those that have been logged on this account. So far that is worth nearly a mil in total loot. We've gotten around 100 mine talismans and a ton of beads. A pretty interesting collection though. Alright, so I think that's going to be our final strength level for now. That is 33 strength. I've not quite formulated the exact combat level I'm shooting for. I think worst case scenario though, I'll need about 50 in each combat stat. Hopefully not though. Alright, so enchanting these bolts ended up losing me about 124k, but in the end that's not really that much money. We can make that back pretty quickly, and it's by far my quickest magic training method, so we're going to continue on doing that. This time we're going to maybe do ruby dragon bolts. That might even be a little bit closer to break even. Regardless though, that's about, well, 3 times quicker than my next best method, so I think it's worth it. Now for Herblore, right now we're level 69. Ideally, I would like to get to 80. Once we get to 80, we can make all of the unfinished potions, which means if any opportunity ever comes up, we'll have the Herblore level to do it. Now, I don't think I'll be able to get 80 this week just because it's kind of expensive. Honestly, getting to 80 with even the most cost-effective method, probably going to be about 15 mil. I'm not quite prepared to make that investment yet, but we're going to make an investment of 3,000 super energy potions, which I think the GP to XP right now is around 6, which is kind of expensive, but in the end, we need the total levels, and this does have the potential of unlocking even better moneymakers. So let's see how far these 3,000 potions will get us. Okay, so we finished off all the potions, and that investment got us, well, the better part of 4 levels. We started off at pretty much at level 70, and we finished off pretty much at level 74. So around 4 total levels for that, and now we only have 6 more levels to go until we have unlocked pretty much everything we need with Herblore. I'm not really sure how much money we lost on this yet. We're just going to decant them into 4 dose potions, sell them off, and then we'll have a look at how much money we actually ended up losing. Now, I noticed everything I've been doing lately has kind of revolved around magic, which is pretty good actually, because we're getting very close to another level 80 skill, that being magic. We're doing loads of bolt enchanting, just regular enchanting, high alching, kind of just a little bit of everything. We just finished off another 11,000 ruby dragon bolts, which we enchanted into ruby dragon bolts E. Now we did sell off all of our super energy potions, and we ended up losing 2.4 mil on it. Kind of a big investment, only 4 total levels, but that's just kind of the way things are going to go eventually. The GP to XP was around 6.9, I just calculated it, and we gained around 350k Herblore experience. So you know what, not bad. Hey, look at that guys, another Genie random event. That is awesome. We're going to be checking that right onto Hunter again. Only about a half a dozen more genie lamps until we get our first total level in something that we can't train at the Grand Exchange. Okay, we are definitely just hammering away at these Dragon Bolt combinations, but really they're just such good money. Probably the best combination training and money making method that I have access to, or at least that I've found. Now we just sold another 11,000 of those for about a 200k profit. There we go, there's level 34 strength. I'm pretty sure I just gained a max hit over the last couple of levels. I can now hit an 8, assuming I'm potted. So that's kind of exciting. And that is going to be level 35 strength. You can see my XP per hour. You know, it's gone up a bit. It is consistently maybe around 4,000, assuming I'm paying attention. It's still not great, but you know what? One day I think I might be able to get up to 5,000 experience per hour, which you know is terrible, but in the end I might only have to get around 100,000 experience in each skill, so it's not insurmountable. Okay, so we got more offers sold off in the Grand Exchange. We have Amulets of Power, which we profited not much, at maybe around 75k on. Okay, so one thing I'm deciding to do right now is actually I'm going to be selling off my Imp Loop tab. I was kind of considering just keeping it forever, but in the end it is adding up to be a substantial amount of money. I'm going to need all the money I can get, so we're going to sell off everything there. Mainly just the black, white, yellow, and red beads, and the Mind Talismans. Should be around 750k to maybe a mil. Okay, so most of them are now sold off. We're still kind of waiting on the Mind Talismans, but you know, they're not very popular clearly. Now we just did another amazing combination on the Ruby Dragon Bolts. Right now they're selling for 845, and we're getting almost 100 GP margin per bolt, which means we're going to profit around 935k on these. That is so good. You can see why I'm kind of consistently doing them. I am really trying to balance having interesting methods, variety, and whatnot. But you know, when you find something that's truly amazing, you just kind of got to hammer it down. Okay, so finally, after long last, we got a big level coming in here, and that is going to be level 80 magic. And look at that, look at the experience rate you can get if you're doing this correctly. 360k per hour. That is amazing. It is a tiny bit click intensive, but it's totally worth it. There's level 80 magic. I don't know if we unlock anything really. Oh, stun. Okay, that's actually interesting. I could theoretically stun Alk here if I wanted. It could be an option, although I'm not really keen on doing it because that's also extremely click intensive. But yeah, 80 magic, that is really awesome. Now, as I have been both fletching and enchanting the bolts, usually I'm not really losing any money on it. Actually, I'm usually making a bit of money. So as a result, even though we've gained a lot of experience in herb lore, fletching, magic, we haven't actually lost any money overall, I don't think. And one thing I just noticed right now is we're actually close to another major level, and that's going to be my very first level 90 skill. Now, I'm definitely not shocked that fletching is my highest level skill, but there it is, that is level 90 fletching. More than likely, that is going to be my first level 99 as well, as there really is truly just such a variety of training methods, and they're all kind of integral to my account. Already having a level 90 skill is pretty amazing. If we really wanted, we could actually just bang out a 99 in under a week, but in the end, I don't really see the point. Okay, so let's go ahead and collect everything and see how much money we're actually at. Okay, right now, 21.7, and that is including our nearly 3 mil investment into herblores. As you know, we're doing pretty well. Well, I think I've kind of resigned myself to burning U-logs. It's gonna be expensive, but in the end, it's gonna save me some time. And fire making is kind of a click-intensive, annoying skill, so we're gonna go ahead and buy 2,000 of them, and we'll just see how far that gets us. Right now, though, we're starting at level 70. Okay, some weird things are happening in the OSR's market today. A couple things I've noticed. First up here, for some reason, Dragon Bolts are selling for 500 coins. That's like 30% cheaper than they ever are normally. We're gonna try for 575, not get too greedy here and go for 11,000. Man, what is going on today? For some reason, the price of Zulrah scales has skyrocketed today. Essentially, that allows you to take advantage of the discrepancy. What we're going to do is we're going to buy Zulrah unique items, dismantle them into Zulrah scales, because every time you do that, you get 20,000 Zulrah scales. and then we're going to go ahead and sell those back. So right now, Zulrah scales are selling for 170 each, or 3,400,000 if you dismantle an item. And right now we're buying Serpentine Helms for 3.3 mil, so that's 100k profit. Okay, so there we go, we already made 160k in profit already, and that only took about 2 or 3 minutes, that's crazy. Well, there we go, we've expanded a bit. We're not only buying Serpentine Helms, we're also going to buy the Tanzanite Fang, again for around 3.3 mil. Pretty simple, we just go ahead and dismantle all of them into Zulrah scales. We end up with 80,000 Zulrah scales. Hop back on the Grand Exchange and we're going to sell them for actually 167 now. Unfortunately, the price has dipped a bit, but we're still making money. So that was a 60k profit per item dismantle, or 240k just like that. So we're going to carry on maybe looking for some other Zulrah uniques that we could dismantle. We're looking at maybe the blowpipe here for 3,355k. Well, there we go. We bought them for 3,350k and sold them for 3,420k. So about a 70k profit per. We're going to expand now into Magic Fangs. We're pretty much just trying to hit every Zulrah unique now while the opportunity is here, as I don't expect this to really last too long. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised those Magic Fangs came through, because on each one of those right now we're getting a 105k profit. The blowpipes aren't as much, but we're still getting a 40k profit on them, so I mean, I'll take that any day of the week. We got tons of Zulrah scales we're selling off here. Hopefully the price doesn't drop though. So we ended up doing another 2 Magic Fangs, which is, well, 210k in profit in like 30 seconds. So that was extremely quick. That was over the course of maybe 20 or 30 minutes. In that time frame, I think we made just over $1 million in profit just from dismantling random Zulrah items. I'm going to try this again in maybe 4 hours and see if the prices are still. But you know what, that was some really easy money, and we're definitely going to need that eventually. Now you might have noticed in my offer slot, when I was doing all that Zulrah dismantling, I ended up purchasing around 2,000 opal bracelets. Now the plan here is to turn them into expeditious bracelets, I think is how you might say it. Now the drawback here is it's a level 1 enchant, so we're not getting pretty much any notable magic experience from it. The positive though is right now they are selling for a huge margin. We can sell them for 1,100 and we bought them for around 500 each, so it's a really good profit. Earlier today they were even selling for 2,000 each. Because it's not a very popular item, the price can fluctuate a lot, and it's possible we get an even better deal on these. Now one thing I kind of want to experiment doing while I wait for the expeditious bracelets to sell off is actually making battle staves. Air battle staves are actually a little bit more cost effective than making green dragonhide bodies. The main drawback though is that they're way more expensive, which means I can only afford right now like 1,200 battle staves, and then I just run out of money. So yes, they are a little bit more cost effective GP to XP wise, but much more inconvenient, but we're gonna give them a shot. Okay, so from 1,100, that is going to get me, I think, just 1 crafting level. I do like them because the AFK time is actually a little bit higher than Dragonhide, so that's kind of nice. Okay, so we managed to finally sell off our expeditious bracelets, and we got around a 400 GP profit per bracelet, which means 800k just from doing 2,000. In the end, that took me about 2 hours though, so only about 400k per hour, still pretty reasonable. And on the Ruby Dragon Bolts, we got about 561k, conversely in about 20 minutes. So yeah, that's definitely way better. Now, once again, we managed to find a really good deal on the Dragon Limbs, and we're just, once again, turning those into Dragon Crossbows. Right now, I think we're getting about a 40k profit per crossbow, and we can do these really quickly, and it takes almost no time. Now, while we were waiting for those to sell, I have another interesting idea, something that a couple of people have mentioned before, and that is trying to make magic pyrologs by combining sacred oil and magic logs. Now, magic pyrologs are used, actually I have no clue. I'm pretty sure it's used in the Shades of Morton minigame perhaps. Anyway, there is a demand for them, so pretty much I think all you have to do is combine them together 1-to-1. So I guess we'll just go ahead and combine all 2,000 of these, and oh man, what does that mean? Well, unfortunately, you actually have to do the Shades of Morton quest, I believe, to be able to make magic pyrologs, or any type of pyrolog for that matter. Not a big deal though, lesson learned, we'll just sell the sacred oils back. The good news is though, we have 17 dragon crossbows we just sold off for a pretty good profit of around 750k. Okay, we finally have pretty much everything sold off. We sold another 11 dragon crossbows for an even better margin this time. I got another 700k in profit on that one. Sold off our mistake, being the sacred oils, more bracelets, a lot of everything. But in the end, let's actually see how much money we are at, because we've been doing a lot of money making this episode in preparation for the next few episodes where we're gonna have to spend a lot. So right now we're actually at around 27.5 million GP, and that is including quite a bit of money spent this episode as well. So I am definitely really happy with that progress, and we'll have a lot of excess cash to spend on skilling supplies next time. Anyway guys, that is where I'm going to end it for today's episode. Now as far as our total level, we ended up getting up to 824, which means we gained 24 total levels, which while definitely less than last time is still a substantial amount considering the majority of today's episode was spent on money making. I think that's pretty good. The total level gains were between a few different skills, mainly fire making, wood cutting, magic, and fletching, but we also gained a substantial amount of combat levels as well. As always guys, if you have any suggestions or ideas on what I should work on next time, let me know with a comment down below. I always read them and I appreciate all of them. Alright, so we're actually going to start today off with a magic level using probably my favorite AFK magic training method, and that is just AFK enchanting. That is going to give us level 81 magic, which I don't know if that unlocks anything too useful. Wind Surge. Okay, great. I can annihilate the imps even better. The level 4 enchant is probably the last reasonable enchant that you can do. Dragonstone is quite the investment, so Diamond is a good compromise. You get around 50 or 60k an hour just doing it AFK, and it's usually pretty break even. Now overnight, I put an offer in for about 33,000 Diamond Bolt Tips and 33,000 Dragon Bolts. Now something really interesting happened overnight. Now sometime while I was buying them last night, the price dipped a lot. Like look at the price I bought the Dragon Bolts at, 602 GP. That is a really good deal. That's like a 10 or 15% discount we somehow got those at. Oh my god, we're actually gonna make so much money on this because we did 22,000 of them. We're getting about 150 or so GP margin. So we're looking to make probably 3 to 4 mil on that, which is crazy. Honestly, I think right now we're probably nearing 30 mil, I would guess. Now to figure out exactly how much money I have, I'm going to be liquidating all of this stuff in my inventory. I'm not really planning on enchanting it right now. It's not nearly as profitable and it's going to take quite a while. So we're going to sell this stuff off and then we'll see how much money we actually have total. Okay, so we sold off the Diamond Dragon Bolt and I was a little bit off on it, but we still made a ton of money. The margin was 124, not actually 150. Yet we still made 2.7 mil on that just by combining 22,000 diamond bolts, which took me about 40 minutes. So a really good moneymaker. That said, we definitely got pretty lucky on that. I don't think we could repeat that in any way, shape, or form. Now after claiming everything here, we're up to 30 mil 500k, assuming that we can sell those items. Now as we just crested 30 mil, I think it's probably time to make another investment. And I think we're going to do it into crafting. Crafting is one of the cheaper buyable skills right now, so I think it's good to get it out of the way while it's still cheap. So we're going to make an investment into 10,000 green dragon leather. I still think this is the way to go. We could do air battle staves, but then we got to constantly buy and sell them, which is kind of annoying. So this is going to be a 15.3 mil investment, but I do expect to get the majority of that back. I don't think we're going to be losing too much money. But I guess we'll find out. Things fluctuate a lot, but I'm hoping not to lose more than maybe 1.5 GP to XP. So we're going to do all 10,000 of these and let's see how many levels we end up getting. Now 10,000 Dragonite leather takes around 2 hours to craft into bodies if you're doing it pretty efficiently. So in 2 hours, let's see how many levels we're going to get. First one is 78. Granted, we were kind of close to that level already. We've only gone through about 1,500 leather so far. Okay, second level coming in here is going to be 79 crafting. We can now make black Dragonite Van Braces if we wanted to. I mean, soon we're going to unlock Black DI'd. Probably not going to do that, it's just too expensive, but who knows. Okay, so there's level 80 crafting. And let me just look at my tracker here. Yep, that's going to be my last level from that. So we only gained 3 crafting levels total. That said, we still have around 2,500 leather in the bank, so we should get a good majority of the way to 81 crafting. But obviously things are slowing down. Okay, so we finished off with all those leathers and you can see we're nearly level 81 crafting. So realistically, we got like 3.5 levels if you want to put it exactly. So it took around 2 hours and we turned 10,000 green DI leather into bodies. We're selling them for 42.67. Looks like we're gonna lose maybe, I guess about a mil-ish on it. Not too bad, but I mean, for only 3 levels, things are getting pretty expensive. Now, one thing I just noticed here while I was waiting is Tanzanite fangs are way cheaper than blowpipes. Now, we can really quickly and easily turn those into blowpipes. They only have a 50-something crafting requirement to make, so we can do that like in just a few seconds here. So we bought them for 31.80, and I'm pretty sure blowpipes right now are going for 3,300, so we're gonna get like 150k in profit per blowpipe. I mean, that's the freest money I've ever seen. All we have to do is use the chisel on the Tanzanite fang. There we go, we got 3 blowpipes, and we'll just go ahead and chuck those in there. Go for 33.50 maybe, and we'll see if those sell off. Oh, there we go. That was the freest money I've ever gotten. That's like 500k in profit for about a minute's work. Definitely worth your while to kind of keep on the lookout for things like this, but this is kind of unique just because the price of Zolra items have been fluctuating a lot recently. Now, while I'm waiting for the green Diad bodies to sell, I think I'm going to make an additional investment. We're going to go for some gold ore. Now, gold ore is really useful for me because I can superheat it, and it's by far the most cost-effective and just plain out easy thing to superheat. Now, it is definitely not cheap by any means. The GP to XP just for smithing is like 10. Quite expensive if all I'm focusing on is smithing experience, but of course we do get magic training as well. So we're going to go ahead and superheat 3,000 gold ore. We're going to get a ton of magic and smithing experience, and I'm very curious to see how many total levels we get. Okay, so there we go. We finished up with all of the superheats, and we're going to get all the way to 55 smithing from that. So a lot of experience gained. On top of that, we also managed to get a magic level, bring us to 82 magic. So 6 total levels gained for what looks like about a 650k investment. We'll check when we're done. Okay, so that is the last of the superheats, and in total, we ended up spending 990k on the materials. So it's really going to depend on what we can sell these gold bars back for. So superheating 3,000 gold ore cost me 650k, kind of expensive, but in the end we gained a lot of experience. Now, we actually made a bit of money back here, luckily, just with these toxic blowpipes. We ended up maxing out our entire buying limit of 5, which means we made another 350k on that, pretty easy. And additionally, we finally sold off all of our green dragon leather for a mil and 30k loss, which actually for lasting me about 2 hours isn't that bad. Now, one really underlooked item I don't think many people know about is actually the Amulet of Chemistry. Now, it's a really interesting item. Essentially, it gives you a 1 in 20 chance of receiving a 4-dose potion instead of a 3-dose potion when you are training Herblore. Now, Amulets of Chemistry can be effective, especially on the more expensive potions. As we can see here, they cost about 1,000 GP each, and they have 5 charges for them. So essentially every time the amulet activates, it's going to cost you 200 GP, but you're going to get an extra dose of potion. For example, on the prayer potion, every time the Amulet of Chemistry activates, we're going to make about 1,000 to 1,500 GP. Definitely worth it in my head. So we're going to go ahead and do 2,000 Renar potions and 2,000 Snape Grass and see how much money we can save using the Amulet of Chemistry. I've never tried this item before, and it's clearly going to slow me down a little bit, remembering to equip it all the time, but I think it's worth a shot because in the end, it could save me a lot of money. Now, I was already pretty close to a Herblore level, but well, regardless, there is going to be level 74 Herblore. Now, today I'm hoping to get to 77, and there is a reason for that, which I will explain shortly. These 2,000 prayer potions, though, are not quite going to get me there, so we'll have to do a bit more training after. There we go, that is 75 Herblore, a nice milestone level again. Now, the Amulet of Chemistry is okay. I mean, I'm definitely forgetting to equip it a lot because it only has 5 charges, which means you have to swap them out quite often. And I'm definitely missing out on some potential money saved. Okay, so we ended up doing all 2,000 prayer potions, and in the end, we ended up getting 80 prayer potions for. I should have got roughly 100. Now, the main reason was just user error. I mean, I don't think I got really that unlucky. I just forgot to equip the amulets quite often because they'd break and then I just not notice. That said though, 80 prayer potions, that's still about 150k, 160k back in my pocket, which wouldn't have been there normally. Now in the end, is the Amulet of Chemistry worth using? I would say potentially, but it has very niche applications, only really worth it on the prayer potion, super restore, maybe Cerudomin Brews, any of the more expensive potions for sure. And it does make herb lore a little bit less relaxed. Now to get the final 2 levels to get to 77, we're going to do some more super energy potions. I was doing prayer potions to try to be super cost effective, but in the end it's only going to be about 400 or 500k more to save me about 45 minutes, which is a cost evaluation I think I'm okay with, so we're just going to go ahead and do it the quick way. Okay, there we go, that is going to be 76 herb lore, only 1 more level to go till 77, which unlocks us something really important, and it's definitely not the magic potion. Okay, so we're just about to hit level 77 herb lore, and I'm sure some people are a little confused because the only thing really unlocked at level 77 herb lore is the stamina potion, but that's not what I'm talking about. Now what I'm talking about is actually the blood cadentine potion that you can make at level 80. At this level, it is reasonable enough to get a +4 boost from the botanical pie to start making them. Ideally, I will get level 80 herb lore pretty soon, but for now, I think level 77 will do me just fine. Now, the Cadentine Blood Potion is the highest level unfinished potion you can make in the game. It's used to make the Bastion Potion and the Battle Mage Potion. And along with it being kind of expensive, it's not traded nearly as much as other unfinished herb lore items, which means there's often a really big premium on making it. Now, we ended up buying 2,000 vials of blood and 2,000 cleaned Cadentine. Right now, we're looking to get about a 400 GP margin just from combining them, which is really good. For every 100 GP margin you have while making unfinished potions, you're going to get around 300k per hour, which means right now we're looking to get about 1.2 mil an hour from making unfinished potions. I imagine this in combination with the Torso Potion we've unlocked now, Snapdragon, and the rest should offer us probably our best consistent money out of any of the skills that we can train here. Now, unfortunately, we do need to eat a botanical pie right now, which is going to be a little annoying and cut into our profits a bit, but we're probably only have to do this temporarily. Okay, so there we go. We finished up with 2,000 Cadentine blood potions. That took me about 40 minutes, and in 40 minutes, we're going to make around 650k in profit. Really good, pushing around $1 million an hour, which is pretty much better than anything else I can do right now. Now, while we're waiting for those to sell off, you might have noticed in the background, I have been purchasing the prerequisite items to make rune crossbows. A very slow process because the runite limbs take a while to come through, crossbow strings take a while to come through. I mean, use stocks, the fact that I bought any of those is kind of a scam. I bought them for around 100 GP each, and U-logs are worth like 350, so the fact that anyone made these, sold them, definitely just a mistake on their part. Realistically, I might have to make these myself in the future if I do this in mass. Okay, wow, attaching the stocks to the runite limb is actually 230k fletching experience per hour. That's actually a really good training method, surprisingly. Okay, so we just finished up all 1,000 rune crossbows. It took a long time for all of the prerequisite items to come through, so I'm not sure if I'm going to continue doing this. I think we're going to make good money because look, we're selling them for 9,900, which I think is a margin of around 500 or 600 GP per rune crossbow. Now on the Cadentine Blood Potion, in the end we ended up making 650k in profit, which I think is definitely worth my time, and it was a really quick flip. Now I haven't even been really trying to train fletching lately, I've just been using it to make money, but we're actually about to get another big level coming in here, 91 fletching. Cementing this is by far our highest level skill, and right now I'm kind of going out of my way to not train it, but it just kind of ends up getting leveled up anyway. Well, it looks like today is all going to be about spending money. We're going to make another pretty big investment into prayer with 3,000 big bones. Now, I almost considered buying baby dragon bones, but I kind of chickened out at the last minute. Right now, we're level 48 prayer, so I'm hoping to get at least a couple levels. Okay, once again, we're just here in the bushes. Don't mind me. It looks like this will probably be our final prayer level, going from 48 prayer all the way to 52, which means we gained 4 levels pretty well. And I think as far as an investment, we're going to lose around 600k from that. 4 levels for 600k, I think that's pretty good at this point. Now, I haven't really been woodcutting that much. I pretty much just come out and chop a couple trees when I'm looking for a random event to spawn. Yet, even doing that, occasionally we did finally get another woodcutting level. There's 51 woodcutting. This is definitely not speeding up. I don't think this is going to get any quicker than 20k per hour at the highest. Now finally, we have everything sold off in our grand exchange. We can see what our cash stack looks like right now because we have definitely spent quite a bit of money this week. So we have 3,000 Cadentine blood potions. Unfortunately, the margin dropped along with pretty much everything else in the economy. I mean, everything was crashing this week, including the Cadentine blood potions. So the margin on that's not so good right now. That said, we still got around 620k in an hour, which is still pretty respectable. We finally sold off all of the rune crossbows. In the end, only made around 200k from that. And we have some other junk here, so we got 26 mil in our inventory plus a bit in the bank. Right now we're looking at 28.3 mil, which is pretty good considering how much money we spent today. Now at the beginning of the episode, we were at 824 total level, which means this week we gained 20 total levels, which I think is good. We obviously have a long way to go still, but I'm happy with our progress. Anyway guys, I really hope you enjoyed the episode. As always, if you do, I really appreciate it. If you leave the video a like, always helps out a lot. And as always, if you want to leave a comment or suggestion, leave it down below. I do read them all. And a couple of the things I've done this week and last week have actually been user suggestions, so I really appreciate them. Okay, wow, I think we got really lucky on this. We bought 2,000 Dragonstone bracelets for just over 11,000. If you look at combat bracelets, they're going for 12,255, which is a 1.2k profit per enchant minus whatever the cosmic rune and whatever. So that is going to be a ton of money and also a lot of experience, I hope. Now for the level 5 enchant, I think we need a mud staff, which I think we can wear now. I think we want the mud battle staff, dirt sheep, and only requires 30 attack to wear. Yes, there we go, perfect. Alright, so let's start enchanting these Dragonstone bracelets and see how much money we're going to make from it and how much experience as well. For some reason, I've always really liked the look of the mud staff. It looks like a really expensive late game item, even though it's only 30,000 GP, woo. Okay, so just from enchanting the 2,000 combat bracelets, we got to 83 magic. Every day we're getting more magic experience pretty much because it's such an integral skill. I do have to be a little mindful as to not get too much magic experience because I do need to do a ton of superheating and it would kind of feel a bit bad to get post 99 experience at this point. It shouldn't be necessary. Okay, so there we go. We finished off 2,000 Dragonstone bracelets. I think these will sell quickly. I mean, the combat bracelets are pretty common. I'm just not really sure how many people are buying the uncharged version. I think it should be fine though. After price checking it, we're looking at 12,255. That's going to be about a 1,000 GP profit per bracelet, which means I think we're going to make maybe 2 mil on this or something. We're selling them for 24 mil 500, and we bought them for 22 mil plus 200. So yeah, we're going to make a little bit over 2 mil on this. Now, one thing I've noticed lately is the price of skilling supplies are very cheap. Now, I'm kind of considering just banking at 99 here, and one of the more cost-effective ones would be cooking. Right now, I think I can bank 99 cooking for maybe only like 3 mil or something. And I mean, if the ingredients get cheaper, I mean, I won't be that annoyed. I'll have lost out on maybe a mil, but I definitely could see grapes and jugs of water getting more expensive this year, which would be a little unfortunate because right now I have a great opportunity to buy them for an extremely cheap price. Now, I think I need around 45,000 of each, as we're gonna go ahead and buy half of them now, and then probably tomorrow I'll get the other half. I like the look of that, guys. All of the combat bracelets are sold off for a 2.2 mil profit. We got pretty lucky on that one. That means we made a little bit over a mil an hour, which for magic training, you know, is pretty good, I think. Okay, so there is another cooking level. Now that I have all of these supplies banked, I'm just gonna pick away at it here and there. Most likely, I'm not going to rush 99 cooking or any other 99 for that matter. Might change my mind on that, but it just doesn't really make much logical sense. Now, I just did a quick calculation, and with the supplies I already have banked, we need another 28,000 grapes, and jugs of water, which we're going to go ahead and put an offer in for now. It will probably take me the rest of the day to buy these, as we're going over the buying limit a few times, I think. But yeah, I think in total our supply cost for 99 is 3.5 mil. It's dirt cheap right now. Now while we wait for those items to buy, we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of combat training. So we're starting off here with a hit point level, actually 86. 86, oh my god, I wish. 36. Right now I'm working towards 40 attack. There are just a few different benefits to getting it. The rune scimitar being the biggest one, but we could also wield the rune axe, which would also be nice. Okay, there's another attack level coming in, 36 attack. It's about an hour to a level right now, I would say, more or less. Now, one thing I have noticed is combat training is much more effective for the first 10 or 15 minutes. In the beginning, there are a lot of imps that are stuck in the corner exactly where I want them, but after hopping through each world once, that's not the case anymore. So the longer I do it in one session, the lower my experience rates get, which means, again, it probably makes sense for me to space this out periodically. Oh, Jagex, why did you do this to me? It took me actually like 10 minutes to find what I thought was called the Dragonstone necklace, but apparently it's just the dragon necklace. Everything else has a different naming scheme except for that one. Whatever, it's over. We already managed to buy 1,000 dragon necklaces. We're going to turn those into skill necklaces, which I think again should net us almost 1,000 GP in profit per enchant, which again is amazing. Probably going to get up to a mil an hour doing that again. And beyond that, we're getting 70,000 XP per hour, totally AFK. I mean, we can AFK for about a minute or a minute and a half even. So we're going to whip our mud staff back on and let's do some more enchanting. Okay, so that should be about it. We finished off all 1,000 skill necklaces. Again, I don't really know if these are going to sell very quickly. I do imagine though somebody probably recharges these as a moneymaker, as I don't think these will be too hard to sell. And now it looks like we can sell these for about an 800, 900 GP profit, which again is close to a mil an hour, which I'm so happy with. Alright, so we officially have 99 cooking banked, as well as selling off all of these skills necklaces. Which for those we ended up making about 870k on, which is really good. We also got around 80,000 magic experience, but look at that guys, we have 99 cooking banked. It feels good to have it just in there. 3.4 mil for that, which isn't bad. Everything together we're at 31.2 mil. Okay, so I just went ahead and finished processing a few other items that we had in the bank, mainly the amulets of power. We're gonna chuck those in there for probably close to break even, nothing too special there. Now you might know this here, I have probably my biggest investment yet. We went ahead and bought 3,000 worm bones. Now initially, I was going to go ahead and bump myself up to baby dragon bones, but one thing I noticed yesterday is worm bones have the exact same GP to XP, yet they are almost twice as quick. I almost made a huge mistake because this is much better value than baby dragon bones. Sure, it's going to be about a 3 mil investment for it, but I'm going to be saving myself like 2 hours, which is pretty valuable in itself. Just to put it into perspective, worm bones are more than 3 times quicker than big bones and are only 2 times as expensive. So we're going to go ahead and bury all 3,000 of these. I expect we should get quite a few prayer levels, but again, a 3 million GP investment. We're not getting any of that back, so let's see if it's worth it. So I just finished burying all 3,000 worm bones, and it got us from level 52 to 60 at a rate of around 150k experience per hour, which is, again, like I said, 3 times as quick. So I think that was definitely worth it, even though it was kind of expensive. That brought us up to total level 858, and in the end, it saved me over 2 hours of game time just by investing an extra 2.4 mil. Once again, waiting for a random event to spawn, we just been kind of woodcutting for 10-15 minutes. Well, there it is, another woodcutting level, 52 woodcutting. I like how everyone just chats to me here, it keeps me busy. Okay, so I just mustered together another agility level, 26 agility. I'm really hoping I don't need to go past 35 maybe. Anything past that is going to be pretty brutal. Okay, so we're going to try to make a bit of our money back as we just lost 3 mil. What we're going to be doing is creating torsal potions. I've never actually tried torsal potions specifically, but it is the second highest unfinished potion to make, so it should have one of the higher margins. Right now, I think it's actually 400 GP, which is really, really good. That's just as good as the Cadentine Blood Potion. Oh yeah, huh. I thought I actually had the Herblore level for that, but no worries, we can just use the boost anyway. Okay, so that only took me about 40 minutes, and there we go, we got 2,000 unfinished Torsal Potions, which again, we're looking to get about a 400 GP margin on, so that should be about 800k in profit, or around 1.2 mil per hour. The only drawback here is Torsal Potions are very expensive, which means to do just 2,000, I had to invest almost 20 mil. Alright, there was actually one more issue with the Torsal Potion, and that is that not that many people buy it. It's quite expensive for Herblore training, and the potion that is made from it, hardly anybody uses, that being the Zamorak Brew. Luckily, we've sold off 3/4 of them, but it's taken 2 days almost. Now, overnight, we also did a couple of Tanzanite Fangs, turning them into blowpipes. I mean, it's not a ton of money, but every little bit helps out. That will be another 250k in profit. Now, whenever I have a spare moment, I am usually AFK enchanting things. It is possible I might get too much magic experience at some point, but the alternative is getting no experience, so I think it's definitely worth doing it. There is 84 magic. We've actually gotten such a high magic level without really trying. I mean, I've been passively enchanting things, superheating, doing some high alching here and there, but I mean, we don't really have access to any good magic training method. Okay, so we finally sold off all of our Torsal Potions. We ended up breaking even on the last 500, so in total, we only made around 500, 600k on that. Probably not going to be doing Torsal Potions again. It's just too slow. Nobody really wants the item, and that's just not really a good market to get into. Okay, so one goal I've been having in my mind for a while is 30 agility, and I'm going to try to bang that out right now. I'm kind of on a roll today. Honestly, 30 agility probably only take me an hour and a half, but that's kind of an hour and a half of, well, pure torture. Okay, we got another agility level coming in here. We've been going for about 45 minutes. There is 28 agility. Now, funnily enough, agility training is actually kind of quicker than combat training. It's way more consistent at the very least. We don't have to rely on imps just kind of randomly being there. That said, it is way more click intensive. Okay, that should be level 29 agility, which means we only have one more level to go. Hands are getting kind of tired, but I really want to get that clean 30 before the week is done. Wow, I did not actually expect myself to get to 30. I kind of just thought I would get other skills up, but yeah, whatever. Okay, we are done. That took me about, an hour and a half to do all that. There is 30 agility, a really great milestone level. I didn't think we'd get 30, but that brings us up to 866 total level, and also unlocks a fair bit. I think just based on how that last 2 hours or so went, I think I could maybe muster 40 agility, but we're not going to do that unless I absolutely have to. Alright, so we did a few more wines that we had already banked for 99, and there was another cooking level, which is 87. Still got, well, 44,000 grapes and jugs left over, but I'm going to be picking at those kind of slowly over the next month. Alright, let's go ahead and claim our grand exchange here, and that's going to bring us up to 23 mil cash. Okay, so right now our total bank value is still hovering around 30 mil, although quite a bit of that is invested into skilling supplies, which I definitely think is a good investment. We're finishing this week's episode off at total level 866, which is a weekly gain of 22 total levels, which is actually maybe more than last week. Just shy of 140 total levels to go. I'm really excited for the future of this account. I got some really good plans for 2021, and I look forward to seeing you then. Now, if you recall, in the last episode, we ended up purchasing enough supplies to bank 99 cooking. It was so cheap that I thought it's probably a good idea to take advantage of this now in case prices ever go up. Now today, I definitely want to make a dent into that. However, by no means am I rushing to get 99. As close to 900 total level today, and then at that point, I think we're like legit in the end game for this account. Well, professional YouTuber here, we missed it, but there is 88 cooking. We still have 42,000 grapes and jugs of water left, so a ways to go still. Okay, if my calculations are correct here, that should be level 89 cooking, although I have messed this up like 3 times now. Hey, there we go, 89 cooking, that's another total level, and another hour and a half or something between the level. We are multitasking here, so we're not getting the highest experience rate possible, which is around 490,000. It's very, very quick. So there is level 90 cooking. I think that's probably going to be a nice spot to stop for now. We can now cook dark crabs, although I don't think we'll ever do that. Honestly, any other form of cooking is just going to be too annoying. This one I don't actually need a fire for, which is ideal because otherwise I have to keep track of fires. They're going to burn out. It's going to suck, but there's 90 cooking. That is great and an awesome milestone. And we're getting pretty close to halfway. Well, I guess we got another level. I just kind of kept making lines. I wasn't even really paying attention. And then all of a sudden we were over halfway to a level. And you can't stop just over halfway, so I just went ahead and got the full level. But there is 91 cooking. We can now cook manta rays, and we're only one level away from it being our highest level skill on the account. Right now it's tied with fletching, but I think realistically it's going to overtake fletching pretty soon here, because overall it is way quicker. Alright, so we have a level that we've been working on for, well, like a month now, really. And that is 40 attack, which is really exciting because we can now wear the Rune Scimitar. Not only the Rune Scimitar, though, we can also wear the Brine Saber, which I think is going to be probably the best option. I mean, I'm probably not going to get to Dragon Weaponry. That would be a little unfortunate. I hope we don't go to Dragon Weaponry. That said, though, the Brine Saber is a better version of the Rune Scimitar. It has marginally higher offensive stats, and I think it kind of looks cooler. Only drawback, though, is it's like 10 times more expensive, but you know what? I think we can afford it. Okay, apparently it's more than 200k, so we'll bump that up a little bit more. And there we go, our first gear upgrade in quite some time. Oh my god, it's 18 strength bonus better than the Adamant Scimitar. That is massive. I'm not sure if that's going to give me a max hit. Not that I'll actually be able to see that max hit, but in the end, it will definitely still be helping me out. Now, I've just been testing out the Brine Saber for a few minutes here, and I have noticed that the amount of 8s we are hitting is very consistent, so I think it's definitely made a difference. Well, I had over 1,000 Dragonstone amulets in my bank, and while I'm not quite going to get a level from that, we definitely needed to process them because it's a lot of money invested to just kind of have sitting around. I can't afford to really just keep that in my bank doing nothing. I don't think we're going to make any money on this. In the end, we're probably going to break even, but you know what? Free magic experience, I'll always take that. Okay, so there we go. They are all sold off, and we pretty much broke even, like I said. So now that I have liquidated my bank, I have a really interesting moneymaker I have been thinking about doing for a while. Now that is adding poison to anything really, but right now we're going to try adding poison to dragon knives. If you use a weapon poison on a stack of dragon knives, it'll poison 5 of them. That means on average it costs around 800 to 900 GP per knife you poison, which often leaves a pretty significant room for a margin. Right now I think it's over 100 GP per knife, which means we can make a lot of money on this. Okay, so there we go. All of the ingredients finally came through. It took quite a while for the weapon poison and, well, the dragon knives as well. I'm not really sure how best to do this because there's no automatic process as far as I'm aware. Okay, hopefully clicking back and forth like this will work, and it looks like it does. Thank God, that'll make it way quicker. Okay, so we ended up doing all 8,000 of them, and the best setup I found was to have the dragon knife in my bottom right corner, or in this case, we ran out. But from there, you just kind of click back and forth, hold the stack of poison dragon knives in your bottom left corner, and you can rip through them pretty quickly. Doing 8,000 only took me around 20 minutes, which means whatever we made here, we can multiply by 3 to get an effective hourly rate. There obviously is a bottleneck here with the buy-in limit on the Grand Exchange. You can't really go past 10,000 anyway, but it's a pretty interesting moneymaker that I'm going to try occasionally here, and I think we're probably going to make at least 400, 500k on this in about 20 minutes. So now that we have 40 attack, we're now training strength, but before that, we're actually going to get another hit point level. That is 38 hit points. By the end of this, we're probably going to have maybe around 45 hit points, which is really going to help out a lot. Without the hit points total levels, this may not even be possible. There is level 36 strength, and I imagine we're going to be training strength for a while. I'm probably going to go straight all the way through to 45, and then we're going to work on attack, and then get defense to 45, and that is going to get us a ton of total levels. From there, we're probably going to leave it and just kind of see how everything else plays out. In the end, I want to play things cautiously because I don't want to waste a ton of time getting one total level if there's an easier way to get it. Good news, everybody, this is going to be my new highest level skill, and that is of course cooking. There is level 92 cooking, which means we are halfway to our first 99 in the account. That's very exciting. A couple of people asked whether or not I'm going to get the skill caves. Probably not. Maybe at the end when I get 1,000, I'll go ahead and grab them all. That's a little optimistic of me. The 1 or 2, maybe 3, I don't know. Okay, there's another beginner clue scroll, and what are we gonna get here? Oh my god, is that it? Charlie the Tramp. No, oh my god, I got fooled by this one a couple times now. Very, very close though, but not the right one. We need Bergenson or whatever his name is. Sadly, gonna have to drop that one again. Man, no luck with the random events though. I have not gotten a single one today. Alright, so we're working still on selling off the dragon knives, but in the meantime, I think we're going to go for another lot of crafting experience. I have a mini goal in my head of trying to get to 87 crafting, because at that level we unlock a really interesting training method. I don't think these 10,000 will get me that, but I think it should get me a fair bit of the way there. So I'm going to go ahead and craft another 3,000 or so green dragonite bodies, and see how many levels that's going to get us. We were actually very close to a level already, which means we're just about to hit level 81 crafting after only around like 3 minutes, but I'll take it. There's 81 crafting. Actually, no unlocks at that level. That's pretty uncommon of crafting. This guy just came and slapped me with a fish. That confused me so much, actually. I really thought that was a random event. That's why I'm over here. I've been here like 2 hours. Well, I gave up on that, but here's another crafting level coming in here. That's going to be level 82 crafting. We can now make black d'hide chaps, although I don't expect we're ever going to do black d'hide just because it's way too expensive. And green d'hide is like 2 or 3 GP to XP, which is very, very cheap. Okay, there's 83 crafting. That might be my last level, although my math skills are really out of date. We can now make the amethyst bolt tip, which could be handy. I think it is cheaper than green d'hide, but much slower. Okay, so we went through all of our d'hide. We got pretty much 3 levels, maybe a bit less. We're about a third of the way through 83, which means we took a fairly big chunk out of that. Now for every 10,000 green d'hide, I think we're losing like 2 or 3 mil. So we're going to lose probably like 2 mil on that. However, we did sell off all of our dragon knives P++, and in the end we actually made, I think, about 400, 500k on that. Honestly, not as good as I had hoped, but it was still very easy money, and I would probably do it again, assuming the margin is at least 100 GP or so. Now lately, I've only ever really been chopping regular logs when I'm waiting for a random event to spawn, so we're not getting a ton of levels, but we're about to get one here that has 53 wood cutting. Right now, it's around an hour to a level with a rune axe and regular trees. Not too bad still, but for now, I'm not really going to power through to higher levels yet. All our green d'hide have now sold off, and in the end, we ended up losing 2.3 mil on that. It's actually not that expensive GP to XP, but it does burn through our money fairly quickly. We're spending around $1 mil an hour on crafting. Now, in a similar vein to the other money-making method I tried earlier, we're going to try making Dragon Javelin P++s. I'm really hoping this has a significant margin because they're not very popular items. People do buy them for PKing, but they don't have nearly the volume that the Dragon Knife does. So I definitely kind of want a risk premium on this a bit. Oh, right, we're still gonna do it. It's not much better than the Dragon Knife, but for the sake of variety, let's give it a shot. This time we can afford 10,000, and we also have to buy 2,000 weapon poisons, combine them together, and net some profit. Okay, so there we go. Overnight, both of those items fully bought out. 10,000 Dragon Javelins and 2,000 Weapon Poison P++s. It's a pretty significant investment. So what we're doing is we're configuring our shift click to use instead of drop. That way we can click back and forth. Oh no, that makes this infinitely worse. That's so weird, what the hell? For when we're doing it with the Dragon Knife, it uses the first weapon poison in your inventory regardless of which one you're clicking on. This one doesn't work that way, which means that's gonna be like 3 times worse. Well, I'm gonna procrastinate on that for a little while because screw that. There's level 37 strength. I think we're probably gonna go straight through till 40. We can now scale the Falador wall. If only it was the Varrock wall, maybe we'd be onto something here. There is level 38 strength, only 2 more levels to go. Right now it's taking about an hour to a level. I still have not really managed to get above 4,000 experience per hour, but we're getting it more consistently now, I guess. The real bottleneck is just the imps. I mean, we have plenty of damage. I mean, look at us. 1 more hit and that should be level 39 strength. 1 more to go. We've been grinding combat for like 5 hours today. The only thing I'm really bothering to pick up at this point are the Mind Talismans. Those are at least worth 3 or 4k. Okay, coming in next tier is actually going to be another hit point level, 39 hit points as well. And there we are, guys, the big 4-0. That means we have 40 attack and strength. It took quite a while, actually. We're now moving on to defense, and I guess we'll probably have to do ranged as well pretty soon. I mean, just between those two, there's another 20 total levels, which will bring us over 900. That is really exciting. These Dragon Javelins were terrible. Hurt my wrist so bad doing them, and in the end, we didn't even profit that much money. We had to drop the margin significantly to sell off the rest of them, so we didn't actually make that much money in it, so I would not really ever consider doing those again. My wrist would not let me. And there is a fire making level. I haven't got one of those in a while, but that's actually a pretty important level because now we can burn magic logs, and I'm still not really sure what I want to do going forward with fire making. Fire making is a pretty click intensive skill, but doing magic logs is actually 3 GP to XP or 3.5, which is significant. Getting to 90, which would be pretty much home free from there, would actually cost me around 15 to 18 mil. That's a lot of money for fire making. It just hurts me to think about it. But at the same time, it is definitely one of the more annoying skills to train. And I'll be saving myself around 3 or 4 hours if I go for magic logs over U logs. Anyway, let me know what you guys think about that down below. Would you go for magic or would you go for U logs? Would you go for maple logs? Let me know what you think. Anyway, guys, that is going to be it for today. We're taking a nice break by the fire after all of our hard work. So today we got a fairly significant amount of combat levels, which translated into 21 total levels overall. Our total experience is now 21,700,000, which I'm pretty proud of. That's a lot of total experience here, nearing 299's worth now. I think the next couple episodes we're going to hit a couple of big walls, but we also may have a couple big breakthroughs with some 99s and maybe some amazing training methods. Alright, so we finally made it through another couple thousand wines, and we're about to get another cooking level coming in here. That is 93 cooking. I can't believe how close we are to our first 99 on the account. We already have banked all of the supplies, so we just kind of have to slowly do it. I want to at least get 1 cooking level per episode, which means we'll at least have 99 in, I don't know, 6 episodes or so. Really, from where we are now, it's only around another 10-hour grind, so it's actually not that bad. Because we have 28,000 grapes and jugs of wine left. I really like having everything banked already. It just motivates me to go do it. Now, one of my other higher level skills, magic, we're actually pretty close to another level for that. So we're going to go ahead and buy around 1,000 Dragonstone, and I'll go ahead and enchant those. I think it's around break even, but the experience rate is pretty good and very AFK. Okay, well, my calculations weren't quite correct. We enchanted around 1,000 Amulets of Glory, but that didn't quite get us the levels. So we're going to finish it off with a few Amulets of Power, and that is going to be level 85 Magic. Kind of crazy, we can now cast the Water Surge spell. Honestly, at this point, every total level is very important because based on the plan I have, it will definitely require me to get into the upper 90s for magic, cooking, herblore, fletching. All of the easy ones I will probably need to be close to max. Hell yeah, there we go, another genie, finally. Still no luck with the Bob random event. My god, we've gone through pretty much every random event multiple times. But you know what, a genie, I will take that. We're gonna chuck that right into Hunter. I think by the end of the series, we definitely should be able to get a couple total levels just from genies. Honestly, near the end, one extra total level could save me multiple hours, maybe even 5 or 6 hours, who knows. Okay, so we're training another combat stat today. We're working today on defense. Even though I've spent so much time training combat, it still offers one of the quickest total levels per time investment, just because there are so many different combat styles. There is level 32 defense. One more hit and that should be level 33 defense. We could, I guess, get better armor at some point, but what's the point? We look pretty ballin' already. That's another defense level. That is 34 defense. Wow, there's a really big hit point level coming in. Level 40 hit points. I always forget about hit points when it comes to my calculation. Those hit point levels probably are going to save us a lot of time in the end. And I think this is going to be the last level for now. That is going to be level 35 defense. That little grind only took me around 3 hours, so actually not that bad for 5 or 6 total levels. Alright, there's another big cooking level coming in. 94 cooking. That took, I think, about 3 hours to get. Probably done it a bit quicker, but, you know, we're kind of multitasking here. 94 cooking, only 5 more total levels to go, and then we can get the cooking cape in spirit. I think once we get 1,000 total level, I'll go pick up any skill capes that are owed to me. But I don't think I'm gonna leave before then. Now, one thing I haven't done in a long time now is actually make dragonstone bolts. I made a ton of money doing this about a month ago, but obviously, well, things change. However, I went ahead and checked how much money you would make per dragonstone dragon bolt, and it's about 73 per bolt, which means we can do 11,000 in about 20 minutes, and that will profit us hopefully around 800k. Alright, so we finished off with all 11,000 bolts, gained a significant amount of fletching experience, and a ton of money. Dragonstone dragon bolts are one of the best experience per hours of the bolts because they are one of the highest levels. Normally they're not that profitable, but sometimes they are. Oh, perfect. We sold them off for around 1,400 GP, which is an 803k profit, and for a fairly quick training method as well. Crafting bolts has been a godsend for me, by far my most consistent and profitable method. Okay, so I think we might actually just go ahead and do that again. It's already been longer than 4 hours, so we're just gonna go ahead and buy another 11,000 of them. Man, at this point, I feel like we've done like 30 random events. I feel like we should have gotten the Bob by now. We haven't gotten either of the Bob random events as far as I can remember. Oh, but you know what? We got the zombie boots and zombie tops, so that one was kind of worth it. Alright, so we just finished off with another lot of Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. I think we should make a bit of money on this, but mainly we're training fletching. Hopefully we're making some money as well. Man, that's such a mouthful of a name, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and dump those in for 1330. Okay, so the margin definitely crashed on those a bit. At 1330 though, I think we are still profitable. Okay, this is very uncommon, but actually right now enchanting ruby bolts is profitable. That does not happen very frequently. Normally you have to pay a pretty penny for that because the experience is very quick. But if I did the calculation correct, I think we should be getting around a 20 GP margin per bolt enchanted, which is very, very good. I definitely want to take advantage of this while we can, so we're going to go ahead and enchant all of those right now. And I'll try to get them back in the Grand Exchange as soon as possible before, well, the margin changes. Okay, I didn't quite have the Fortitude to 1 ticket, but we still went through all of those bolts in around 20-30 minutes, so hopefully nothing too drastic has changed. Essentially, you need around a 55 GP margin on ruby bolts to make a profit, which does not happen very often. But right now we're selling them for 880 and we bought them for 801, I think. While we're waiting here, we just went ahead and got a defense level, just kind of trying to wait for my offers to come through, trying to do something productive, and that means we only have 3 more levels to go until we get our big milestone level of 900. Alright, so a couple interesting things happened here. We sold off all of the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts, but unfortunately we actually ended up losing a bit of money on that, around 175k to be exact. However, conversely, on the Ruby Dragon Bolts of all things, we actually ended up profiting. Very strange. We got around 167k in profit, so overall we kind of just broke even. which in the end, I'm happy about. I mean, that's magic experience we're talking about there. Okay, I went ahead and checked it again, and look at that, a massive margin on Ruby Dragon Bolt Enchanting. Very, very strange. Right now, there's actually a margin of 150 between the Enchanted Ruby Bolt and the Unenchanted, which means we could get a significant profit. That is probably one of the best deals I have seen in quite a while. Okay, we burned through those as quickly as possible. Another 11,000 Ruby Dragon Bolts. Again, we bought them for 804 GP and we're selling them for 900, which means we're going to profit around 50-ish GP on that, which means overall we might make like 600k, who knows. Well, I am just kind of impressed with both of these. I would say on average, making Ruby Bolt E's or Dragonstone Dragon Bolts are normally not profitable. I mean, you normally have to pay to do it, but today that's not true. We ended up making 385k in profit enchanting Ruby Dragon Bolts, which is super good. And on top of that, we gained a lot of magic experience. We're actually pretty close to 86 now. And on top of that, we ended up profiting around 430k just crafting the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. Now look at that, Ruby Dragon Bolts are selling for 978 right now. That's crazy. That's an extra 100 GP over what I sold it for just a few hours ago. We are definitely going to be doing that again. Again, right now Ruby Dragon Bolts are selling for 855, hopefully as an instant buy, which will be another huge profit from enchanting. I don't really know what's going on with the market, but I will take everything I can get. Okay, so I've been kind of trying to practice one-ticking, and I've gotten a lot better at it. Well, mainly because I've turned on the metronome plugin. Just even enchanting Ruby Bolts, I'm getting up to 325k per hour magic experience, which is incredibly good. I'm only missing a tick here and there. But yeah, I think 350k or 360k per hour is the theoretical max, so we're not actually that far off it. Again, for those who are wondering, all I'm really doing is holding the spacebar down and clicking the Enchant Crossbow Bolt spell every tick, or every time the metronome ticks. Assuming you're on kind of a low ping world and you get the hang of it, you can get really, really good experience rates that in this case are actually even profitable. Imagine that, over 300k per hour magic experience, and we're making money. I mean, I'm assuming they probably dropped in value already, but no, they haven't. 973 GP is over a 100 GP margin, which is massive. Now, when I was originally planning out my route to get 1,000 total level, I wasn't actually planning on getting magic up above 85. I think maximum I was going to go for 90. But I mean, with the way things are going, I think I'm probably changing my mind on that. I could probably get nearly 99 magic over time without spending too much money. I kind of originally thought it would be really expensive, but that's not the case. Speaking of that, we got another magic level coming in. There is 86 magic. We're a little bit over a quarter of the way to 99 now. Honestly, much closer than I ever thought we'd be at this point. We are so close now to that 900 total level. Honestly, only 2 more to go. Oh my god, look at that, guys. Ruby Dragon Bolt sold for 972, which makes this probably the most profitable magic training I've ever had. We just profited 700k in about 10 minutes while also getting about 300k per hour magic experience. That is actually insane. Well, there we go. Finally, we got a dunce random event. I almost messed this up too. I'm really not that smart apparently, but anyway, that is another bit of hunter experience, bringing us even closer. Only 4 more random events to go, unless, well, 3 technically if we get all dunce, but that is very, very unlikely. Now, a couple episodes ago, I mentioned how I had a bit of a goal of getting 80 Herblore. At that level, we can pretty much make every unfinished potion in the game without a boost. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do that now. It's going to be kind of expensive. Luckily today we have been, well, kind of slowly making money. So I think we have enough now to invest a fair bit into Herblore. I'm predicting this is going to cost me at least 3.5 mil to get 3 more Herblore levels, which is kind of expensive. But after we get to 80, we'll be able to make the Blood Cat in Time potion without a boost, which is sometimes fairly profitable. Now, I've toyed around with a couple other potions, but honestly, the Super Energy just kind of consistently is the most cost-effective potion to go with, unless you want to go with something very slow, which I kind of don't want to. So to get to 80 from, I think, 77 is going to be around 4.3 thousand Mortmire and unfinished Avanto potions. Well, there we go, guys. There's level 78 Herblore. That one was pretty quick because we're already kind of halfway there. 2 more to go. Oh, it's an exciting level, guys. There is 79 Herblore, but beyond that, we have finally reached a huge milestone on the account, 900 total level. That means we are 9/10 of the way to our final goal. We are definitely in the end game now. 100 total levels left sounds pretty easy, but pretty much every total level at this point is taking at least an hour. So we have probably 100 hours left, maybe, I don't know, possibly more depending on how we do things. This account is actually progressing much quicker than I thought. We're already at 900 total level after just a couple of months. And another one's coming in here. That is 80 Herblore, another awesome milestone. We can now mix vials of blood, which is a pretty good moneymaker, and I think that's probably where I'm going to leave Herblore for a while now. It's just getting way too expensive to level it up. At this point, I think it's going to be more cost efficient to spend money on prayer, even though it is actually more expensive GP to XP wise. I just can't get over it though. It just hurts my soul just burying these bones in the ground. Also, people kind of laugh at me. Now I've decanted all of these super energy potions. Looks like we're going to suffer a pretty significant loss of around 4 mil. Oh well. Okay, that was a pretty significant loss. 4.1 mil we lost just for 3 total levels. Probably not going to be doing that for a while. You know what's a lot more cost effective than that though? Range training, something I haven't done in quite a while. Now as we got over 30 defense, we can now upgrade our ranged gear. We can now equip Snakeskin, which is a big upgrade versus what we had before, which is complete trash. Although it does look kind of like complete trash, but I will definitely take damage over fashion. So let's see how many total levels we can get from training range and make a dent on our quest to 1000. So we ended up getting 5 range levels and 1 hit point level, bringing us up to total level 907, I think. And we have another level coming in here, a big one, 92 fletching. We are now officially halfway to 99 fletching. We've just been making so many bolts and other things that finally all of it has paid off. Another big level, actually that one brought us up to 907, which is awesome. I mean, every level now just feels so exciting because we're in the final stretch kind of. Now we've been doing a pretty good job of keeping our cash stack pretty consistent. We normally have somewhere between 20 and 30 mil, which for most of the methods I want to do is sufficient. Now crafting is kind of just a better version of Herblore. I mean, it's a lot cheaper, the XP rates are pretty similar, and also there's actually a couple methods that will be unlocked in the next few levels. So I went ahead and bought 10,000 green dragon leather. I don't know if that's going to quite get us 3 levels, but I think it should get us at least 2. We have our first level coming in here, and that is 84 crafting. Again, around a quarter of the way to 99. We can now make black DI'd armor, which theoretically would be the quickest training method, but probably not going to do that. And there is 85 crafting. We can now make amethyst arrow tips, which is something I'm going to experiment with in the next couple of days. I'm not sure if it's a good method or not. I'm gonna have to give it a shot, but that has brought us up to total level 910, and I think that is a perfect spot to leave it for this week. I actually ended up gaining 23 total levels, so a lot considering the point our account is at. Like I mentioned, we are in the end game now, so let me know what skills you'd like me to train going forward. I mean, realistically, we're gonna have to do all of them to reach our goal. Now at the end of the last episode, we got a very big level, and that was 85 crafting. Now at 85 crafting, we can start making amethyst arrow tips. We can also make amethyst bolt tips, although I don't think those are very profitable. Now amethyst is great because it's profitable crafting training, and you can get around 160k per hour. Granted, that is much less than, well, green DI'd for example. On an account like this where I can't really earn that much money per hour, money saved is really just money earned at that point. Okay, so we went ahead and bought nearly 3,000 amethyst. They are pretty pricey, to be honest. Like, that cost me almost 10 mil just in amethyst right there. So they're definitely not cheap. Now we just burned through the rest of our green d'hide. We're gonna lose a fair chunk of change on that. We're selling them for 14 mil, and we bought them for 15.6, which means we lost about 1.6 mil on that, which is fairly significant even though it is a very cheap crafting method, relatively. Now while we wait for those to sell off, we can try out amethyst. Now these are pretty awesome because, well, they're pretty AFK. You have to withdraw an entire inventory, you cut them all, and you cut them fairly slowly. Now currently, for every amethyst we cut, we're gonna make 40 or 50 GP on it, but the important part is we're breaking even. Alright, so we finished off all 2,700 amethyst, and they were good. I enjoyed them. They were pretty AFK. Unfortunately, we're actually just a bit shy of another level. Now, with everything said and done, I think we're going to end up losing actually just a bit of money on it, but in the end, that's way better than, for example, these green d'hides, which we sold off and we lost 1.6 mil. Again, even though they are like the most cost-effective training method, crafting is still viable and it's expensive. Now, unfortunately, it looks like arrow tips have crashed a little bit, but I think if we are patient, we should still hopefully be able to sell them for our original price of around 210. Otherwise, well, I think we just lost a bit of money. Now, while I'm waiting for the other chunk to sell off, we're gonna go ahead and do another bit, and there's 86 crafting. Nothing actually unlocked at this level, but one more and we'll get amethyst javelin heads, which will give us another good option. I don't think usually those are very profitable, but having extra options is never a bad thing. Alright, so there we go. We were patient and we were kind of rewarded by actually getting our original price roughly of 205. Now we actually ended up losing about 100k on that, but that is still way cheaper than regular crafting. And I think we actually got a little bit unlucky. The amethyst market right now is really strange. We're not having any luck selling a single arrow tip. We dumped it in there for 32 GP, that's kind of crazy. Man, I actually want to flip that. But, oh wait, I have an idea. We can actually go ahead and buy the arrow tips and turn them into arrows. That would actually be some potentially crazy profitable fletching experience, but we're not going to get too greedy. We're going to try buying them for around 100 coins. That would still be an amazing deal. We'll just try buying the full limit for 100, see if we get lucky. We probably won't though. Now I've been doing my fair share of amethyst crafting, and we're going to get another big crafting level coming in here. And that's going to be level 87 crafting, which means we can now make the, well, Dorgishkan light orb, but also I believe the amethyst javelin head. Now, light orbs are an option. I mean, they would be kind of more cost effective than green d'hide, but in the end, I don't think they're really worth my time, even considering the restrictions of the Grand Exchange only. Now, in general, I've actually been breaking even on the amethyst right now, except for kind of an oopsie I did earlier. You can see in my Grand Exchange right now, I have around 13,000 bolt tips. That was a mistake because, look, they just sell for 20 GP less, which means you actually lose quite a bit of money on those. And I think that's probably all the crafting training I'm going to be doing for now. Alright, there we go, 40 range, something I've been working on for a while now. We are trying to get all of our combat stats to 40. Our ranged has actually been surprisingly quick because, well, you can attack at a range, you actually are able to hop between the worlds a lot quicker. Overall though, that brought us to total level 918. Alright, we're going to try out something kind of wacky. I've kind of had it on the agenda for a while, but I didn't really know if it was actually viable or not. Now what we're going to be doing is cutting giant egg sacs. Now if you don't know what this item is, it's dropped from Sarachnis, and it contains 100 red spider eggs, and we bought them for 46,000. So essentially, if red spider eggs are worth more than 460, we're going to be making a bit of profit. I don't really know what this process is going to look like, but right now it looks like we're going to make around 2.7k in profit per egg sac that we cut. Okay, there's got to be a better way than that. There's no way we are going to be removing these individually per egg sac. Okay, luckily there's an empty feature, although this is still going to be kind of terrible. We're gonna have to right click each egg sac and empty. Alright, so we made it through all of the egg sacs. This was kind of terrible. We had to right click and empty all of them. I don't know if there's a better strategy than this, but in the end, it only took me about 5 minutes, so pretty quick. Alright, so after just around 5 minutes, we ended up with 15,000 red spider eggs. We're gonna dump those in here right now for 487, and hopefully those sell off soon. Okay, so while we were waiting, we ended up buying a 1,500 Dragonstone bracelets. Right now, I think they're actually very profitable to enchant, and on top of that, well, we're going to be getting decent magic experience. That is always welcomed as well. I really like enchanting Dragonstone. The main drawback though is it's terribly expensive, and to be able to afford to do it for even like an hour will cost you almost 20 mil. But there we go, we sold off all of our red spider eggs for 485, and that was actually very profitable. We sold them for 7.2 mil, and we bought them for around 6.8 mil, which means we made around 375k on those red spider eggs in a very short amount of time. Granted, it does take a while to buy them. They only have a buy limit of 100, and they're not a terribly common item. But, I mean, that was good money. I mean, it really didn't take very long. Now, as for the combat bracelets, we bought the original bracelet for 11,600, and we're selling them for 12,200, which is a fairly generous profit, even considering the cosmic runes. So we're going to put another offer in for giant egg sacs and wait for everything to sell off. Alright, so we sold off all of the combat bracelets, and for a pretty hefty profit actually of around 630k, which is very good for a magic moneymaker. We struggled to buy any more of the giant egg sacs. They just kind of fluctuate in price a lot, but I do think I'm going to keep trying because that was really easy money, and it didn't take very long. Now, to follow up on more enchanting, we're going to do some dragon necklaces. It looks like they have around a 500 GP margin on them now versus the combat bracelet. Now, one thing I'm kind of experimenting with here is, well, superheating, but right now I actually do have access to mithril bars, which, I mean, in theory should be higher experience per hour because they do give a higher experience per bar. The drawback though is they're much more awkward to make. For each mithril bar you make, you need 4 coal, and there isn't really a super easy way to do this like I do it with gold, because gold bars, iron bars, stuff like that are 1-to-1, much easier to manage. Alright, so this is the best option I've found so far, and that is actually to have 2 null items in your inventory to try to force the mithril bars into a perfect little segment in the top right corner of your inventory. This is kind of awkward still though, so if anyone can think of something better, let me know. Mithril bars I don't think are really worth doing, but if I ever get up to adamant or, God forbid, rune, I think coming up with a better inventory configuration would probably be helpful. Okay, so I'm not going to be continuing on with that right now, but we did finish all 1,500 dragon necklaces. We've turned them into skills necklaces. Right now we can sell them for 12,200, and we bought them for 11,800. Not a massive profit, but still will be around 200 or 300 GP, which is still pretty good. Okay, we're just waiting for a few things to buy and sell, and we just kind of whipped over here for a easy defense level. There's level 37 defense. Defense is the final combat stat I have that is below 40, so we're going to be working on that one next. Okay, the skills necklaces are taking quite some time to sell off, but we got a bit of money back from them, and we invested them into some more ruby bolt enchants. For some reason, ruby bolts are very frequently profitable or break even to enchant, and they give you really good experience rates per hour. So we're going to be doing more of that. I also really like enchanting bolts because I can leave the center area, which means I have a chance for a random event to spawn. We enchanted all 11,000 of them, and I think just based on the prices, we're going to be breaking even on that, but that is a cheap, quick, and easy 50 or 60,000 magic experience. Alright, finally the skill necklaces sold off for a margin of around 382 GP each, which means on 1,500 of them we made around 570k, which is very good. It took a while, but I think it paid off. Now we also have a bunch more giant egg sacs. We got another 80 of them right now, and we're gonna put another offer in for another 100. Right now for each egg sac I buy, I should be profiting around 2.5k. Okay, so there we go, we sold off all of the ruby dragon bolts, and actually we ended up losing a bit of money on them, but very minimal, only around 45k, which for profitable magic training, I think that's worth it. Alright, so we just went through another lot of ruby dragon bolts, and this one is finally going to pay off because we're going to get another magic level coming in here. I really didn't think I was going to get such a high magic level on this account, but I mean, we're nearing 90 at this point, and who knows, maybe we will get 99. But for now, there's level 87 magic. I don't know if anything important is unlocked at that level. Actually, there is. Yeah, we can start enchanting onyx jewelry, which actually is a good option. Theoretically, I think that's probably the quickest magic training method I have access to. The main drawback, of course, though, is onyx bolts are extremely expensive, and we don't really have enough money to bankroll that right now. Or maybe ever, I don't know. I think it's like 100 mil to be able to do that even for about 20 minutes. Alright, so I have a bit of messy work ahead of me. We ended up buying another 200 egg sacs. Like, seriously, imagine that, cutting open 200 gross little spider eggs. But of course, hidden inside each one is a little nugget of gold, or I should say 2.5 thousand nuggets of gold, which is about a profit margin on each one. Alright, so that grizzly work is done. We ended up with 20,000 red spider eggs, and assuming everything goes to plan, we should also profit around 450k or so on this. So 100% worth it. So we're going to dump these in here right now for around 493 GP, and we'll probably just leave that for the afternoon. Or like 20 minutes. That didn't really take that long. There we go, we sold off the red spider eggs already. That's a 460k profit. Pretty damn good in that one. The amulets of power we pretty much broke even on, and the ruby dragon bolts we ended up losing around 100k on, but unfortunately the price dipped on us a little bit there. Right now our cash stack is still hovering around 24 mil, with around 5 more mil in supplies in the bank. We've been kind of on a rampage doing magic training. We did another 22,000 ruby bolt enchants, which got us another 100k in magic experience or something like that. We've been fletching lots of bolts. We've been enchanting pretty much anything we can get our hands on when we're kind of just AFKing. Which means after all of this, we're actually pretty close to another magic level. Oh no, what happened here? The ruby dragon bolts have crashed by like 80 GP. Hopefully that's not the case. I'm probably just going to try to be patient here. Put them in for my original price, or roughly around there. Yeah, otherwise we're going to lose actually a lot of money on this. Now pretty much whenever I'm waiting for something to sell off, I just kind of come over into the corner and just murder a couple hundred imps. It kind of helps me blow off some steam, you know. But there's another defense level coming in. That is going to be 38 defense. 2 more to go until we have base 40s, which I'm really excited about. Now to get another magic level, we need to enchant around another 2,000 diamond amulets, which we just went ahead and bought Underground Exchange. That will take me around 3 hours, so we're going to work on those. Another interesting thing though, the Shades of Morton rework just came out today, and I'm very interested to know if any of that somehow affects me. We can now craft split bark armor, and there might be a couple other things, but from my initial price check, it doesn't really look like that's going to be super viable. Another 3 hours of AFK training later, and we are about to hit another magic level. We've been kind of on a bit of a magic bender recently, but with a couple more enchants that will bring us to 88 magic, another great total level to get out of the way. We've already kind of blown past my original goal for magic, but we're just gonna kind of keep going. And man, I really wish I had access to the lunar spellbook. That would be freaking sweet. Oh, there we go. Finally, a useful random event. We got another genie random. Still hunting for that Bob random event. I don't know, we must have had like 50 randoms by now. No luck, but I'm happy with a lamp. We'll put that into Hunter. I think we'll need maybe 3 more lamps now, or maybe 2 dunce randoms if we get really lucky. Which means I think at the rate we're going, we'll probably get at least 1 Hunter level by the time we get to 1,000, I would imagine. Oh wow, a hard clue nest. I have not gotten too many of those, but there's literally no chance that we could ever complete this, but actually, that's actually kind of close, surprisingly, but I think I'm actually just going to keep that in my bank. Maybe I'll try to collect all the different types of clue scrolls. We can just keep all of them as kind of just a token. Okay, so we're finally going to hit a woodcutting level. We really just only come out here to try to spawn random events, but there's level 54 woodcutting. I think pretty soon I'm going to start actually grinding woodcutting because it's actually one of the quicker things to level right now. Currently, right now, it only takes me around an hour to get a level, and I can cap out at around 15k to 20k woodcutting experience per hour, which is lightning quick. Now I had around 1,500 nature runes in my bank, and we're finally getting around to using them all up, and what we're doing is superheating gold ore. So there's level 56 smithing, and I found a much better way to do it is actually with mouse keys. Now to get a couple more levels here, we need to invest in a bit more gold ore, so we're going to go ahead and buy another 1,000. Right now the GP to XP of superheating gold ore is around 5 if you include the magic experience, so it's not that expensive. There is level 57 smithing. Each level right now is taking around half an hour. I'm not really sure what the end game goal for smithing is right now, but it would be pretty easy to get it into the 70s, I think, if I really had to. So there's a lot of room to grow here. Now, I mentioned in a previous episode, going forward, I want to try to at least get 1 cooking level per episode, and today we're going to be sticking to that promise. There is level 95 cooking, which means we only have 4 more levels to go. Also, at level 95, we've unlocked summer pies, which is actually something I might consider doing. Making uncooked summer pies can net you around 600k per hour, so it's actually not a terrible cooking training method, and I think it's probably the last major thing I'm going to unlock. Okay, and there we go, finally another smithing level coming in here. That is 58 smithing, and I think that's all the smithing levels I'm going to be getting from the resources I currently have in the bank, so we're going to have to go ahead and reassess. Alright, so we are currently at total level 927, which means we've gained 17 total levels today, and I think that's where I'm going to end it for this week. We gained a ton of combat levels, we gained a couple of really big magic levels, we got a cooking level even, smithing, we did kind of just a bit of everything. Currently we are rocking around a 21 mil cash stack with another 5 mil in the bank. We don't have much left for resources, but we do have to still go through around 20,000 jugs of wine, which is going to take a while, but that will get us 99, which is very exciting. The final push has definitely begun, and we are getting closer and closer to 1,000 total level every episode, and as always, I really appreciate everyone coming along with this journey with me. Now, the first thing that we kind of haven't really got around to seriously training very much is the smithing skill. It's fairly quick, even with gold ore. We can get up to around 40k per hour smithing experience, which is not half bad compared to quite a few of these other training methods. Right now we're only level 58, which means I think we can pretty easily get another 10 levels or something, maybe even more depending on how quick it ends up going. In the last episode I experimented with trying maybe mithril bars, but I don't really think it's worth it just because it requires a lot more clicking and inventory management, and in the end it was maybe only marginally better than gold ore while also being more expensive. So we ended up purchasing 2200 gold ore and 2200 nature runes, which I think should be at least enough to get us to level 60 for now, but I think we're probably going to go further than that today. Alright, finally I've come around to using most keys. They are kind of a godsend here. We can just hit the 5 key over and over again, making this a lot more relaxing than it was before, but there's a very first smithing level coming in at 59 smithing. We can now make a mithril warhammer. I really wish we had an anvil. That would be really awesome, but unfortunately we don't. At the current rate we're going at, it's around an hour to a level, which isn't bad compared to everything else we have to train. Hey, we finally finished our camo top speed run. That took a long time. I was like at 2 months. I don't think we're going to make any of the high scores with that run, but you know what? We finally got it. Okay, so we just finished going through all of the gold ores, and that will actually bring us pretty much exactly to level 60 smithing, which is pretty awesome. Also bringing us to total level 929. Now the next actual unlock for smithing is at level 70, which honestly is possible we might make it that far. Alright, so we're going to try making Cadentine blood potions again. Honestly, haven't had too much success on this, but in theory it should be very profitable. I mean, I should be able to make 700k to 800k per hour doing this. I'm always very hesitant to do a moneymaker that doesn't train my account at all, and that's why I haven't really done it too much, but we're going to try it for an hour and just see if maybe it's going to work better this time. Alright, so we just finished up with an hour of making the Cadentine blood potions. Actually, it was a bit more because we made 4,000 of them. It is kind of hard to stay motivated doing those methods just because, I mean, all it's giving me is money. Sure, I do need money, but what I need more than money is actually to train my account, and that doesn't really do it. But anyway, we're going to dump these in here for around 5,800, and we'll see how much money we make when they sell. Alright, so we have actually just a couple more combat levels to get until we have a base 40 stat line for combat stats, and after then, well, I don't want to think about after then. We probably will have to go further than that. Okay, we actually just hit a hit point level. Everyone is just a kind of a bonus. I keep forgetting to factor hit points into my total calculation, but there is 43 hit points. And with the final smack, there is level 40 defense, bringing us up to total level 932. We can now wear rune armor as well as Dagenhai robes, which would be kind of a flex. Don't think I'm probably going to buy those. Now going forward, I'm probably going to have to level up my combat a bit more. Maybe we'll shoot to get them all to 45 at some point. Now in my bank, I have a couple resources left over. We had some smithing experience, and we had about 1,000 U-logs that have been kind of just sitting there for a while. So there is another fire making level 76, and we have about another 700 U-logs left. That might be enough for another one. And with only 100 U-logs remaining, we're going to get another fire making level here. Fire making is still incredibly quick, even with U-logs. Okay, so there we sold off all our cat and dime blood potions, and actually for a pretty solid profit, we got 876k in profit. Granted, it took me a little bit more than an hour to make all of these, so in the end, we probably made around 600 or 700k per hour in profit, which is decent, but I don't actually think that's really worth doing just because, well, yeah, no experience. And that's brought us up to 25 mil. Okay, so we're going to be making a big investment here into fire making. Now, normally I wouldn't ever recommend buying magic logs. It just kind of seems like a waste of money, to be honest. But in this exact circumstance where we don't have access to Winter Tot, we're going to go ahead and buy 3,000 magic logs, and it's going to cost me pretty much 3 mil. Fire making is just really annoying, and I kind of want to just try to speed it up as much as possible. Oh my god, another genie random. That means we only have, I think, 2 more after this, and then we'll finally get our very first level. That is, as far as I'm aware, untrainable in my area. We only have 18 experience left to our first hunter level. After then, we will continue to get hunter levels quicker and quicker. It actually speeds up pretty substantially once you get your first level. Now we burned through around 450 magic logs already, and that has brought us to 78 fire making. Now at kind of peak performance, we can get around 420 up to 450k per hour, but if I'm really not paying attention, we're down here at 350. That's not super great. Now in tandem with fire making, we are still trying to kind of make some money on the side. I'm not going to be showing you every single bolt I make, but just know that I am trying to recoup some of these losses. We went ahead and made 11,000 Dragonstone Dragon Bolts, and I think we're going to make a bit of money on it. I've had pretty good luck on these in the past, and right now they're selling for 1390. Which will be about a 400 or 500k profit. I've been kind of slacking on my fletching training a bit as well. I mean, we haven't got a fletching level in a couple episodes, I think. So I'm definitely trying to jump back on a bit more fletching training because eventually I would like to get 99. Okay, we burnt through 1,000 magic logs now, and that's going to bring us to 79 fire making. Only one more level to go to 80. The main goal, of course, is to get 90 fire making. At that point, we're kind of home free. We have a fairly cost-effective way and very quick way to train to 99, that being redwood logs. Okay, so we're just a bit over halfway through all of our magic logs, and that got us to level 80 fire making, which means we'll probably get to 81 or 82 off of these magic logs. Sure, it is very expensive, but that did save me a lot of time. Unfortunately, we can't actually make magic pyre logs. That would actually be a very good money-making method. But I do actually need to finish the Shades of Morton quest to be able to make them, I think, which is a little unfortunate. Wow, we've been doing so much bolt enchanting that we're actually already 65% of the way to another magic level. 89 magic is coming up pretty quickly here. And that's how I like to make money, and honestly, that just feels so much better. Sure, I'm not making as much money per hour as unfinished cat and dime blood potions or whatever, but we're training our account. We got like an entire level almost just from money making. And we sold off all of the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts as well for around 400k in profit, and we have another 11,000 Ruby Bolt E's that are going to be about break even. Now, speaking of slacking, one thing I haven't done in a long time is agility training, partly because my wrists have been bothering me a lot and partly just because I didn't want to do it. But we mustered together another agility level, which brought us to 31. Right now it's about half an hour, 40 minutes to a level, which is actually pretty good, and we're gonna have to get around to this pretty soon. But it just sucks. It's terrible to do it. Okay, another lot of Ruby Dragon Bolts sold off for about a break-even price. The reason we are doing that, though, is just really quick magic training. Even if I lose a bit of money on it, I still think it's worth it. And Ruby Dragon Bolt is one of the only bolts that you can enchant that is break-even, profitable, or at least somewhere close around there. Now, I really am trying to take advantage of the one-tick method because it does make it substantially quicker. Even here where I was barely paying attention, we still got 230k per hour magic experience, bringing us up to 80% of the way to 89 magic. So yeah, sure, we're not making a ton of money on these, but we are training magic very quickly. Okay, so we're going to make another big investment into smithing. We bought 2,200 of each gold ore and nature runes at the beginning, but today we're going to make another investment into 5,000 gold ore and nature runes. This is kind of expensive. I mean, the GP to XP, if you count for magic and smithing, is somewhere around 5, but if you just count smithing, I don't know, it's like 15 or 20. It's quite pricey. Granted, we do definitely want the magic experience, so it's not terrible, but it is fairly pricey. I'm not really sure how many levels we're going to get from superheating 5,000 gold ore, but we might as well get started. Okay, so here's our very first post 60 smithing level coming in. I'm pretty excited. 60 was my original goal for smithing before I realized that it's actually quick to train with superheat. So now I'm pretty sure we're going to go way past that. If we just hit level 61 smithing, Right now it is about an hour and a half to a level, but with mouse keys it's fairly, I'm gonna say AFK, but it's pretty easy. Oh my god, that kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't even really paying attention, but there's 89 magic. Another great side effect of training smithing is we get a ton of magic training in at the same time. Actually, you get a lot more magic experience per hour than you do smithing, so it adds up very quickly. If I'm going at a reasonable rate, I get around 90k per hour magic experience, which is very good. So kind of carrying on here with the magic grind, we're going to be enchanting some diamond bolts, although for some reason I only brought one. Probably going to do more than that. Diamond bolts are a bit more preferable for me because the experience rate is higher, which is really what I'm in it for anyway. That said, enchanting the diamond dragon bolts aren't usually profitable. I think in this case we're actually going to lose maybe about 20 GP per enchant, which means enchanting all these bolts I could lose about 150k on, which I'm prepared to lose, that's okay. Okay, so there's the customary cooking level per episode. There is level 96 cooking. I am really hyped on cooking. We only have 3 more levels to go and only around 15,000 more wines in the bank. I am happy I ended up buying these a while ago because they have increased in price, so I got them for a really good deal and I'm pretty happy, even though it cost about 5 or 6 mil at the time. We have a lot of resources in the bank right now, which looks pretty cool. I mean, I'm somewhat of an Iron Man myself, you see? It's actually kind of crazy that at level 96 cooking, it's actually still a fairly quick total level to get compared to something like my level 40 attack. It'll take me about 2 hours or so to get 98 cooking, and it'll take me about an hour or an hour and a half to get 41 attack. The experience rates are that disproportionate. Alright, so we pretty much made it through another smithing level now. That is going to be level 62 smithing. Definitely starting to slow down, but we still actually have a pretty large chunk of gold ore to go through, I think. Yeah, we're just a bit over halfway. So we definitely have quite a few options now for training. I think I might try to bang out all of this fire making experience first. I've spent pretty much the entire afternoon superheating and my fingers a little bit sore from tapping the 5 button all day. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to finish off the rest of these logs. Honestly, these total levels are flying by at this point. We kind of just decided to spend a bunch of money on some of the quicker training methods and it is paying off. There's 81 fire making. I think we'll probably get one more level maybe from the rest of these magic logs, but that will probably be it. We actually had to burn about 100 maple logs that we already had in the bank, but now that will bring us perfectly now to level 82 fire making, which is a pretty good spot to stop. So for a 3 million GP investment, we got about 4 fire making levels. I'm not going to say I'm exactly happy with that because I think that's kind of bullshit. I had to spend it on fire making, but you know what? We did get a lot of total levels. Well, this is going to be kind of a rare but well-needed woodcutting level. There is 55 woodcutting. I think maybe in the next episode, I might really just start a serious woodcutting grind. Because right now the time to level isn't actually that bad. It's only around an hour or an hour and a half, which is kind of reasonable at this point. Okay, I didn't really expect this, but we actually have another cooking level coming in and a random event at the exact same time. There is 97 cooking. I am really hyped on that. Only 2 more levels to go till our first level 99 on the account. Let's smack that guy out of here too. I just have to imagine I'm kind of unlucky on the Bob the Cat random event. I mean, I've gotten like 7 genies or whatever. I mean, I feel like I should have gotten one by now. In the end, I'm not counting on it, but I just feel like I shouldn't be this rare. 1.1 mil to a level now though, and I think I'm probably going to be able to finish that off pretty soon. Okay, so we're actually pretty damn close to a fletching level, and normally haven't really been bothering to specifically train fletching with magic longbows, for example, but at this rate we're only about an hour away, and I mean magic longbows are profitable, it's not terrible. So we bought 3,400 unstrung magic longbows, and that will be enough to get us to level. Well, it has been quite a while since our last fletching level. I actually don't even remember what my fletching level is, but okay, I guess it was 92. So we're at 93 now, which means only 6 more levels to 99. We're well over halfway to getting there, and we actually made another 200k or something just making the magic longbows. I imagine fletching will probably be my second 99 on the account, after cooking obviously. Oh man, here's my very first post 40 combat level. That's going to be 41 ranged. I think I'm probably going to go with ranged going forward because I think it does offer the highest experience rates of the melee combats right now, and that has brought us up to total level 948. Actually a ton of progress. I didn't really expect to get that many total levels today, and some of those were really big levels as well, like 97 cooking and 93 fletching. Anyway guys, that is probably where I'm going to be ending it for today. After collecting everything in our GE and our bank, we're up to 24 mils. We have actually not really lost or gained too much money, but we have gained a ton of total levels and spent a lot of money on this account. For example, just today we made a big investment into fire making, around 3 mil just in magic logs. We probably spent another couple mil on smithing supplies, and really did pay off. We started the episode at 927 total level, which means we gained 19 today, which is a lot for the point of the account that we're at. We're almost breaking the last 50 total levels for the account, which is awesome. I'm honestly pretty shocked that we've made it this far. Anyway guys, I really hope you enjoyed it. Thanks again for sticking around to episode number 14. I really appreciate it. Alright, so we're going to start today off with a combat level, and that is 42 ranged. Now, I'm going to be kind of conservative with how much combat training I do, because I don't really get much for it, and it is pretty damn slow. I don't think I'll need to go to 50 in all the combat stats. I hope not anyway. But funnily enough, range is actually the quickest to train just because, well, the imps don't aggro me as much and I can hop worlds quicker. Now, as always, my bread and butter magic training method has been enchanting, either enchanting bolts or enchanting amulets, stuff like that, and today is no different. We're going to go ahead and enchant another 11,000 ruby dragon bolts. It's a long time to a level now, but you know what, every little bit helps out, and we're actually going to profit a bit of money from this as well. Oh, it finally happened, guys. We got an Evil Bob random event, so we have to hit the 50-50 to begin with. God damn it. Okay, well, essentially it is a 1 in 2 for me to get the correct random event, and also another 1 in 2 to get the correct experience from it. So unfortunately, we failed the 1 in 4 chance of getting fishing experience this time. Hopefully next time we get luckier, because getting 650 fishing experience from this random event will be really helpful. Well, that was actually like the first Bob random event I've ever seen. Hopefully we get another one, because only getting one in like 2 months is not very good, I think. Now, good news though, we're actually very close to a magic level now. We're 82% of the way there. Man, magic is one skill I did not think we were gonna get this high. I mean, we're almost to level 90 now. No combat stats, no bursting, just random utility spells. Now, in the last episode, we finished off with quite a few resources in our bank. You can see here we have about 10,000 grapes and 2,300 gold ore. That is both for cooking experience and for superheating. Now, before I move on to anything else, I want to clear out my bank of any skilling supplies that still have left over, which means we have a pretty solid amount of skilling ahead of us. We're going to start off with the superheats. We have around 2,300 or something gold ores to do, and that should get us a couple levels, I think. Alright, our first level coming in here is actually going to be a smithing level. There is 63 smithing. Still on our way to level 70, at which point I might try out a new smithing training method, that being superheating adamant bars. For now though, we still have quite a bit of experience to go before we get there. But superheating is now one of my favorite activities, and realistically I probably shouldn't do much other magic training, as I will eventually get 99 magic just through superheating way before I get 99 smithing. Okay, well, speaking of magic levels, we've done so many superheats. We're actually going to get a really big magic level coming in here, and that is going to be level 90 magic. It kind of astounds me we've gotten 90 magic. I didn't really think we'd ever have a use for getting it this high, but yeah, only 9 levels left to 99 magic, which feasibly we could probably get. It hasn't been particularly fast, but we've been doing it passively with a bunch of different training methods. And magic is just really an integral skill for a lot of different things. So that leaves us with only around 700 gold ore, which we're going to take a break from now. But one other big grind we have left in our bank is actually these 10,000 grapes. Now, I bought these a while ago and they should get me 99 cooking. Alright, so we just made it through roughly half of those grapes, 5,000 of them, which means we're about to get another big level coming in here. That is going to be 98 cooking. We only have 1 level left until the big 99. We banked 99 cooking about a month ago now, and it feels pretty good to finally get around to getting it. I'm really excited to get our first 99, and I think I'm just going to go ahead and do it now. We have around 5,000 grapes left to go through. 2 or 3 hours, let's just go ahead and do it. Well, here we finally are, guys. We're about to get our first 99 on the account. I know it's not the most impressive one, but considering we've never left the Grand Exchange, we've had to make money here, we've killed countless imps, we've just been here for hundreds of hours at this point, I think it's still fairly impressive to get a 99 here at all. Sure, we did it with wines, which is pretty damn easy, but I don't care. There is our first level 99 on the account, 99 cooking. Feels pretty damn good. We can now go get the cooking cape, which I don't think I'm going to do yet, but maybe once we get 1,000, I'll go ahead and collect all of my capes. Wines were so integral for this, even though cooking is a pretty quick skill with other training methods, just having to construct fires would have been kind of terrible. So yeah, wines came in pretty clutch. They just happened to be extremely cheap as well. I think we only ended up spending 5 or 6 mil at the most on 99 cooking. Oh yeah, in the bank we still have 48,000 jugs of wine. I don't think we've sold any of those yet. Well, apparently they instantly sold for 3 GP, that's kind of weird. So yeah, what's going to be our next 99? I mean, probably fletching. After that, I mean, we're probably closest actually with magic. And magic is just really integral for making money on this account, so I think we're probably going to get it pretty soon. Like for example, right here we have 800 alks, which will get us a fair bit of magic experience, but really the goal is just to make money. Now, high alking is something I'm kind of coming around to, because one thing I just noticed recently is that pretty much all of the D'hide bodies are really profitable to alk. So profitable, in fact, that we're getting pretty much a 500 GP margin per alk, including the nature rune. So that means we just alked 800 bodies between green D'hide, blue D'hide, red D'hide, and black D'hide, and we ended up making actually 400k doing it. Now at that point, I think alking is definitely worth it, and I'll probably do more of it. Alright, another big investment we're going to be making into prayer. I haven't done this one in a while, but we're going to be buying 2 million GP worth of worm bones, which is about 2,000. Worm bones still seem to be one of the most cost effective, so we're going to be going with those. Now prayer is one of my last skills that can be trained somewhat quickly, but at an extremely high cost of 20 to 30 GP to XP. There's level 61 prayer, which is nice, but every prayer level is costing me a significant amount, but it is quick. Okay, so that is going to be level 62 prayer and also a random event at the same time. I swear to God, I've gotten this Quizmaster like a dozen times, but the Bob random event, of course, only once. And we get, unfortunately, nothing. Okay, and with only 256 bones to go, there is level 63 prayer, which means we ended up getting 3 total levels for about 2 million GP invested. I mean, it's not terrible in the end. I think probably I'll try to shoot for 70 prayer. Not that we can get piety or anything, but I mean, that's probably a good level to end it off at. But yeah, there's another 2 mil down the drain in under an hour. Well, we're finally getting around to getting another agility level. They're pretty few and far between at this point because they're really slow and incredibly click intensive to get. I mean, it's kind of like construction level. Clicking for a really slow agility training method doesn't feel very good. Regardless though, that is going to be another level coming in here. That is 32 agility. Hopefully we don't have to go too far past this. I'm already pretty impressed we actually even managed to get 30 or more. So hopefully this is the end of it. Oh my God, finally it has happened. We got a Bob the Cat random event for fishing. So we've won the first coin toss. However, we still have to do a second 50-50 at the end to figure out whether we get fishing experience, which will be incredibly useful. It will save me probably 10 hours or more, or if we get the completely useless magic experience. Now, if I was really planning ahead here, I could have not trained magic until I got the Bob random event, because if you don't have more than I think 60 magic, you can't get magic experience. But honestly, considering it took me 3 months or something to get this random, I don't think that would have been worth doing. Not using magic for that long just really wouldn't have been viable either. Alright guys, so we're going for the 50-50 here. We either get 650 beautiful fishing experience or 650 completely useless magic experience. What are we gonna get? No! Oh my God, it took so long to get the actual fishing event. Not lucky, unfortunately. It's okay. I mean, that wasn't really part of the plan. That would have just been a bonus. I'm pretty sad though. Who knows how long it'll take to get another one of those. Well, that was kind of disappointing, but well, we might as well move on to something else now. Now, what I'm going to be doing right now is consolidating all of the resources I have that I don't need anymore. We're pretty much going to be selling everything off, taking all our offers out to kind of just see how much money we have. I mean, we've been spending a lot of money, but I mean, I've also been making money just through alking and just other magic training methods. And after selling everything off, we're actually only down to 23 mil. That's really good. Well, here we are again, just, spending more money. We're gonna go ahead and buy nearly 3,000 magic logs, and if my calculations are correct, that should get us to 85 fire making. No, we don't unlock anything particularly important at that level, but that means we only have 5 levels left of the most expensive fire making training. Once we get to level 90, the cost gets cut by like 2/3 or something. It's just way cheaper. So I really want to take another big chunk out of fire making because it actually is one of my lowest level skills, even though it has one of the highest experience rates possible. So sure, we are kind of blowing a lot of money with magic logs, but we're going to make some of that back eventually, and it will save us a lot of time. Now, I have kind of defaulted to the somewhat lazy way of fire making, which is just to do it in a line. It is technically quicker to move every fire you make, but it's just a little bit too much effort. It does increase your XP rate by a lot, but I just don't think it's worth it, for me anyway. But regardless, we just hit level 83 fire making. Right now, a fire making level takes around an hour or an hour and a half, so it's still actually fairly quick. And we have around 2,000 magic logs left. Okay, another couple hours later, and we have another fire making level coming in, 84 fire making, and we have just around 1,000 magic logs left. There's actually one thing I totally forgot about that is actually unlocked at level 85, so let's just go ahead and get that done. I had a little company for this level. They asked me to draw something, but I just couldn't think quickly enough. Regardless, there was level 85 fire making, and actually at 85 you unlock something kind of interesting, the Infernal Axe. I don't know if that's ever going to be worth using, considering I can get fire making experience pretty easily, but I may have to eventually do a ton of woodcutting, and the infernal items do interest me. I mean, at one point I thought I could maybe make the infernal pickaxe for some mining experience, but it turns out I don't think that's actually possible. In the end though, woodcutting is just really slow. We're just about to get a level here actually. There's 56 woodcutting, but I mean realistically we're not getting a very high XP per hour from woodcutting, only around 20k at the absolute top end, which means the Infernal Axe wouldn't really be doing us too much good. And finally here, one more total level coming in. We're evening off our melee combat stats at 41 apiece. From now on, we're probably going to be going up one level at a time, because at this point it's taken us a couple hours just to get one combat level, so it's slowed down a lot. Alright, well, we're kind of on a bit of a spending spree this week. We're going to go ahead and buy another 5,000 gold ore, and that's all for superheating, which means we need another 5,000 nature runes as well. Each time I do a lot of these, it does cost me a fair bit of money because superheating isn't very cost effective right now. With the rise of Blast Furnace, I mean, making bars is just not profitable. And using nature runes to do it as well, it just adds to the cost. But 5,000 gold ore should get me a few smithing levels and maybe even one more magic level. Okay, first level coming in here, and we're actually already nearly halfway to level 90 magic. That's just from doing a ton of different things, primarily superheating and enchanting, but there's level 64 smithing. Can now make a mithril two-hander, not really that useful. Now throughout this episode, I've constantly been doing bolt enchanting, bolt creation. Everything to do with bolts is often profitable, and we're getting tons of fletching and magic experience along the way. Okay, there we go, they're sold off for 945. We'll take that, we need all the money we can get, honestly. Right now we're getting roughly a 45 GP margin per bolt, which means I just made 450k on that in about 10 minutes, so very, very good. Okay, we've made it through a lot of nature runes at this point. We only have 1,500 left. Right now we're about 62% of the way to level 91 magic. But the reason we're checking in here is because we actually have another smithing level coming in, and that is 65 smithing. We're actually approaching 70 pretty quickly now. I didn't actually think we'd get 70, but we are on our way to a pretty important level. Once we get to adamantite, I think it might be worth doing for the smithing experience because it will increase it substantially at that point. I can't believe it's happening in this episode, but we got another big level coming in here. That is going to be level 91 magic. We got that through a combination of a few different things here. First up, we did around 5,000 superheats. We actually did a bit more than that because we already had a bit of excess ore in our bank already. But yeah, about 5,500 superheats on top of doing around 2,000 level 4 enchants, but that got us all the way to level 91 magic. It's just kind of something I was working on whenever I was AFK in this account. You can see here we did 2,000 amulets of power, which it actually looks like we're going to make a bit of money on, not a huge amount, but we'll at very least break even. In the end, we have gained a ton of magic experience today. Sure, we have spent a fair bit of money, but I think it was definitely worth it. Just to clear out our bank entirely, we have finally 700 gold ore left. which I think if we superheat should actually get us one more level. Okay, that is going to be our final smithing level, 66 smithing from, I don't even know how many superheats at this point. A lot. Pretty well all gold ore, and that has brought us up to around 39 million experience. That is crazy. I did not expect we'd ever gain that much on this account. And after all of that, our skilling tab is finally empty. We're going to sell these gold bars here for a bit of money back, although we've in the end lost a ton of money doing that. And everything's cleaned out, everything's cleared, and we've gained a ton of experience. Now, one thing I've actually kind of forgot to update for a few weeks now is actually my goal sheet. I've actually finished a couple goals without checking them off, so we get the satisfaction of doing it today. Well, first up here today, we reached 99 cooking, which means we can check that off, as well as we also have hit 900 total, actually kind of a while ago. Okay, so after collecting everything in our GE offers, we are down to 20 mil. Actually, not bad. Considering how much money we spent over the last couple of weeks, I think that's pretty good. Anyway, guys, that is where I'm going to end it for this week. We ended up gaining 21 total levels, which is actually massive considering we're pretty much at the end. We only have 31 levels to go until we reach our goal of 1,000 total level without ever leaving the GE. That means within the next couple of episodes, we're probably going to be done. I have some fun plans for finishing this off, so as always, if you guys are looking forward to the next episode, don't forget to leave the video a like. Always appreciate it, and I'll see you next time. Now, for quite a while now, the main way I've been actually training my magic is through just AFK training with the enchantment spells. Mainly, I've been enchanting Diamond Amulet into Amulets of Power, which have been mildly profitable for a while now. We just did another 2,000, which took me about 2 hours, and that got us about a quarter of the way to level 92, so it does slowly pay off. Not particularly quick though, but we're doing that pretty much all the time in the background. Now, there are two skills that I most likely want to try to get to 99 pretty soon. One of those is fire making, but the other one is fletching. We're actually pretty damn close with fletching. Right now, we're working our way towards level 94, and I think we buy 6,000 magical longbows to fletch. That should get us most of the way there, while also making us a bit of money at the same time. I don't think that's a bad call. So over the next couple of hours or couple of days, we'll start working on making these 6,000 magic longbows. It's going to take a while. Now, every 4 hours, I really do try to make my share of dragon bolts. They're pretty much always profitable, and one of the best ways for me to make money while also training my account. I just have so much training to do that it just feels bad whenever I'm just doing a moneymaker that doesn't give me any experience. So in that way, fletching has been one of the best skills for me to level up, because I can get pretty good fletching training while also getting some money. Oh my god, well, there's the level, there's level 94 fletching. I spent the better part of 2 days getting this, and of course I miss it, but there we go. We made it through the majority of our magic longbows, around 5,000 of them. We'll finish those off and see where that gets us. But those 6,000 will probably have taken me about 3 or 4 hours on top of just the dragon bolts in between. Each level now is taking just so long. But there we go, that brought us to total level 970, which means we only have 30 left. Now, magic longbows aren't very profitable, but they are decent. I mean, we're getting probably about 200k per hour doing that, which means making all 6,000 of these probably netted us around 600k in profit, but we'll know for sure when we sell them off. I mean, our plan for this episode is really just to start spending a ton of money. As we're getting so close to the end, I can really start to assign my money towards tangible goals, and knowing that I probably won't need to make a ton more back. For example, to get 99 fire making from where we are now is probably another 15 mil. After that, we'll probably need to assign another 5 or 10 mil to something else, and at that point we'll be pretty damn close to 1,000 total. Alright, so we just did another couple thousand diamond amulets, which has brought us around halfway to level 92, but on top of that we also managed to sell off all of our magic longbows, which actually were a lot more profitable than I originally thought. We were actually getting a margin of 159 GP per longbow, and we ended up doing 6,000 of them, which means that is nearly a mil in profit just on longbows. That's kind of crazy. I mean, it did take me around 3 or 4 hours, but I mean, not bad actually. I think at this point we have another 5,000 or 6,000 diamond amulets to enchant, and I think we're probably just going to work on that next. Well, it looks like I have managed to AFK my way to another magic level. Over the last couple of days, I have just been enchanting non-stop. So there is level 92 magic. That is crazy. We're now officially halfway to level 99. There are definitely going to be some quicker ways I could level it up if I wanted to max it as quickly as possible, but honestly, enchanting, super easy. I can do it while I do Hydra, Blood Runes, whatever else. It just requires very little attention. And at the rate we're selling them off at, we're actually making a bit of money as well. Just look how many Amulets of Power we ended up doing. There's like 5,000 just in the Grand Exchange right now, and more in my GE history. We've just been kind of on a rampage. We're supplying all of Gielinor with all of the Amulets of Power they would ever need. Fun fact though, there actually is a amulet store that buys these Amulets of Power, so there's always going to be some people buying them in bulk, even though they're not a particularly popular amulet on their own. 92 magic though, that is absolutely crazy. I don't think there's any useful unlocks, but it's still an awesome level to get. Alright, so we actually managed to bump our way up to 18 mil. We've been spending money like crazy, but we've also been making it back. Now today I want to make a final investment into one of the more expensive sections of firemaking training. We're going to buy around 7,000 magic logs, and that should get us to level 90. Now this will be an investment of nearly 7 mil, but once we get to level 90, the GP to XP goes down drastically. Right now we're spending 3 or 4 GP to XP, but once we get to 90, it'll be like 0.8 or something, so it's way cheaper when we use redwood logs. I really debated for a long time whether I wanted to spend this much money on firemaking, but I am really glad I made this decision because firemaking is kind of terrible just making fires, so speeding it up is definitely really important to me. There was 86 firemaking though. We made our way through around 1,500 of the magic logs. Still a while to go. It's still probably another 5 or 6 hours of firemaking training, but we'll get there. Thank God the fletching. If that wasn't here, I would be so much poorer. There are other decent moneymakers of the GE, but fletching is by far the easiest to level up, best money, and just quickest training methods overall. I just spent around 20 minutes making bolts, and that should net me around 500k in profit, which is amazing. Oh, there we go, just a few minutes later, and all of the bolts are sold off for a 500k profit. Not to mention, we've also been selling off a ton of Amulets of Power. In general, on those, we are making usually about 100 GP margin, which isn't that much considering we only can do around 1,000 every hour. But it adds up. I mean, we probably did 10,000 Amulets of Power in the last couple of days, which is about $1 million profit. I can't be asked to try to track all of that. We are at least making some money. Now, it's been actually quite a while since I've tried the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts, but right now there is actually a 100 GP margin, which is massive. If we can retain that margin, we will have made around $1 million in under 20 minutes, which is an effective hourly rate of around 3 mil an hour, which is so good. There's very few methods that will get you that much money per hour, and very few that are this low level. Alright, so we're not actually trying to grind out all of the firemaking levels at once because that would kind of destroy my hands. Doing firemaking isn't that click intensive, but you know what, it definitely kind of sucks. But there we go, there's 87 firemaking. We're gonna get level here and there until we get to 90, at which point we're kind of home free. The XP rate will jump up notably and the cost will jump down a ton. We made it through around 2,500 logs so far, and we have around 4,500 left. Other good news is we actually managed to sell the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts for a 75 GP margin. Not quite as good as I'd hoped, but I mean, that's still 825k in profit in just a few minutes, and it really is helping offset my costs because we're just spending money left and right. We're probably going to make another big investment here in just a few minutes. Now currently we have level 90 firemaking banked, but another minor goal of mine is to get level 70 smithing, which means we need to buy roughly another 10,000 gold ores and nature runes. It's a pretty big investment. Granted, this time we are going to be getting a bit of money back. Now that will bring us down to a pretty low cash stack, unfortunately, but there's no real way getting around this. We're going to spend our money and hopefully we can get some of that back afterwards. I do like having the supplies in the bank though. I think it kind of helps motivate me a little bit. Now one thing I was kind of experimenting with here is trying to buy Onyx amulets unstrung right from the Grand Exchange. They're not a very popular item by any means. I mean, there's only like 10 to 15 of these sold per day. But if I bought them from the Grand Exchange, added a ball of wool to them, enchanted them into an amulet of fury, that could be a decent moneymaker. Right now, I'm still not really sure if this is going to be viable or not. It's just really not a popular item. But I mean, right now I think we're going to get maybe a 50k margin or something, which is not bad. I mean, it did take pretty much all day to buy just one of them. But if my money is just going to be sitting around doing nothing anyway, I mean, why not? So we bought it for 1525. We're going to dump it in here for 1575 and see if we get lucky. Now we're just making a bit of a dent on the initial 10,000 superheats I ended up buying were around 1100 casts in, which is around only 30 or 40 minutes, and it looks like we're actually about to get another smithing level coming in here. That is going to be level 67 smithing, which means we're getting reasonably close to level 70. Okay, so there's level 67. I really like superheating, as I've mentioned before. Lots of magic experience and smithing experience. It's just kind of nice to passively work on a slow skill while doing something that's kind of quick. I still have not really done any testing for adamant ore. I'm not really sure if it's going to be worth it or not, but I think it's a good goal to set myself anyway. Okay, we finally made it through another 1500 or 2000 magic logs, and that is going to be another fire making level coming in here. We're not getting the highest XP per hour by any means, only around 350k per hour normally, but still that's pretty quick. And there is level 88 fire making. Only 2 more to go, and then we can finally stop burning our money away, literally, on these stupid magic logs. The overall cost investment to get from level 80 to 90 with magic logs is somewhere around 12 to 15 mil, I think, so it's been actually quite expensive. Okay, so we're down to only 1600 magic logs left, and there's going to be another level coming in, 89 fire making. That took quite a while. I mean, for fire making anyway, but an hour and a half, which means we only have 1 level left. I'm really excited to get that done with, but for now, I really have to let my hands rest for a bit. We did quite a bit of fire making training today. Now, partly because fletching has been our main moneymaker for a while now, and partly because we've been actually actively training it, but we're actually going to get another fletching level coming in here, and that's going to be a big one, level 95 fletching, and really it just felt kind of passive. I really haven't put that much effort into training it, but just on the side, I'm constantly doing bolt combinations. We're doing, of course, some magic longbows, stuff like that, but it's just been slowly adding up, and we finally now have access to the quickest training method in the game. No way I'm going to be doing that though. There's no need to train with dragon darts. That would just be a waste of money because I'm really going to be using fletching to make money in the future anyway. So it's going to get 99 passively probably pretty soon. So yeah, after all of the bolts we have made, all of the magic longbows we've made, we've actually managed to recoup a fair bit of money, even though we've invested so much into fire making and somewhat into smithing. We have another 500k in profit pretty much just on those diamond bolts right there, and another 200 or 300k in profit on those magic longbows. And after collecting everything, we are back up to 15 mil, which is not bad. I really just need to stay above around a 10 mil cash stack to be able to effectively make money. So I'm happy to say that we have done that and then some as well. Oh, finally, we are done, guys. It's been a long grind for fire making. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. And yes, it's definitely not over, but the worst part is over with. We finally burned our way through nearly 7,000 magic logs, which was a pretty big cost investment, but that is finally going to be level 90 fire making. I'm really pumped on that one because going forward, things are just going to be so much cheaper. Probably a little bit more motivating to know I'm not spending so much money every time I light one of these stupid logs on fire, but finally we can burn the redwood log, which if we're focusing should get us over 500k per hour fire making experience, which is really, really good. Actually, I believe this is the quickest fire making training method in the entire game. Knowing me though, I'm probably gonna get like 20 or 30% less than that, but you know what, it's still really good. Okay, well, unfortunately all our money was tied up in bolts, so we actually just have to wait for these to sell off. But in preparation for the next episode, I want to go ahead and bank my next level 99, which of course is going to be fire making. Now to get 99 fire making from level 90, which is where I am now, I need roughly 22,000 redwood logs. Now I'd always recommend buying a bit more than you think you're going to need, because undoubtedly you're going to leave some on the ground by accident. Just kind of happens, so I wouldn't buy an exact amount, but 22,000 should be more than enough, assuming I don't mess up like 300 times, which I don't think is super likely. Now because I don't need them that soon, I'm going to try to just undercut the price a lot. Redwoods are not nearly as popular a log to sell on the GE as some of these other ones, so maybe I could get a good deal on them. I'm going to try buying them for 240, and if we get lucky and buy them at that price, 22,000 of them will cost us around 5.3 mil, so really not that bad. Whoa, this is kind of creepy. I have my NTD hider turned on, and for some reason, there's a level 95 stranger here. I don't know why this guy's here. So we kind of gave up on trying to get a banger of a deal on the redwood logs. We bumped our price up to 301, and now we have started buying them. We're halfway done. We should get the other 10,000 in a few hours, and after that, we will have level 99 fire making banked. So anyway guys, I think that's where I'm going to end it for today. Let's claim everything in the GE right now. We actually ended up making another 600k on the Diamond Dragon Bolts, just truly amazing. So anyway guys, we're ending the episode with around 9 mil cash, 22,000 redwood logs, of course once they all buy. We still have around 9,000 superheats to go through, which is a fair bit invested right there as well. And of course the most important thing is we're ending at total level 978. We didn't gain a ton this episode, we only actually gained 9 total levels, but we gained a lot of total experience. We're up to 41,182,000, which is kind of crazy. Fully, we're going to be well on our way to 99 fire making, and in combination with a few other skills, we'll probably be on one of our last few episodes. Anyway guys, I really hope you enjoyed the episode. As always, if you did, always appreciate it if you leave a like on the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in the last episode, we ended up making a big investment into fire making. We actually invested in 99 fire making, all with redwood logs. Now, redwood logs are a really good fire making trading method, getting over 500k per hour if you are doing it correctly. Right now, we are around halfway through buying all of the logs, but the rest of them will come through once our buying limit resets. Alright, so there we go. There are 22,000 redwood logs. Now, as much as I am extremely excited to burn all of these, that's sarcasm. I'm not super stoked to do that. I'm actually going to be putting it off for a little while now because my hands are a bit sore, and doing 10 to 15 hours of fire making right now doesn't sound super ideal. But just knowing, of course, that I have 99 fire making banked is really exciting, knowing that I can just get it done whenever and not have to worry about money anymore. So that leaves us with around 9 mil cash, which is just enough to continue making decent money with fletching, and that was kind of intentional. Now luckily with around 10 mil, I can continue to make really good money by fletching ruby bolts, diamond bolts, and other stuff like that. For example, right now we're going to make around 400 or 500k just by fletching 11,000 ruby dragon bolts, and it's just a really good money maker. So I want to make sure I definitely have at least 10 mil cash pretty much at all times. Otherwise my ability to make money will be gutted a little bit. Okay, there we go. Just like that, we just made, I think, 450k in profit on the ruby dragon bolts. Also, we're getting pretty close to another fletching level as well. So right now we are hovering around 9.5 mil. Now I'm pretty sure at this point we have nearly exterminated an entire species of imp, and we're not stopping anytime soon. There is level 42 attack. Now at this point we've killed well over 5,000 imps. The loot I will maybe show you at the end of the episode, but it's not that great. Okay, somehow I missed the level, but there we go. We got 42 strength as well. That took another hour and a half roughly. That has brought us up to 980 total levels, so that's really good. So that's a nice even number. Only 20 more total levels to go. Now because combat training has slowed down quite a bit, we're doing one level at a time. So we're going to do one attack level, then one strength level, one defense level, then probably one ranged level. That said though, combat training is still probably one of my quickest levels right now, even though it's kind of incredibly boring. But there was level 42 defense, so that took another hour and a half roughly, which means we can now wear the Void Knight equipment if we ever get out of here. So after around 5 hours, all of our melee combats are now level 42. And finally, to round it all off here, there is 45 hit points. I always love when I get a hit point level. It just feels like free total levels. I will take that, bringing us up to 983. That's probably enough combat training for now though. Spent pretty much the entire day doing this, so let's move on to something else. So for the rest of today and probably the rest of the week, I'm going to do an uncomfortable amount of enchantings. So I am hoping to get at least one magic level in this episode, and to do that, we need to do about 10 more hours of diamond enchanting. Sure, it is very slow, but it is really AFK and something I can kind of do on the side. Right now we're doing amulets of power, which I think are going to be roughly break even, but they've become a little bit more popular lately, so we may have to move on to something else. Now I have had these gold ores and nature runes in the bank for a while, and we are going to work on processing them a bit today. We still have 6,000 left, which I think will be enough to get us to level 70, but we just need to actually do it all. So there we go, there's level 68 smithing. That took around an hour. We can now make mithril plate bodies, but unless Jagex puts an anvil down here, No luck, although with the new clan hall update, who knows what's going to be in the GE. Okay, so I haven't had too much success on the amulets of power. They've just become a lot more popular, so we're going to move on actually to amulets of strength. Sure, the XP per hour isn't going to be quite as good, but realistically it's only a minor decrease, but we're actually going to be making around 200 GP on the amulets of strength, and I kind of do need the money. Okay, we just finished another big lot of amulets of strength, and that's brought us to pretty much exactly 3/4 of the way to 93 magic, so we're really close now. So there we go, there is another 2,000 amulets enchanted. I think I'm enchanting around 1,000 per hour, so it's a pretty time-consuming process, but again, it's really AFK. So we sold off another 2,000 amulets of power. I think on all of those we're pretty much breaking even. If you are patient enough, you can usually sell them for at least break even or even a profit. However, that said, for the amulets of strength, we're actually going to be profiting around 200 GP on each one, which is really good. So let's go ahead and buy another 3,000 and get to enchanting them. This is very exciting, guys. We got another Dunce random event, which I think means on my next event, I will get a hunter level for the first time without ever leaving the Grand Exchange. I think this is roughly our 7th or 8th event, and yeah, we're so close. Only 3 more XP to go, which is pretty awesome. God damn it. I spent days getting this level, and of course, I just go ahead and miss it. But there we go. There is level 93 magic, which means we only have 6 more levels to go till 99 magic, which is kind of crazy. We have truly just been enchanting so many things. We have another 2,800 ruby amulets, which is another roughly 3 hours of enchanting. For every 1,000 we sell off, we're making around 150k in profit, which means we made around 250k on that last batch. Okay, so we've been doing a bit of woodcutting just to spawn some random events, and we finally are going to get another woodcutting level. They are definitely a bit few and far between, but we get them eventually, and this is going to be level 57 woodcutting. Pretty soon here we'll actually have unlocked the Dragon Axe. Whether or not that makes a big difference or not, yet to be known, but it's still going to be a pretty exciting upgrade, and just dirt cheap, so you might as well do it. Okay, I've been on a bit of a tear for enchanting. We're already now 43% of the way to level 94. I must have enchanted like 10,000 amulets of power since the last time I checked in. We're just going through a ton of them. We're going to actually unlock Ice Barrage pretty damn soon here, which is crazy. Now, one thing I haven't actually done that much of is actually fletching regular runite bolts into stuff. It's a lot cheaper and gives the exact same experience per hour as dragon bolts do. So right now there's actually a positive margin just creating regular dragonstone bolts, which is great because it's a lot cheaper and we can get around 230k per hour. Okay, so there we go. We got a nice amount of fletching experience and we netted nearly 200k in just, well, a few minutes. Now, while I was doing that, I noticed something kind of crazy. There's a bit of an anomaly within the Ruby Dragon Bolt market right now. Nobody is selling them for a reasonable price, so we're going to go ahead and fletch some ourselves. Right now, Ruby Dragon Bolts are selling for 940 GP, which means that is a margin of 115 GP, 120, something like that, which is absolutely massive considering we can make all 11,000 in just around 15 minutes. So we're going to go do that as quickly as possible, try to sell them off because that is a huge profit for very minimal work. Oh, you love to see that, guys. We ended up getting the exact margin we wanted, which means we profited 1.2 mil in around 15 minutes, which equates to around 5 mil per hour, which effectively equates to 5.2 mil per hour, which is absolutely crazy. I've not gotten margins like that in quite a while. Now, in one of my last episodes, somebody reminded me of something really important, something I totally forgot, and that was actually to buy the U short bow. At level 40, we actually unlocked a much better ranged training method, but we never actually bought the ranged upgrade. I totally forgot about that, so we're finally going to upgrade our maple short bow to the U short bow, which is really exciting. It's actually a very significant difference. Whether or not it will actually greatly impact my XP per hour, not sure about that, but still, it's so cheap. It's just, I should have got that already, but I messed up. Okay, so there is 43 ranged. I think that's going to be all for now. We're getting around 5,000 experience per hour, which is good. Slightly better than melee training, but still nothing too crazy here. Now, while I was kind of trolling around looking for interesting things to enchant, I found something really profitable. The XP rate is going to be really bad because it's technically a level 1 enchant, but right now enchanting opal necklaces into dodgy necklaces is insanely profitable. We're going to get a margin of around 800 or 900 GP per enchant, which is amazing, which means per 1,000 that we do, we're going to get 8 or 900k, which is incredibly good for something that is very AFK, and of course will actually train my magic a little bit. So I actually ended up buying nearly 3,000 opal necklaces, and we're going to go ahead and enchant all of those. So about 3 or 4 hours later, and we have enchanted all 3,000 of them. It took quite a while, but we're getting really good money per hour, and we're going to need all the money we can get. I think I actually ended up spending my money a bit too quickly because there are a few easier skills to level up that would actually require a fair bit of money to continue with. And after all 3,000 of those, that also has brought us up to around halfway to 94 magic. Like I said, we're not getting very good XP per hour. It took us around 4 hours to gain 40,000 experience, so it's definitely not that good. As we've already sold a large chunk of the dodgy necklaces because I wanted to get them in there as quickly as possible. But the final chunk is going in there for roughly the same price. There it is, guys, the final random event we need, and another dunce at that. That is awesome. Let's go ahead and do that. So here we go, guys. After I think roughly 6 months of gameplay, we are finally going to get our very first hunter level without ever really being able to train it here. Now this took a long time, mainly because the random events only spawn outside of the GE area, which means, well, we pretty much had to go run outside and hope to spawn one every once in a while. So it's definitely slow going, but there we go. Level 2 hunter, that is awesome. From now on, the hunter levels are going to speed up quickly. Now we probably only need around 5 random events to get our next level, and it's even going to get quicker after that. Okay, so there we go. We have a ton of things sold off here. We sold off all 3,000 dodgy necklaces for roughly 2.4 mil in profit, which is mind-boggling. That's so good. We've actually made back a lot of money today. Right now we have 13.4 mil in the inventory, which is notably higher than when we started. Alright, so since we actually made a fair bit of money this episode, we're going to invest that into something I haven't trained in a while, and that is actually a crafting level, although I don't think we have quite enough money for that. Crafting is still relatively cost effective at only around 2 GP to XP, but we're actually pretty high level right now, and I think one crafting level will cost us around $1 mil. Not the biggest investment we've made so far, but still notable. Right now we're roughly around 2 hours away from another crafting level, so it's not going to be that bad. We're going to buy 6,000 green dragon hide, and that should get us pretty much the entire way there. Okay, so after selling off all of the green dragonite, we actually didn't lose as much money as I predicted. We actually only lost around 600k, which for an entire level is actually pretty good. I actually may consider doing that again, but next up here, we're actually going to do another titanic amount of amulet enchanting. I have quite a bit of time I need to AFK, so we're going to go ahead and buy an absurd amount of diamond amulets and cosmic runes, and let's just get that last level. Alright, so after long last, around maybe 15 hours of enchanting, plus maybe a bit of superheating in there as well, we are about to get our second magic level of the episode. There is level 94 magic. That is a huge level. I really never imagined we'd get our magic level that high, but there's actually just a lot of ways to break even while training magic or even profit, so it actually turned out to be one of the easier skills to train. We are now well over halfway to 99 magic, and I do predict we're going to get that probably in the next couple of months. Now another level we're actually approaching now pretty quickly is another fletching level. We're already halfway to 96 fletching just by kind of doing things on the side. We just did another 11,000 Dragonstone Bolt, so we're going to get that pretty soon, although I'm not sure if we're going to get that today. Okay, now I definitely couldn't just leave us at 989 total levels, so I went ahead and got one more strength level. It took us around 2 hours, and there we go, guys. Total level 990. Only 10 more levels to go. That's crazy. I can't believe we're this close to reaching our final goal. Anyway guys, that's probably where I'm going to leave it for today. I do expect we'll just have one more episode left before we hit 1,000, and I'm really excited for it. Now in the final episode, I'm going to explain a little bit more about the future of the account and where I see it going after we hit 1,000, because I just want to let you know now, I do want to continue the account. I think there's more story to tell, more interesting methods to try, and much more content to unlock. So in today's episode, we ended up gaining 12 total levels, which has put us really close to the end here. And some of these were really slow levels. We gained 2 magic levels, which probably took me a total of 30 hours or something. So I am really proud of that, and thanks to everyone for sticking around for so long, almost to the end here. So anyway guys, thanks for watching. I always appreciate it if you do enjoy the videos, to leave it a like, always helps out, and I'll see you next time. Well, finally another chance at the Beekeeper outfit. You don't get these too often. And look at that guys, we ended up getting the Beekeeper legs. Hopefully eventually we could actually finish the entire set. They look pretty good. I don't really know if they were going to replace our elven pants, but well, maybe we'll give them a try. So with our fashionable new pants on, we are going to be crafting around 10,000 Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. They have a really good margin on them right now. 70 GP per bolt, which means we're just going to make around 700k on all of these. Plus just really good fletching experience, always down to do this, and if you look down below, we're actually very close to another fletching level, almost level 96, which means we are so damn close to 99. Well, there we go guys, all of the bolts are sold off for around a 750k profit, which is amazing once again for only taking around 20 minutes. That is an effective 2 or 3 mil an hour, which is incredibly good for me. Now because I'm very close to a fletching level, we're actually just going to go ahead and get that on magic longbows. We're going to go ahead and buy 2,000 magic longbows and bowstrings, and I think that probably will be enough to get the level. Alright, so this level has been quite a long time in the making, but after another hour of magic longbows, we are about to hit another fletching level, 96 fletching on the GE only account. That's pretty crazy. I think this is definitely going to be our next 99. Unless, of course, I get some motivation to actually burn all those logs I have in the bank, but that seems less likely than doing the very AFK and easy 99. And that means we only have 9 total levels left. Okay, so around 2 hours later, and we finally have gained enough combat experience for another combat level in attack, bringing us up to 43 attack. I don't think I need to do too much more combat training, but yeah, we should at least even off our defense. Well, I'm pretty sure I actually kind of legitimately forgot about the skill here, and that is Herblore. Herblore is very expensive, but compared to my other buyable skills, it's actually kind of low level. It's only in the low 80s, and even though Herblore is like minimum 10 GP to XP, it's not that bad considering the XP to level right now is not that high yet. So I think I was definitely sleeping on Herblore a bit. There's quite a few total levels here that I think will help actually speed up this last process quite a bit. Now with that said though, we're going with a very cost-effective route to start with. We're going to be making prayer potions with an amulet of chemistry equipped, which I think is the cheapest prayer training in the game right now anyway. Now one big drawback to this method is we don't have enough money to even get one level without having to decant everything, sell it back, wait a bit. It is a little bit annoying, but this is incredibly cheap experience right now. Okay, so we went ahead and decanted all of the potions, and we can sell them for 9,700. So we're selling all the potions for just a bit above 11 mil, and we bought all of the ingredients for about 11.3 mil. So right now we are almost breaking even making prayer potions. Not quite, but this is the cheapest I've ever seen them. Okay, so we ended up buying another batch of Renard potions, and after going through all of them, we ended up getting another Herblore level, bringing us to 81 Herblore and total level 993. We can now theoretically make the Saradomin brew, which maybe at some point, if we get kind of rich, we could maybe just do Sarah brews to 99, but it doesn't seem very likely at this point. Come on, mystery box, can we get the stale baguette? Easy clue scroll. I think that's almost definitely uncompletable, but whatever, we might actually keep it in the bank for now. After another long battle session with the imps, we have another level coming in here, 43 defense, which means we now have 43 attack, strength, and defense. And we're probably not going to need to get too many more combat levels. That possibly could be our last one, to be honest. You know, it's kind of a little sad, you know? I'm going to miss these imps. Wait, no I'm not. Okay, actually, we do have another level coming in here from the imps, and that is actually going to be a hit points level, bringing us up to 46 hit points, and bringing us up to total level 995, only 5 more levels to go, guys. I am really hyped. So after selling off everything we reasonably could in the bank, we are left with around 14 mil. I'm not really sure if we have enough money to do a quicker herblore method at this point. Just to be safe, we're going to continue on with the prayer potions for another level or two to try to conserve our money. Okay, after another hour and a half or something, we are going to get another herblore level coming in here just on the prayer potions. So there is 82 herblore. We can now make a super weapon poison. And that's brought us to only 4 levels left. I think at this point we probably could do something a bit quicker. Sure, we will lose a lot of money on it, but we're so close now, I don't think it matters that much. Now, because prayer potions are kind of slow relative to herblore, we're going to go do a bit of an upgrade here. Another fairly cost-effective potion is actually making super energies, which are made out of Avanto potions. So we're going to go ahead and buy as many Avanto potions as possible. I think we can probably do around 7,000. And we also need 7,000 Mortmire fungus. Hopefully I did the math right on this one. So close, not quite. We'll just go ahead and buy like 6,400 and that will be close enough, I guess. These are actually so much quicker, but there we go. That's going to be another herblore level coming in here. That is going to be 83 herblore, bringing us up to 997 total level. We can now make a magic mix, but who cares? The real story here is another total level. There is level 84, guys. We're still on the original 7,000 potions we bought, but that has brought us up to total level 998. Only 2 more to go now. I can't believe it, guys. We are finally almost done. Well, we finally made it through all of these 7,000 potions, and now I guess we just have to figure out how much money we lost on it. I do think we will have enough funds to just finish off the 1,000 total, but this was actually quite expensive. So we had around 14 mil to begin with here, and after decanting all the potions and selling them off, we're going to be losing about 5 mil. That was really costly, my god. There we go, they're sold off, and we are down to 9.2 mil. Well, actually, considering we do have a few of the Avanto potions left in the bank, it wasn't quite that expensive, but still undoubtedly a massive investment. With that said, though, we managed to afford another 4,000 Avanto potions and Mortmire fungus, and hopefully that is going to be all we need. I can't believe it, guys. This is going to be the second to last level. There is 85 herblore, which has brought us up to 999 total level. I can't believe it, guys. We've been working towards this for so long, and we're nearly there. I was about to be so pissed if that was going to be the Bob to random event. Well, our final random event, not the right one. We can probably just tell him to go away, but here we are, guys, at the end of things. Finally, after 6 months, maybe even 7 months at this point, we have achieved 1,000 total level on the GE only account without ever leaving the GE once, except in the beginning. That doesn't count though. There we go, guys, 86 total level, and of course the big 1,000 total. We do have the blue party hat on to celebrate. When I started this series, I had very little clue on how long it would take. I wasn't sure if it was going to take 1 month or 3 years, but in the end it took me about half a year. We gained 199, multiple level 90s, and around 40 million total experience. And I know because some people are probably interested, here is the final kill count for imps in the final loot. We ended up killing just a bit over 6,000 imps on her quest to 1,000 total, and the loot was worth around 2.7 mil. Unfortunately, there was no way for me to get a champion scroll. To get one of those, you do have to have access to the Champions Guild, which I didn't. But still, 6,000 imp kills would have given us a pretty good chance of getting it. So finally, I have reached the goal I set out for myself when I created this series, 1,000 total level without ever leaving the Grand Exchange. That is complete. So a lot of people are going to be asking, well, what next? Is the series done with, or are you going to continue it? And the answer to that is I am going to continue. I'm going to be setting myself a new goal, and that is going to be 1,500 total level. Now, you might say that that is completely insane and that I would just have to spend thousands of hours grinding out skills, lamping, and it wouldn't be that fun to watch. And you would be right. Sure, I could stay at the Grand Exchange for the next year, and I would make a fair bit of progress into some of the skills. I would max out all the buyables, and you know what, I would slowly train up combat on imps. But honestly, at this point, I think that would be a little boring going forward. I've experienced much of the content that is only available in that one section of the Grand Exchange, so because I did reach the original goal I set myself, going forward I want to expand the area just ever so slightly, but by doing so it's going to change things forever. Now the most logical and interesting way to expand the series in my opinion would be to just actually unlock the passageway to the right, which leads to the Varrock Palace. I know it is not technically part of the Grand Exchange, but if you look at the edge wall, it does kind of look like it is meant to be one giant area. So as we have reached 1,000 total, we are going to be unlocking the new area to the right, our new companion, the Varrock Palace, and on top of that, we are also going to be unlocking the construction skill, which is pretty much attached to it. Well, after 7 months, we are finally going to take our first step out of the Grand Exchange. Well, I definitely ran out by accident a few times, but this is our first intentional steps out in quite a while. So there is a lot of new content to explore here. I mean, look at just on the right, it's beautiful. Oak trees, that will be so nice. Now, the first thing I definitely want to do is unlock the house. The house is going to be the key for quite a lot. Not only does it unlock construction, but it's also going to help us train farming. We're going to be able to train prayer and maybe even thieving. There's a lot in there, secrets to uncover, so we're definitely just going to go ahead and grab the house here right now. Thank you for the best deal on houses that there has ever been, only 1,000 gold. That is crazy, so that is going to be the only time we're going to leave this area. We'll mark it off again, and no more leaving. Now, one thing we do have here is a farming patch, and theoretically we could rake the patches until we got till level 12 or something, then use a garden pie to boost. That's one option, but as you can see here, that is going to be a very slow option, and since we do have access to the house, there is going to be a much quicker way to get started with farming. Now, I think the only fair way to get back and forth between my house is to teleport there, of course, with a house teleport tab, and then go back to the Grand Exchange with a Ring of Wealth. That way, I'm not technically leaving the area, I'm just going directly to my house and then directly back. It's going to be a little bit inconvenient, but you know what, I think we can deal with it for the absolute wonder that is the player-owned house. So here it is, guys, our empty house. I hope to get into a really good shape eventually and maybe even max it out. Now, to get started with farming, by far the best way for me to do it is to buy bagged plants on the Grand Exchange in watering cans, and then go ahead and plant them in my POH. You get really good farming experience and also construction experience, so we're going to be training both of them at the same time. Now, after the 1,000 total level, we ended up with around 8 mil cash left over. Not a lot when it comes to construction training, but definitely enough to get us started. Jagex, please add an Eternal Ring of Wealth. I will be so happy if you do that. Alright, so essentially what we do is we teleport here with 3 watering cans, a spade, a home teleport, and a bunch of bagged plant ones, and we're just going to go to town planting them. 31 experience in both farming and construction. That is pretty amazing to get started here, and we already have 2 total levels coming in here, and it just feels so wrong to get them so quickly. So I ended up buying 80 of the bagged plants. We're going to go ahead and plant them all, and well, we'll see what level that gets us to. So there we go, guys. We ended up planting all 80 of them. I would honestly continue with this further if it wasn't so goddamn expensive. These things are very expensive. So there we go, guys. There is 15 farming. That is the level I wanted to start with, because now we can go ahead and plant oak trees in our only farming patch, and I definitely want to get that started as soon as possible, because like I said, this training method is way too expensive, and really we're going to be better off just planting in a farming patch. So there we go, we have planted our very first oak sapling, one of many to come. Alright, so we have 7.5 mil to work with roughly, and construction is very expensive. Now, we don't have enough to get to our goal immediately, but the long-term goal I'm setting myself is to get to 71 construction, and right now we're going to invest into around 5,000 oak planks. Construction is notoriously expensive, and we definitely don't have the funds to do this yet. So the first thing we need to start off by making is actually a workshop. Now, construction is going to be fairly normal as far as training goes, except for one big drawback, and that is that we do not have access to a servant. While you don't actually get a servant to begin with anyway, once we get to level 50, we will not be able to buy the Demon Butler because he does not reside in the Grand Exchange, which means a huge quality of life and XP boost is not going to be available to us. It is definitely kind of annoying having to teleport back with the Rings of Wealth. We're still trying to figure out the perfect setup to make this as easy as possible, but anyway, there we go. There's level 30 construction already. Man, I went from getting like a total level a day to gaining 43 in like a couple hours already. There we go, our first tree is grown and it is a nice one, bringing us to another farming level. There's level 16 farming. Now, speaking of oak trees, we actually do have some in our area. Now, I'm not really sure whether this is going to be the best woodcutting training method in this area because we do have access to a farming patch, which means we theoretically could grow willow trees. However, the one drawback is we only have one willow tree, where here we actually have 3 oak trees. I think these may actually be the best training to 99. So our experience rates have gone up quite a bit. Before we were only getting around 15,000 per hour, and now we're up to 45,000 per hour, which is a notable increase. There's level 58 woodcutting as well. Now, one other really awesome benefit of accessing this new area is there are now quite a few activities I can do outside of the Grand Exchange area, which means I'll have a lot more chances of spawning random events, which means I'm going to eventually have to get the fishing random event and get that experience as well. Okay, we got another sapling coming in here, and that's going to be level 19 farming. We're getting through these levels very quickly. Okay, so I've been working on construction for a little bit here, and we're finally up to oak larders, which is a very common training method. Some people do all the way to 99 construction, and realistically, I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do as well. I'm not really sure if I'm ever going to be rich enough to do stuff like mahogany planks. It is possible, but I'm definitely making no promises here. A 200 mil investment seems a little bit out of reach right now. And with this final inventory here, I think that's going to bring us to level 40 construction. It feels pretty nice to actually have a quick skill to train for once, but I know that's not going to be the case forever. After that level, we actually are up to 1,058 total level, just like that. Anyway guys, I think that is where I'm going to end it for today's video. We did a lot today, including one more level here, 20 farming. Now that has brought us up to total level 1,059, which means we have gained 69. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Which means today we have gained 69 total levels on top of unlocking a brand new area and completing our original goal of 1,000. Thank you to everyone who made it this far, who watched the entire series up to now. I really appreciate everyone tuning in, sticking around, and I hope you guys enjoyed the entire thing. I am really excited with where this account is going to be going into the future. I think it's going to be an equally, if not more challenging goal to reach, but with more content unlocked, I'm really excited to do it. Anyway guys, if you are excited to see the series continue, let me know with a like down below in the video. Always appreciate it, and I will see you in the next episode. Now with the addition of the Varrock Palace, we got access to a few different things, including access to the farming skill because there actually is a tree patch here. We have access to our POH, which means we now have access to construction. And we also have access to a few better training methods, for example, the oak trees and the palace guards. For the astute observer, you may have calculated that even if I get 99 in pretty much all of my skills, that only brings me up to like 1,600 total levels, and that would require me to get pretty well 99 combat on guards, 99 wood cutting, 99 farming, 99 smithing, 99 prayer. Pretty much everything would have to be maxed. While not technically impossible, that would be an immense undertaking. However, I do have one secret method in my back pocket here that I think will really make things a lot more realistic and speed things up. Now that is going to be thieving. Now training thieving is going to be quite interesting. Yes, there are things I can thieve within the Varrock Palace, those being the Varrock guards and the warrior women. However, one big problem is they actually have a thieving requirement of 25, and there's nowhere else I can actually trim my thieving within the area I have unlocked. However, with that said, there's actually one extremely strange way I'm able to trim my thieving, and it involves the POH. In the treasure room of a POH, you can actually build a dungeon door. At level 74, I can build the oak dungeon door, which is actually a popular training method, but one really interesting thing about it is you're actually able to pickpocket it for 10 thieving experience, and wouldn't you know, you can actually do that at level 1 thieving. So that is really going to be my first main goal in the new area, and that's going to be unlocking the thieving skill and oak dungeon doors. Now currently we are working on 71 construction. We technically only need 71 because we can get a +3 boost from the POHT. Right now we're just about to hit level 50 construction, which is a pretty awesome milestone normally, although for my account, I'm not really sure if we're going to be able to use the portal chamber very much. The only teleportation method I think could be kind of useful is the ornate jewelry box, because then we could use the Ring of Wealth teleports. Other than that, I'm not quite sure yet, but honestly I haven't explored everything yet. The POH just has so much to offer, so many potentially useful things are in it, so I'm excited to level it up. Oh, there we go guys, another Genie random event. These things are a lot more common right now because, well, I'm not stuck in that one center bit of the Grand Exchange so often. We're going to check that of course onto Hunter. We are level 2 Hunter, so levels should be coming pretty quickly now. Quickly being relative, I guess. So there is 59 wood cutting. We have been chopping these oak logs for a while now, over twice as quick and way more AFK. I will definitely take that, as well as we got a U seed from one of the bird nests. That's always nice. And because I do have access to the Varrock Palace, not only is there a chance I could complete a beginner clue, I think there's also a very small chance that an easy clue could be completable, so we may shoot for that eventually. So finally, after many hours, we have reached 61 woodcutting, which is a really awesome level because we now have access to the Dragon Axe as well as the Infernal Axe. And the Infernal Axe is actually something that I might consider using. The only problem right now is the Smoldering Stones is incredibly expensive thanks to Temporos, but maybe if we have some extra cash in the future, might consider buying it. However, for now, we're just going to go ahead and purchase the Dragon Axe, which is a really awesome upgrade I've been looking forward to for a long time now. Once we can equip it too, we'll be able to use the special attack, but for now, we'll just have to leave it in the inventory. Now, one thing I need to remember are my farm runs. I only have access to one patch, which means every time I forget, it's kind of a big deal. Right now, we're only doing oak saplings, and the experience is pretty bad, but once we get up to 27, we can switch over to willows, which is going to speed things up a lot. Now, while I've been planning things out, I've been AFK woodcutting. We're going to be up to 62 woodcutting now, but I think it's probably about time I test out one of the biggest new pieces of content I have access to, and that is the Varrock Palace. Now, the Varrock Palace has one major thing that I am so excited for, and that is a decent monster to fight. For the last 6 months, I've been killing imps. Killing imps was extremely slow. They didn't have much HP, they didn't really spawn in very large numbers, and the experience rates were just really bad. However, now that we have access to the Varrock Palace, we actually have a reasonable way to train up our combat stats. Still not a very good training method, and going all the way to 99 would be quite a pain, but still notably better. Now, because we actually are fighting something that can kind of fight back, we had to upgrade to some rune gear. We can't wear a rune plate body, but we can of course wear full rune with a rune chain body. Once we get more money, we're going to try to upgrade maybe to obsidian at a certain point. The monsters here are actually strong enough that getting better gear will actually probably make a difference on our experience per hour. Training here is actually lightning quick. We're already up to 44 strength, and we are getting around 22k experience per hour. Which is like 4 times better than imps. I can't even begin to explain how much better this is. So for now, I just wanted to get a bit of testing done on the new training method. After an hour of testing, we are getting around 20k per hour. That's very good information to know, and we can plan accordingly on what methods I think are going to get us the most total levels in the shortest amount of time. Oh man, I keep forgetting about this tree, but well, we remembered it today at least. There is 22 farming. Still got a long way to go though. Alright, there is another farming level coming in here, and actually kind of an interesting one. That is 23 farming, which means we can now make a scarecrow. Now, originally I thought I would actually be able to use the scarecrow as a consistent training method. However, to make one I actually need a hay bale, which I don't think I have access to. So another pretty notable construction level coming in here, that is going to be 55 construction. Now I've kind of got the method down reasonably well. We're getting around 150k per hour construction experience. Which means at the rate we're going to get to 71 will take me probably around 3 to 5 hours, just depending on efficiency. So about an hour later and we are now at 60 construction. Only around 10 more levels to go until we can finally unlock our next big goal, which is thieving. I'm kind of just breezing through these levels. I'm sure there are a few other useful unlocks that we've already skipped through, but we'll have a look at it after and see what other secrets may lie in our cozy little house. There is 24 farming. Well guys, construction is very expensive, so today we're really going to focus on trying to earn back some money. I mean, right now I don't even know if I have enough money to get all the way to 71 construction. Maybe I do, but I'd probably bankrupt myself. So we're going to be trying out a couple interesting money makers today. One of those actually is going to involve dismantling Zulrah items. Right now there is a huge volatility in the market for Zulrah, and we're going to try to take advantage of that by dismantling some of the unique rewards. So for every Zulrah item that we dismantle, we're getting around 50k in profit. On top of that, we're buying some items that we can high alch while we're waiting. I found a really good deal on black DI'd van braces. I think 200 GP on, so that's amazing right there. That's like 100k in profit just alching some random item. Another method we're going to be doing today is actually just creating toxic blowpipes. There's actually a good margin just from crafting the Tanzanite Fang, so we're going to try that as well. I mean, we're just kind of trying a bit of everything. Okay, so overall today, I think we probably made somewhere between 500k and $1 million profit just from doing odd job moneymakers. Sure, it's not a lot of money, but every little bit helps out, as construction, of course, is just a giant money pit. So while we were waiting for money-making methods to come through, on the side, I was actually creating magic longbows, minorly profitable, but more importantly, there is level 97 fletching. Really exciting there. That means we only have 2 more levels to go until we have maxed the skill. At this point, that will probably be our second 99 on the account, which is really awesome. I mean, we're getting pretty close on a couple of skills, and just having like multiple different 99s in such a small area, I think is going to be pretty damn cool. I really wasn't planning on rushing fletching, but at this point, we are so close that I might consider just banging it out just to have. I mean, look at all those longbows we just ended up doing. I think we did like 15,000 just in the last day or two. However, today we're going to be switching it up a bit. Something very AFK that I'm going to be doing is creating dodgy necklaces. Right now there's a profit of around, I think, 600 GP per necklace I enchant, so we're going to try that out. Alright, so it did take me a long time to enchant all 3,000 of these, probably around 5 hours, and that was going to spread out over a day or two. So now when I started, the price of dodgy necklaces were around 1,200, 1,300 each. I do believe they've dropped a little bit, but I think we're going to make at least some money anyway. Okay, so right now they are unfortunately only worth 985 GP. That kind of sucks. Alright, we'll dump them in here for 1,039 and just try to be patient. There we go, another farming level coming in here. That is going to be 25 farming. Only a couple more to go until we can finally plant a willow sapling, which will give us like 3 times more experience, which is going to be pretty nice. Now, I can't say I've been making a ton of money, but we did manage to sell all of the dodgy necklaces for 1,039, which means we probably made around 600 or 700k on that. Not amazing, but it was pretty AFK. Now that, in combination with a ton of magic longbows I've been making and just bolt enchanting, bolt creating, we have managed to make ourselves a bit of money, and I think actually finally enough money to be able to afford 71 construction. Now to afford that, we're going to need roughly 8,600 oak planks, which would be an additional 4 million GP. Expensive for sure, but we need to do it eventually, and this will hopefully unlock a brand new skill. Currently we can go through like around 2,000 every hour, so it's going to take a while, but let's get started. So after quite a while of construction, there we go guys, that is our last construction level for now at least. 71 construction, which means with a +3 boost, we are now able to build the oak door, which is something I've been working towards for a couple of days now. Oh yeah, something else that happened while I was training construction is we finally reached level 27 farming. We can now finally plant our very first new tree, and that is going to be a willow sapling. Now the way this works is we just have to eat a garden pie, plant a tree, and then we're good to go. Even if we're level 27 farming, we can still check the health on the tree once it's fully grown, which is very handy. Now we have some upgrading to do in our POH. First up here, and probably one of the most expensive things, is we need to build the teak shelves 2, I think, to be able to get a +3 boost. Unfortunately, that costs 300k just for the gold leaves. Kind of expensive, but of course it is cheaper than just getting 3 construction levels. Now to accompany that, we're also going to need a sink as well as a oven of some sort. Of course, we're going to go for the highest level one because it looks pretty damn cool. And finally here, we need to build a dungeon, which I believe has to go underground. I've never built a dungeon before, so I guess we just go for dungeon. No. Now, after a little bit of research, I figured out that you need to build either a skill hall or a quest hall. And in that spot, you can actually build a staircase. So we're going to build a spiral staircase, which hopefully will spiral downwards, although it doesn't look like it is. These stairs don't lead to anywhere. God damn it. So after a little more research, I think we have pretty well everything figured out. We have the construction boost, we have the planks, we have the dungeon. I think we should be good to go. So in our dungeon, there are door spots, and within the door spot, we can build a oak door at level 74 construction, and the oak door you're actually able to pick lock for thieving experience. So let's go ahead and build a door. So we need to drink the tea to get to 74, and then build in the build spot, build the oak door, and there we go, guys. We now have our first new training method in quite a while. Apparently the door is not locked. How in the hell do you actually lock your door? Okay, so I tried a bunch of different things, including coming in with an alt account to determine whether or not either of the accounts could pick lock it. Nothing is working, so we're gonna actually go ahead and get one more construction level. My next theory is maybe it has to be an oak door leading to your treasure room. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Locking in your treasure. Okay, so we got 72 construction now. That costs another like 900k. We built a treasure room, which cost a fair bit of money. And now we just have to build another oak door. And hopefully this one we can pick lock. Still not locked. God damn it. Alright guys, I think I'm just an idiot. I tried to figure this out for like 3 hours yesterday, and of course when you get really frustrated with the game and want answers, you tweet at Modash. Thankfully, because it's Modash, he delivered the correct information in a very timely manner. Thank you very much, sir. You are truly a god among men. Now the issue was, I wasn't actually setting challenge mode. If your house is not into challenge mode, you can't actually pick lock the... God damn it. I was 100% certain that was it. Okay, there is one last thing I can try here. I need to maybe set PvP challenge mode. If this doesn't work, I might cry. Oh, thank God it actually worked. There we go, guys. 10 thieving experience from pick locking the door. It's a beautiful sight, guys. There was our very first thieving level on the account, 2 thieving. And there is a very specific place that it can actually pick lock here, which makes it extremely easy. The door is really weird. Sometimes it will just get stuck for some reason. No clue how to fix that, but you know what? This is working pretty well. And I believe I just have to get to level 25 thieving, and then I never have to do this again. So thankfully, I think I only have to pick lock this thing like 1,000 times. Anyway guys, that is probably where I'm going to leave it for today. This week we did unlock a few pieces of really interesting new content. We found a very unique workaround to be able to unlock the thieving skill for us going forward. We gained a massive amount of construction experience, which not only unlocked us thieving, but one thing I didn't really mention is we now have access to a gilded altar, which is going to drastically improve our cost efficiency for prayer. And that will hopefully get us well on our way to 1500 total level. This week we are ending the episode at 1107 total levels, which means we have just a bit under 400 total levels to go. Now I have updated the goal sheet a little bit here to reflect our future goals. This week we did actually manage to get 1100, so we can knock that off our goal list. We've added a few other things on here, such as 99 fire making, 99 fletching, crafting herb lore, prayer, construction, and magic, as well as the completion of any clue scroll. So I'm really excited to work towards those goals, and I will be seeing you in the next episode. Alright, so we are starting the episode off at 1107 total level, which means we just need a little bit under 400 more to go. Now obviously this will require a ton of grinding and a bunch of different skills. However, what I really want to tackle right now is actually combat. We don't really even have a member's weapon yet. Technically we do, but it's really just as good as a rune scimitar, so I really want to unlock a better weapon now that we actually have a decent training method. Now I've made a bit of a decision here. What I'm going to be doing is selling back my redwood logs. Originally I had 99 fire making banked, however I've spent so much money on construction, I kind of need the money. And now that we've unlocked a new area, I don't think rushing 99 fire making is as high of a priority, so we're going to wait on that for now and get back my 5 or 6 mil. Oh no, my first willow tree died, that's a little sad. Oh well, we'll go ahead and plant another one I suppose. Okay, one item I actually totally forgot about was actually rune boots. They actually provide a significant combat bonus, and well, I had not been wearing them for the last 6 months. Not that it mattered that much because imps were so weak. However, now that my max hit actually matters, we definitely want to prioritize getting a higher strength bonus and higher combat stats in general. Alright, so the first weapon I want to shoot for is actually the granite hammer. I've never used one of those before, but apparently it is the best weapon for players who have 55 attack and strength. Oh my god, we've been here for just like an hour, and all of a sudden we have another genie random event. As always, these are always going to be going into hunter. It's really one of the few skills I can't train here. And we're already level 2 hunter, so things are definitely speeding up now. Only around 3 or 4 more genie randoms until our next level. Well, we have a pretty notable strength level coming in here. That is going to be 50 strength. Currently still getting around 20,000 experience per hour. However, there is definitely room to grow here. Whereas imps were just getting the same amount of destroyed at 20 strength as I was at 50 strength. Okay, our first willow tree successfully grown. There we go, guys. That is also going to be 28 farming. We got to grow willows all the way to 45, or I guess suppose 42. At which point we can boost again for the maple tree. Oh my god, we are getting so lucky with these random events. Another dunce random. I'm so afraid of messing these ones up. Definitely not impossible to do that. Regardless though, that is another 30 experience right into hunter, which means we're very close to level 3. There we go, guys. That is going to be 45 attack, bringing us up to total level 1,117. Okay, so all of the redwood logs are finally sold off. We ended up with around 8.2 mil. Now, one thing I definitely want to try eventually is to do Barrow's armor repair. Now, it should be a really easy way to make money with my POH. However, I do need to get a high smithing level. Right now, we're at like 68 or something, which is pretty good. However, the higher I get, the cheaper the repairs are going to be and the more money I will make. Okay, one more guard to kill here, and that is going to be 50 attack. We are now officially 50 attack and 50 strength. Which actually is the requirement for the granite hammer. I thought it was 55 attack and strength, but it's actually, I think, 50, which means now we can go ahead and get a gear upgrade. Now this feels really good because we've been using the Brine Saber for a long time now, and not to mention the granite hammer looks pretty damn sick. Okay, so that's a Brine Saber, but look at this thing here. It looks so awesome. We're literally gonna smash people with a one-handed hammer. So that is my first significant melee weapon upgrade in a long time. And not only are the stats better, but it also has a special attack as well. Which means if I am really paying attention, we can get a even higher XP per hour. So we're definitely going to be using that. Now, so far with the special attack and the new granite hammer, we've been able to get around actually 25,000, 28,000 experience per hour, which is really good. Relatively, of course. At this point, we're already getting 30,000 experience per hour, which means as we get stronger, we get more weapons, we might be able to get up to maybe 40,000, maybe even 50,000 experience per hour on guards at the high end. That pretty much means that getting into the 80s or 90s for combat shouldn't be too big of an issue. Obviously, gonna suck to kill that many guards, but hey, maybe at the end of it, we'll actually complete a medium clue scroll. Oh my god, we are getting so lucky with these genies. That is another genie random coming in. And I think that's the last one we actually need. We should be able to get another hunter level here. 20 experience, and that's going to bring us to level 3 hunter. For every level we get up to like level 20 or 25 is going to get exponentially quicker. And with this next willow tree, we now have level 30 farming, which means we no longer need to boost for the willow tree. Currently, we're getting about a level every time we harvest it. That's obviously going to slow down pretty soon. But I think getting to maple won't really take that long. Oh man, I can't believe it. Another dunce random event. After just another couple of days, we are getting so lucky with these. Now at level 3 hunter, for every dunce random we get, we're going to get 45 hunter experience, which is a ton. Alright, one thing I just realized that I maybe should go ahead and buy is actually a bottomless compost bucket. They end up paying for themselves fairly quickly, so I might as well make the investment now. They are really cheap and they essentially half the cost of compost, which is incredibly good. Not only that, it is obviously just convenient generally, although I only have one farming patch, which means it's not doing that much as far as quality of life, but again, cost saving, so definitely worth it. Alright, so we're testing out our handy dandy new compost bucket, and there's going to be 34 farming. We can now grow the Golavana fruit, not going to do that though. It is nice to know that for every compost we use, we're saving about 400 GP or something like that. Now we made a conscious decision to go for 60 attack first over anything else, and that is mainly because there's a very strong weapon available 60 attack that actually has no quest requirement. So I think this is actually going to be the final guard. There it is, 60 attack. Now while I really love the look of the granite hammer stylistically, there is a stronger weapon at this level, a dragon weapon, and like I said, no quest requirement. Now what I'm talking about is the dragon short sword. No, it's not quite as good as the dragon scimitar, but it's pretty close, really cheap, and I'm actually able to equip it at the Grand Exchange with no other requirements. Oh my god, it looks so bad. But unfortunately, if we have to massacre like 20,000 guards, I think we're gonna go with the strongest weapon, regardless of what it looks like. Now in the last episode, we finally unlocked a really interesting training method that is available only in your POH and apparently only when you're in challenge mode of your POH, and that's going to be picklocking oak dungeon doors. Now with my current strategy, we're getting around 2,000 experience per hour. Now I think that theoretically could go up if we got a higher construction level, but honestly it's not going to matter too much. We only need to get to 25 thieving, as at that point we could thieve warrior women until we have the level to thieve from guards. Now unfortunately there's kind of an anti-trolling mechanic here that prevents you from closing doors over and over and over again. Normally it can only close the door like 3 or 4 times before it locks you out for 30 to 40 seconds. I have experimented with going between 2 oak dungeon doors, but I haven't really found it to be that worth it. You're better off just chilling for a minute. So it looks like this is relatively the same speed as catching toy mice, however a little bit less annoying and a bit more AFK. Speaking of agility training though, the POH might be a really good place to do that, assuming you can drop them on the ground here. Alright, I think it's going to be the final level for now. There's 10 thieving. This is unfortunately of course very click intensive, as I am planning on doing this in small increments and eventually we are going to get 25. Now one big benefit of getting 60 attack is that we can now wear the Dragon Axe, which means we're now able to use the special attack. Now this will just incrementally increase our experience per hour a bit more as we can get a +3 boost. Alright, so there we go, another farming level coming in here, 36 farming. Every day we're coming here at least twice a day to try to get a couple farm runs in, and we're making pretty good progress. I mean, we're well on our way now to 42, which will unlock our brand new tree. There is another woodcutting level coming in, 64 woodcutting. I have no real end game goal for woodcutting, however, it's just really my AFK activity, so I do expect us to get it maybe into the 70s or 80s at the very minimum. Now fletching and a few other skills have taken a bit of the back burner, at least for the last couple of weeks, mainly because we have so much new content to experience, but I do want to get back on the fletching train here pretty soon because we are so close to 99 fletching. Just getting started here with another 11,000 ruby dragon bolts, which got us around 10% of the way to 98, but I really want to get 99 maybe in the next couple of weeks. We're doing our homework, we're doing our due diligence, we're getting another farming level coming in here, 37 farming. Okay, we're back to the old dungeon door, grinding out a couple more thieving levels here. That's going to be 11 thieving. That's going to be one more pickpocket for level 12 thieving. That is going to be 13 thieving. Another 20 minutes later and another thieving level coming in, 14 thieving. Alright, and finally here, I think that's going to be the last thieving level we're going to do for now. That is going to be 15 thieving. We've been at this for about 1 hour, and we need to do it, I think, for around 3 or 4 hours in total. So, you know what, we're a quarter of the way there or something like that. Now, one thing I've had in my bank for quite a while now is around 6,000 gold ore and 6,000 nature runes. Now, this should be enough to get us right to level 70 smithing. I've just really forgotten about them entirely. So it's been a little while since we've done some magic and smithing training, but let's go ahead and do a bit of superheating. So around 2 hours later, we managed to get another smithing level coming in, 69 smithing, and not only that, we also got a notable amount of magic experience as well. I think realistically, the smartest way for me to get 99 magic would be just through superheating. Whether I can handle that, well, yet to be determined. And finally here, we got another farming run coming through. That is going to be 38 farming and actually a Hespori seed. That's kind of exciting. I love the new collection log pop-up feature. That's actually an inbuilt feature now. You can have that even on the base client. Unfortunately, there's no use for a Hespori seed for me, but it's kind of cool to have in the bank, and I can kind of treat it like a fun little collection. Anyway guys, that is where I'm going to end it for today. We actually ended up gaining a ton of total levels. We're actually up to 1,171, and we started the episode at 1,107. Which means we gained 64 total levels today. The grand majority of those combat levels, we're up to 60 attack, 55 strength, and even 44 defense. However, we also gained like 10 or more thieving levels, a smithing level, some woodcutting levels, and a bunch of farming levels. Hey, actually pretty soon here we'll have access to a 1250 world, which while not terribly useful, will be a pretty nice milestone. As always guys, thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, always appreciate a like in the video, and I'll see you in the next episode. Now, I've been kind of tantalizingly close to 99 fletching for a while now. No, it doesn't really give us anything in particular, but having another 99 on the account would be awesome. And we're just 2 measly levels off now, so I kind of want to go for it. I think I'll have to get comfortable getting quite a bit of post 99 experience for fletching, mainly because this money making method is just too good. In 20 minutes, we just made 500k again. While also training the skill, I'm definitely still going to be doing this. For example, right now we just made 11,000 ruby dragon bolts. And there we go, they're sold off, and that means we made around 1.5 mil an hour doing that method, and gained a significant amount of fletching experience. Okay, we just did another 11,000 bolts. This time we did just regular dragonstone bolts. I'm not making as much money on these, but the XP per hour is quite a bit better. And honestly, as long as I'm making a bit of money with this, I think it's going to be worth it. Now, about a month or two ago, I finally unlocked thieving. Now, this skill is going to be integral for actually reaching my final goal of 1,500 total. And while there are some NPCs that can thieve in the palace, they all require a higher thieving level. So the only way to train from level 1 thieving in the areas that I had access to was in my POH by picklocketing oak dungeon doors. Now, every time I picklock a door, I get 10 thieving experience, which only equates to around 2,000 experience per hour. And unfortunately, we pretty much have to do this all the way till 25 thieving, where at that point we can thieve from warrior women. So yeah, we got some thieving ahead of us. So getting from level 1 to 24 thieving actually took me 4 hours. 4 hours of picklocking that door. I wish I could get my life back, but you know what, we're done with it. One thing, however, I realized that I could do is stop off at 24 because you can actually buy a bandit's brew right from the Grand Exchange, and that gives you a +1 thieving boost. And I will happily save myself another half an hour, an hour of thieving just by buying this one item. So at level 24 thieving, I can get a +1 boost and thieve from this warrior women, which is located in the Varrock Palace. Thankfully, this is here, otherwise I would have had to go all the way to 40 at the Oak Dungeon doors, and at that point, I might have gone crazy. As we do need 25 thieving, so we'll get the +1 boost, and there we go guys, look at that, 26 thieving experience per thieve, that is crazy. Oh my god, so quick. 14,000 experience per hour, I can't believe it. I think we may have bought way too many bandits brews, we're gonna get this level in like actually 20 seconds. So there we go guys, there is 25 thieving, we are now all set. We no longer need to boost at all. And right now I'm getting a thieving rate of around 25,000 experience per hour, which is incredibly good. Also at level 40, I do have the option of thieving guards, which I think eventually will be better experience per hour. Neither of these NPCs are generally thieved very much for experience, so I'm not really sure what their experience rates are going to be, but I guess we're going to find out, because once we get to level 40, that's pretty much all we got. We got to thieve guards all the way to 99 or however high we need to go. Now, there are a couple farming levels I missed during the thieving grind here. We got 39 farming, which means we can now grow orange trees. Alright, that is going to be level 40 farming. Every level now takes around 2 or 3 trees at this point. At this point, we actually only have a couple more levels to go until we can finally upgrade to our next tree, that being the maple tree at 45. With that said though, of course, we are going to boost it, so we'll only actually need 42. Well, it's been quite a while since I last checked in for fletching, but we've been hard at work making magic longbows. I don't know how many we've done at this point, probably over 10,000, but this is all going to pay off because there is 98 fletching. I mean, it wasn't all magic longbows. We did do a bit of bolt creation, stuff like that. We're so close now to our second 99 in the account. Honestly, originally I thought fletching would be our first 99. Oh, hello. But at this rate, it definitely looks like it will be our second. Only another 1.2 million experience left to go or something like that. But right now, it looks like we found an amazing margin. Creating Dragonstone Dragon Bolt. Right now, it looks like there's a margin of nearly 100 GP per bolt we make, which is insane. If we do a full buy-in limit, that's about $1 million profit. So we're definitely going to go for that. So there we go, we just finished off making all of the Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. Not only is that going to be a ton of profit, but we also ended up getting around 90,000 fletching experience, so that's really nice as well. Bringing us around 7% of the way to the final level. So it looks like this is going to be our final tree run for willows. There is going to be 42 farming. So finally it looks like we can move on to maple saplings. They are notably more expensive. I mean, we only have one farming patch, so we're definitely going to go with maples. Now previously we were getting around 1.4 thousand experience per tree that would grow. Now we're going to get over double that. Ooh, maples are so nice. Maples look really nice in the ground, but there we go, 3.4 thousand experience, which is finally going to start speeding this up again. Now, one thing I'm going to start doing now is paying for protection. We only have one tree patch, and now the trees are starting to get more expensive, so we're going to start paying for protection. Also, this guy only wants like a basket of oranges to protect my maple saplings, so that's not really that much of an ask. So we're definitely going to give him that. Wow, so we ended up making over $1 million profit, combining just 11,000 Dragonstone Dragon Bolts. That's truly amazing. We're now back up to over 10 mil again. We were getting pretty low there because we had a lot of expensive things, including construction, but we're finally building ourselves back up. Alright guys, I think this is about it. We have been doing just so many magic longbows the last couple of days and the last couple of weeks that after nearly a year of training, we are now at 99 fletching, the second 99 in the account. Oh, I'm excited about that. We now have managed to max 2 skills in our very restricted area. That's really amazing. And not to mention, we made a lot of money doing this. I don't know what was going on, but for some reason, making magic longbows for the last day or two netted me around 500k an hour. Like, we were consistently getting margins of over 200 GP per longbow that we were making, so we were making good bank as well. And after selling everything off from our way from like 97 to 99, we ended up making around 10 mil in profit, and we're back up to around 15 mil. So there we go guys, we can now finally check off another thing on our goal list. 99 fletching is done. Still quite a few things in here to do, including multiple other 99s. However, one other thing I think we might be able to get done today is another total level milestone, because we are actually coming up on 1200, and I do have some ideas on how we could get that fairly quickly. These maple trees are definitely paying off. We're getting levels now, I think every 1 or 2 saplings, which is way quicker. There's 43 farming, and just a day or two later, and that's going to be 44 farming, only one more level to go before we don't have to ever boost again. That will definitely be very nice. Now, when I was doing my construction grind, I ended up actually having to get one additional level, or I accidentally got one additional level, I should say. However, I think it's actually going to be worth it. Now, that is because with a +3 construction boost, I will be able to make a gilded altar, and while that is kind of expensive, definitely going to be worth it. So the gilded altar just cost me around 1.2 mil in supplies, and that is mainly having to buy the gold leaves and the marble blocks. Now, along with the gilded altar, we of course want to add on the incense burners. Luckily, we can build them with just steel bars, very cheap. And now we pretty much have a max setup for prayer training. So I'm gonna give this a try with 500 Dragon Bones. As of yet, I'm not really sure how annoying this is gonna be because every run I'm gonna need to light my burners. Now with that said, it's definitely gonna be worth it regardless. This is gonna be way more cost effective than just burying them in the ground, which is pretty much what I did all the way to 65 or whatever I'm at now. So that 1.2 mil investment is gonna save us tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions on our way to 99. Pretty much the way this is going to work, we're going to teleport to our POH with 2 Marintils and a tinderbox. We're going to run up here and light both of the burners. That will give us our 350% boost, and then we're just going to go ahead and bury all the bones. It's actually a fairly simple method, and I don't imagine we'll be that much slower than doing it in someone else's POH. Sure, I do have to spend a little more time teleporting back to the Grand Exchange, lighting the burners, but I still expect this to be reasonably quick. As we're about to hit our first prayer level, that is going to be 64 prayer, and currently I'm getting just a bit over 250,000 experience per hour. That's amazing, guys, I can't even believe it. And that's not even to mention the GP to XP being 3 times cheaper than what I was getting before. There's 65 prayer, just like that, guys. We can now, of course, wear 3rd Age Druidic, yeah, right. Now, just to put that into perspective, the GP to XP I was getting before was like 15 or something, very, very expensive. Now my GP to XP on Dragon Bones is around 6. At the current cost, I could get 99 prayer for maybe 60 or 70 mil. Expensive, sure, but not outside of the realm of possibility. Okay, so I think this is going to be our final sapling run before 45 farming, which means we now officially have the level to grow maple saplings. So it's going to be a long way until we can grow the next tree, which is going to be a yew tree. Even with the boost, we're going to need 57 farming, so quite a while before we can do that, but we're working towards it every day. Now, as I'm very close to 1200 total level, I thought I would try to bang it out this episode, and one of the easiest ways for me to get some total levels right now is training combat. We just hit level 45 defense, and every level only takes around an hour at this point. Well, we've been training defense for a while now, and we're going to hit 2 big milestones at the same time, 50 defense, and that also brings us up to exactly 1200 total level. With a total experience of over 50 million as well. So that is very exciting for quite a few different reasons. First one, obviously, we can check it off our goal list once again. 2 goals done in a single episode. And of course, only 300 more total levels to go until we finally finish the account. Now, one thing that's kind of been bothering me for a little while here is we have had these gold ores in our bank for months now. And I finally want to get around to superheating all of them. If I recall, that should be enough ores to get us to level 70. Smithing, at which point we do unlock a new ore to superheat. Whether or not I'm going to do it, I'm not quite sure yet. But yeah, let's go ahead and superheat 2,700 gold ores. Well, there we go, guys. We are pretty much done. Even though superheating is kind of click intensive, we do get a lot of magic experience, which is nice. Always happy to get magic experience. Not that this is cheap in any way, but there we go, guys. There was 70 smithing, which means we now have unlocked the ability to smith adamant ore. Now, on paper, this will be theoretically quicker smithing experience per hour. However, there are a few issues with that. It's kind of awkward to do, though, because we need to withdraw 6 coal for every adamant. Not really sure how that's going to work out, but I think eventually I'm going to give it a shot. Anyway, guys, I think that's where I'm going to end it for today. We made a lot of progress in quite a few different skills. Not only did we get another 99 done on the account, we also finally unlocked thieving realistically. So there are a lot of total levels we can get there. We've also unlocked now a good method to train prayer, a method where people won't literally laugh at me and tell me I'm doing something wrong. So that's going to be very nice, as well as we've also unlocked a better smithing training method. So we started the episode at total level 1171 and we ended it at exactly 1001, which means we gained 30 total levels, which I am of course extremely happy with. Only 300 more to go, guys. I'm sure it's going to be really quick. Sarcasm. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next episode. Now, finally, after spending 10 or 15 hours picklocking a door for almost no experience, we finally reached level 25 thieving, which means we can now steal from something reasonable, that being warrior women. So right now I am at level 25 thieving, the minimum thieving requirement. I just went ahead and bought a bunch of dodgy necklaces, and for the first time ever, we're gonna get a good thieving experience rate. I am pretty damn excited for that. There is a level 30 thieving, that didn't take very long at all. Now, there is actually one other NPC here we can steal from at the very least, and that is going to be guards at level 40. I presume that will be better eventually, but I guess we'll have to see. Not many people steal from either of these NPCs. They're not normally used. Okay, so that is going to be 35 thieving. We've also found a very good location to steal from the warrior women, and we can lock them in this corner here fairly easily. So I've been doing this for an hour or two now, and I'm actually already at level 40 thieving. That's amazing. I just gained 15 total levels in probably a couple hours, which is amazing compared to anything else I can do right now. So now if we go ahead and look for a guard, we should be able to steal from them. While they do give more experience, they are also going to be a bit more difficult to steal from. So previously I was getting about 25,000 experience per hour. I'll see if it's any different from guards. Well, after quite a bit of grinding, we finally hit level 48 farming, and I have ran out of maple saplings, so I need to go ahead and buy some more of them. They are adding up slowly. I mean, maple saplings aren't the most expensive. However, we're not really making that much money right now. We're just kind of spending it. Okay, so I ended up doing a bit of thieving on guards, and I don't think it's any better yet, at the very least. Right now, we're getting 22,000 experience per hour, which is fairly similar to warrior women. However, we're taking more damage from whenever the guards find us, which is just making it more annoying. So if they're going to be the same, we might as well do the lower level one. Anyway, there's 45 thieving. I think that's where I'm going to end it for now. But we just gained 20 total levels just like that. Feels pretty good. Now, one skill I've been struggling to level up consistently is prayer, and that was mainly because of how expensive it was previously. I mean, I didn't have an altar. I was just burying them in the ground at the Grand Exchange, and that was costing me millions of GP for not that much experience relative to prayer. However, in the last couple of episodes, I managed to level up my construction to 72, which means with a player-owned house boost, I was able to make a gilded altar. So with that, I now have actually efficient and effective prayer training, and while I haven't done it like this ever before, this should still be reasonably quick. I need to bring 2 Marintils, which I'm going to use to light the burners, a teleport to house tablet, and a ring of wealth. Oh yeah, and a tinderbox, which I totally forgot. Well, this sure feels a lot better than burying the bones in the ground. There is another prayer level. It was like 4 times quicker and probably like 3 times cheaper. I ended up buying 1,000 dragon bones for only around 1.2 mil or something. Dragon bones are incredibly cheap right now. And honestly, doing this weird run isn't even that bad. So there we go, guys. After quite some time, we've finally reached 70 prayer. Obviously, going forward now, things are going to be way quicker. The GP to XP I'm getting on prayer is now significantly better. And now getting 99 prayer on my GE locked account might be a little more feasible than it was before. It still could cost 100 million GP, but you know what? I think it is doable now. Doable and might actually even be necessary. Now, in the last episode, I got a fair chunk done out of level 95 magic. It's one of my highest level skills right now, and I would really like to get it to 99 pretty soon here. Now, most of the methods here are pretty slow. I mean, one of my favorite ones is only giving me around 50,000 experience per hour, but we're getting there eventually, and right now we're about halfway to 95 magic. While I did say most of the methods are slow, there is one that's really quick here. I just enchanted 11,000 diamond dragon bolts, and I was getting 300,000 experience per hour. The issue with this is you can only do it for around 15 minutes at a time or something like that, and usually it costs a fair bit of money. There we go, guys. 50 farming after quite a few maple tree runs. We still have 7 more levels to go until I can unlock the next tree. However, we're making good progress. I'm really trying to check in on my tree every day. It's the only patch I have, so I mean, I gotta stay consistent because getting a higher level farming is actually really important because there's very good money makers associated with it. And the higher level I get, the better the money makers. Okay, I just finished another giant session of enchanting. We did 3,000 diamond amulets. That took a long time, probably 3 or 4 hours, but got us a fair chunk of experience, and we're now 77% of the way to 95 magic. So it took a long time to sell off these amulets of power, and in the end, I think we only ended up breaking even. Unfortunately, I think for the last 25% of this next level, I'm gonna have to do ruby amulets. They're not really that much worse, and right now they actually are profitable, so I think it's probably worth doing. I don't really have that much money right now, so I shouldn't be sacrificing it unless there's a really good reason to do so. So after another 4 or 5 hours of enchanting these ruby amulets, we are about to get a magic level finally. Quite a lot of work went into this one level here, but there is 95 magic. I think that has unlocked the highest level spell. I don't think we'd ever use it though, but I think we unlocked Fire Surge, right? So I only have 4 more levels to go with magic. By far the next skill that we are closest to 99 with. The only way for me to realistically level this up at the Grand Exchange is just to try out a bunch of different methods. Most of them are very slow, and I'm pretty impressed that we've actually made it this far already. Now, a brand new update has just come to Old School RuneScape, and I didn't initially expect it to really affect my Grand Exchange only account. However, there's actually a new item you can make out of amethyst, that being the amethyst dart tip. Now, luckily, I actually do pretty much have the crafting level to make amethyst. Now, I'm pretty sure that because the amethyst dart tips are so new, there's going to be some serious money to be made crafting them. And what's really great is you actually get crafting experience, something I really need, and generally will cost you a fair bit. Now, I think we actually are 1 level short of it, so we need to buy some mushroom pies, but that's not that big a deal, to be honest. Now I'm going to start off with 1,000 amethyst. Essentially, all we have to do is eat the mushroom pie, and then we can go ahead and create the new item, the amethyst dart tip. Every dart tip you make will give you 8, which means doing this 1,000 amethyst should give me 8,000 dart tips. I think this is identical to making arrowheads or javelin heads, so I should be getting around 150,000 experience per hour, which is pretty good for a profitable method. Well, there we go, guys. We finished off with 8,000 amethyst darts. Now, how much can we actually sell these for? That didn't take me very long at all to make all of those, and it looks like we can sell them for 525 each. That's going to be a really good profit, actually. We're selling them for 4.2 mil, and we bought them all for 3.7, so 500k profit in like 20 minutes or 25 minutes. So I think right now we can get over $1 million an hour doing this. So there's 500k in profit just like that. Pretty crazy considering this is over $1 million an hour for a crafting training method, and one that is absolutely dead easy to do. I just finished up another 12,000 amethyst dart tips. Now I am constantly monitoring the prices, and even though they are changing around a bit, it's still incredibly profitable. Also, as a fletching training method, it would also be incredibly good. That said, we already have 99 fletching, so there's no point, but maybe next time. I gotta say I'm very impressed with how long this method has remained good for. I assumed that after a couple days it would just be break even, or maybe even you'd lose money, which is similar to pretty much all of the other amethyst training methods. However, it's still decent. I think at this point we're probably getting closer to maybe 700 or 800k per hour, but I mean still for a crafting training method, anything over break even is definitely good with me. So we just did another 16,000 amethyst dart tips, and they're still selling for now 528 each. I think the profit actually went up a bit recently. We're selling those for 8.4 mil, and we bought them for 7.7. So that's around 750k in profit just from 2,000 amethyst. So after a few days of doing just amethyst dart tips, we're about to hit a pretty important crafting level. That would be 89 crafting, which now means we officially have the level to make amethyst dart tips, making this a little bit more convenient. But I really want to keep going past this to see how far we can get from a profitable crafting training method. So I've continued to spam this method out non-stop, and we just hit another crafting level, 90 crafting. I think I'm just going to continue doing this until it's close to break even. At that point, I might consider doing a quicker crafting training method. For example, making green DI bodies is pretty much twice as quick. That said, we were really low on money when we originally started this, and now I think we're up to 12 or 13 mil again. So this has been a great way to fund our bank more, and we're getting tons of crafting experience. Okay, so we just did another big lot of amethyst dart tips and sold off quite a few amulets of power we had been kind of enchanting on the side. And after claiming everything, we're up to 14 mil, and that is including a few other things in the bank. So I think from level 88 to 90, we've already made 5 to 7 mil just making the dart tips, which is pretty damn amazing. Constantly doing tree runs in between all of these other methods, and we just hit level 54 farming. 3 more levels to go until we can finally plant our first yew tree. So after another long session of training, we have another crafting level coming in here. That is going to be level 91 crafting, and that has also brought us up to total level 1,240, which is amazing. We can almost make it now into a 1250 total world, which is kind of useful, but more so just a really nice milestone to hit. So we just did a giant lot of dart tips, 24,000 of them nearly, and we made, I think, around another 700, 800k in profit. So anyway guys, after that long crafting grind, we are now up to 15 mil, which means we now have enough money to fund a few future grinds I'm going to be starting very soon. I'm finishing off the episode at 1,240 total level, which means in today's episode I gained 39 total levels, putting us nearer and nearer to our final goal of 1,500, and by using a few new and unique training methods. As always guys, thanks for watching. In the next episode, I'm hopefully going to get started with one of the more interesting farming moneymakers. Anyway guys, thanks for stopping by, and I will see you in the next episode. Now, in the last episode, I discovered one of the best crafting methods in the game, at least for cost-effective crafting training, and that would be making the new amethyst dart tips, mostly because they're really new and also because amethysts are just really cost-effective in general. So because of that, we're actually able to grow our cash stack back up to around 15 mil, all while getting to 1240 total levels. So we are very close to 1250 now. So I think I'm going to start off by getting a few really easy total levels, and then we'll move on to something slower because I really want to start working towards our next 99. Well, there's a really easy strength level coming in, 56 strength. Luckily, whenever I'm feeling a bit disheartened on slower methods, I can just come over here, fight a couple guards, and get a little dopamine hit, and then go back to what I was doing. There's 57 strength, and there's 58 strength. So we took a bit of break from crafting training, but amethysts are still profitable, not nearly as much so as they were nearer to the release, but as long as it's break even, I think it's definitely still worth doing. We're getting decent experience rates at around 140k per hour, and if we're breaking even, that's amazing for crafting. Not to mention that more conventional crafting training methods are going up in price a bit, so this is getting more and more appealing. So we have a full level to go pretty well. Okay, so we've been doing a ton of crafting training. We just sold another 28,000 amethyst darts. We have another 24,000 down here. You can see we've just been doing tons and tons of amethyst, and we've taken a giant chunk out of this level so far. I'm just pretty happy with the fact that we're nearly halfway to 99 crafting, and we haven't really broken the bank too hard. We've obviously done a combination of a bunch of different things, but we've remained incredibly cost effective. So we're finally made it guys, 92 crafting. That took a long time, 5 or 6 hours of purely doing amethyst darts. We just did a couple thousand amethysts whenever we felt like it, and we did eventually get the level, which means we are now officially halfway to 99 crafting. Well, you know how I said amethyst wasn't really profitable anymore? Well, that has changed a bit today. It's still pretty chaotic, the pricing, so you can still get really good margins sometimes making the amethyst darts. Right now they're selling for 600 each. We're selling a batch of 3,000 amethysts for 14.3 mil, and we bought them for 13.1, which means we were primed to make 1.2 mil in profit on this, and that probably only took me around 2 hours to make all of them. Oh, you love to see it, guys. Everything's sold off, which means we just profited 1.2 mil on that. I just can't reiterate enough how much better it is making money from something than losing money. That sounds obvious, but it's actually such a time save to be making money from crafting. So another long level coming in here, and that is going to be 93 crafting. Amethyst darts have really kept me motivated to keep training crafting. And finally, here it is, 93 crafting. That's another 600,000 or 700,000 crafting experience we just gained here, putting us closer and closer to 99 crafting. I thought magic would be my next 99, but now I'm not so sure. But it's great. We have 2, even 3 skills that are within striking distance for the skill cape. Okay, I've been slacking pretty hard on my tree runs, which is not good because I only have 1 tree. And that said, we did hit 55 farming. It's the summer though, so I've been gone a lot and we haven't really been keeping up with our farming too much. But we got to keep more on top of it because it's just way too slow if I only do a farm run every couple days with only 1 patch. Okay, so I thought I would go ahead and try to finish off at 1250 total level. I'm just waiting for the day that we somehow complete a medium clue here. We're getting loads of them, although it's incredibly unlikely that I complete one. But anyway, the main point though is there is 60 strength, a nice clean level coming in here, and I think that means we only have 1 level to go before we hit the 1250 milestone. Well, I just realized I could have been training ranged and gotten that way quicker. Oh well, that means we still have a ton of quick total levels left. I totally forgot about ranged, but now that we have a Dorgishkon crossbow, things are much quicker. We just hit 44 range, but more importantly, 1250 total level. Very exciting, guys. That means, well, we have access to a new world mainly. But more so, it's just a milestone I've been working towards for a long time. Obviously, the next 250 levels are going to be very slow, but there's no doubting we have made a solid amount of progress, even since 1000. Now, moneymakers that you can do at the Grand Exchange are sometimes a bit few and far between, but probably one of the best ones in the entire game I've actually unlocked, kind of. Now, I've hinted at this a few times, but one of the best moneymakers you can do without really leaving this area is creating saplings from seedlings. Now, I have not been able to do this up till now because it actually requires farming levels. However, now that I have access to a farming patch in the Varrock Palace, I can actually do it. And another requirement for this method is actually a water source. There might have been a workaround for this, but this is going to make things way easier. Luckily, just to the east here, there's a water source. Now, essentially what I'm doing is growing seedlings into saplings. It's kind of a click-intensive process, but it can be incredibly profitable. So we went ahead and filled up a bunch of buckets. The next thing we need to do is go ahead and buy some seeds. We're going to start off by doing some mahogany seeds. Now, the reason this is so good is because you don't actually plant seeds in the ground, you plant saplings, and most people don't want to bother making them, so sometimes there's a 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, or even 5,000 GP margin just from creating these saplings. So we have the filled watering cans, we have the seedlings, so we're pretty much ready to go. So essentially the way this works is we have a gardening trowel in the top left corner and all our seedlings in the bottom right corner. And we also fill our entire inventory with filled plant pots. Now it's pretty click intensive, but you can go through them very quickly by clicking back and forth between the pots. There are a few different ways to do this. I find double clicking on each item and going back and forth to be the easiest and quickest. So we just have to go through all 200 seeds, and then the final step is watering them. Now, unfortunately, we don't have access to the lunar spellbook, so we have to do this manually. So the way we're going to water them is by withdrawing 3 watering cans, and we're going to do the exact same thing, double click on the watering can, and then on the sapling, and just go back and forth. So after going through all of them, the next step is just to wait 5 minutes for them to mature, and then we can sell them back in the Grand Exchange for a, well, it looks like a 200k profit in just about 5 minutes. So pretty damn good. Alright, so there's our first sale on saplings, and it looks like we made around 200k, like I said, which is a really good hourly profit of somewhere around 2 mil per hour. Now, it's unlikely I would do this for an hour straight. It's just a lot of clicking, but you know what? The option is there. And even just doing it for 10 or 15 minutes every day will add up to be a lot of money over time, especially once I get to higher saplings. They just get more and more profitable. Right now, we can only do maple saplings, mahogany, stuff like that, but eventually we'll be able to do yew, palm tree saplings, maybe even celestris and redwood trees someday, and those are incredibly profitable, which means even if you're destroying your wrists, at least you're doing it for a good cause and a lot of money. Okay, so we got another good profit on maple saplings. We did another 200 of them for around a 300k profit. Pretty good, obviously a lot more money to buy all the seedlings, but definitely worth it. Now in the background here, we have a ton of cheap seedlings we're buying. Teak seeds, just in case we want to do those someday. There's still around a 1k profit on them, so it's definitely worth buying a seed that's only 50 or 100 GP versus something that's 30,000 just because the investment is way less. So we're just going to bankroll those for whenever I feel like doing them. But right now we have almost 2,000 seeds to go through already, so that should keep me busy for quite a while. So we already grinded out 5 range levels today, not bad, and we have a few more sales on the mahogany saplings, selling them for 3,900 and buying them for 3,500, so actually almost a 400k profit on that one. And once again, theoretically, it should have only taken me around 5 minutes. We have a few more papaya seeds to process now. And of course, we still have a bunch of stuff banked. Finally, another farming level coming in here. We are very close to our next sapling, which will be used saplings, which we'll be able to plant at 57, thanks to, of course, the garden pie. Once we're up to use, they're starting to get kind of expensive, so farming is not going to be nearly as cheap anymore. Oh, we just got a new item, the Lederhosen shorts, which means we almost have the full Lederhosen set, and I've gotten this random event like 10 times. Alright, we're stopping what we're doing here for a bit of a ramble. Let's take a quick look at the stats here. Does something look a little bit wrong to you? Well, it definitely does to me, and that would be our level 1 fishing. I've had this account running now for almost a year. Let's go check this. Okay, sorry, 11 months, but still, how are we this unlucky at getting the Evil Bob random event and getting the fishing experience? When I was planning out the series, I'm like, am I gonna get it 5 times or 10 times? But I didn't really expect to be almost a year later and not even have it once. Getting a single Bob random event might save me upwards of 30 or 40 hours. Once we get into the late game, if we get 3 or 4 of them, that will save me potentially hundreds of hours, and I just gotta complain a bit, guys. Where the heck's my Evil Bob random? I don't even get it. Yesterday, I was just watching Verf's new Karen Castle chunk locked account. Highly recommend watching it. There will be a link in the description for that. But my god, during the first episode, he got like 4 or 5 Evil Bob random events. I was kind of triggered, not gonna lie. Good video though. Anyway, rant over. Why am I level 1 fishing still? There is another range level coming in here, a big one, 50 ranged, which means not that much. I guess, well, I guess we could upgrade our armor a bit at this level. Okay, so I ended up doing a ton of saplings recently. We did 615 mahogany saplings. It only took me around 15 or 20 minutes to do, but it was 20 minutes of pure hell. That said, we sold them for 1.1 mil and bought them for around 600k, which means we profited about 550k on that. Not bad for only around 15 minutes work. Now, because we're actually up to around 18 mil now, I think we can spend about 2 mil just on dragon bones, just to gain a few more prayer levels. Man, ever since getting my POH upgraded, this is just so much better. We can get the full value from bones now. And burying dragon bones has actually become kind of cost effective compared to some of my other Bibles I have to do. And we're already up to 71 prayer. Alright, so only a few minutes later, and we have another prayer level coming in at 72 prayer. And I believe this is the final level we're going to get, 73 prayer, so 3 total levels from a 2 mil investment. Pretty par for the course at this point. Most of my Bible skills are getting quite expensive. So a couple episodes back, we finally unlocked thieving as a viable trading method, and luckily because we have access to the Rock Palace, we have 2 different NPCs here we can thieve from. Now I tried them both out because I do have the thieving level to do it, but I found I think at this level warrior women are still better, so we're gonna maybe thieve from them until 50, or then we might move on to the guards. Honestly, I just feel bad slaughtering the guards and stealing from them. That's just kind of a bit rude. So there we go, we just went ahead and hit 50 thieving, and I think we're going to stop here for a minute. Now, one thing you might have noticed is I actually changed out my food item. Apple pies are incredibly cost effective, and they have 2 bites, which is pretty convenient for thieving, which actually has helped extend my trips and just make my thieving experience go up a bit. That said, I think we're ready to move on to the guards, or at the very least, we'll go ahead and compare the rates. So I think this last woodcutting level is going to be the final bit for today's episode. That brings us up to a total level of 1,267. I'm pretty happy with the progress. That means we've gained 27 total levels today. And while we still have a little ways left until our goal of 1,300 total level, we made a significant amount of progress today to even some of our slowest skills like crafting, combat, prayer, thieving. We did a little bit of everything. So anyway guys, thanks for watching as always. I'm going to try to get the next episode out much quicker than the gap between the last 2. Again, summer vacation did slow things down a bit, but I am hoping to get another GE only episode out this month. Thanks for watching guys, and I'll see you next time. So here's about where we left off last time, a total level of 1,267, we're well on our way to 1,500, and on top of that we have quite a few high level skills. Magic is level 95, crafting is 93, I mean we have a couple 99s that we could get in a reasonable amount of time now. Now one skill I have just been passively working on this entire time is magic. There's really no way for me to train this quickly and consistently. There are fairly quick training methods. For example, right here we're going to be buying some ruby bolts to enchant. That can be very quick, but we can only get around 50,000 experience every 4 hours, so not very consistent. We can enchant jewelry, but that's not very quick either. So really magic training is a long process, but one that has actually made me a fair amount of money, and we are now finally getting pretty close to level 99. Well, I totally forgot about this, but we had some dragon bones in the bank, and we had enough to get us another prayer level. Somehow I forgot about nearly 400k worth of dragon bones, but there's level 73 prayer. Thanks to the gilded altar, getting 99 prayer will be a breeze, albeit kind of expensive. Eventually I'll need to save up nearly 100 mil to get 99 prayer, but it should be easy once we have the money. So we actually enchanted all 11,000 ruby dragon bolts, and we made good money on it. I think we actually made a profit of 400k. Very rare on a method like that. Usually I'm pretty happy if we break even. Okay, so we're kind of skill hopping a bit here, but one thing I've forgotten about is I actually have a few ranged upgrades I can get. As we hit 50 range not that long ago, we're actually able to get the blue d'hide top and bottom. And now that we are fighting something a bit stronger than imps, I think it's about time to get a stronger weapon. I spent probably 30 or 40 hours, if not more, just killing imps with low level darts, but I think the Dorgishkin crossbow will be more effective against something that has more than like 8 hit points. Eventually I may try out the magic short bow, although I will be burning through a fair bit of money in arrows, so we'll have to judge whether or not that's worth it. Oh yeah, I haven't checked this in a while, but here's my loot from all the guards I've killed so far. I've killed 6,400 guards already, and we've only gotten 42 medium clue scrolls. I think I forgot a medium in my bank. Oh my god, yes we did. It's unlikely I'll be able to complete one anyway, but you know what, we might as well go for it. But yeah, we're already nearly 2/3 of the way to 10,000 guards. Not a single completion yet, but maybe we can get one eventually. Now I'm incredibly close to another farming level, and instead of waiting another 6 hours to hit a very important milestone, I thought I would just go ahead and buy my way out. We're gonna go ahead and buy some bagged plant ones. They're kind of expensive, but we only need to spend around 70k, and that will be enough to get us to level 57 farming. A really important level because 57 allows me to boost +3 to plant a yew sapling. So we just go ahead and plant these in our POH, and that should be enough to get us the level. There's 57 farming. Yew saplings are going to increase my experience rate so much. They will give me around 7,000 experience per plant, which is nearly double what I was getting before. Now yew saplings are starting to get kind of expensive. They're around 60k each. Realistically, I'll be able to plant 2 per day, which means 120k per day we're spending just on farming. Not too bad because we only have 1 patch. Now if I am pretty consistent with farming, I should be able to hit 90 farming in around 6 months, and theoretically 99 farming in around a year. Obviously not terribly quick with only 1 patch, but definitely possible. So we boosted with a garden pie to 60 and planted our yew sapling for the first time ever. Farming is actually going to be so much quicker now. So one thing I'm kind of debating here is whether or not it's worthwhile to spend for the protection. It's 15,000 per sapling, which is going to increase it significantly. So generally for most people, the cost of the protection might not be worth it. However, for me, since I only have 1 patch, I might consider it. So while I wait for my precious yew sapling to grow, I thought I would go ahead and, well, cut down some other trees. Okay, another mystery box. Are we going to get lucky on it? We're looking for really the stale baguette, I guess. Diamond's not bad, I suppose. Alright, so finally my first yew tree has grown up. No issue with disease, luckily. Although, I paid for protection actually. So 7,070 experience per yew tree. Actually so much better, although I forgot my goddamn pie. There's another tree coming through and another level 58 farming. Can now plant white lilies if I had a white lily patch. Okay, so I've just been chopping a lot of trees and planting a lot of trees. I guess the cycle of life, but we got another woodcutting level coming in. Okay, so this beginner clue I can kind of do. It's unlikely I'll be able to complete it, but it's just a hot and cold clue step, which means I have to go talk to Reldo. I'm not sure if there are any hot and clue steps that are in the Grand Exchange or Varrock Palace area, but we're gonna go have a quick look. Well, this one is not completable, at least. That said, it may not be completable at all. So I decided I wanted to try out the HD plugin in the Grand Exchange area. I just was going to try it out for around a week and see if I liked it. In the end though, I decided I'm not going to use the HD plugin for the Grand Exchange only series, mainly because it's already a well-established series on my channel, as well as the fact that we just are in one area and it's pretty iconic to me. So I think for any series that is focused on the Grand Exchange, I'm not going to use the HD plugin for. That said, for any progress series where we're going to be exploring Gielinor, looking at some of the cooler areas and really showing off what the plugin has to offer, I am going to have HD on for, so there will be a bit of variety. So there is another farming level coming in, 59 farming, and another Hespori seed. Really just going to be a collection of mine at this point. And there we go, there is 60 farming, which means we can now officially plant the yew tree and we don't ever have to eat these garden pies again, at least not for a little while. Okay, we've just been on a bit of a farming binge recently. There is 61 farming. We are trying to keep more consistent with my farm runs, because after I went ahead and calculated how long it would take me to get 99 at this rate, I need to realize I need to start being a bit more consistent with it. So I have finally gotten around to trying out guards. Now I've pickpocketed from warrior women for quite a while, and now we're going to be trying out guards. I would say that they are marginally better right now. On the 3rd floor of the Varrock Castle, there is actually a decent place to steal from them. You can get them stuck between these beds among a few other places. And I think around level 50 is when guards start to be a little bit better than warrior women. They catch me more often, but of course they give me more money and more experience per thief, so I think they will be the best going forward. Oh my god, finally, we got a good random event. That is going to be a genie random, which is pretty nice because that's actually going to get me a hunter level. That is going to bring us to level 4 hunter. I'm not sure how many lamps we've gotten, but quite a bit more than Bob random events. So we've been stealing from guards for a couple hours now, and we're about to get another level coming in here. That's going to be another level coming in here, 53 thieving, bringing us up to a nice clean level of 1,280. But I don't know if my hand can take too much more thieving for now. So I've still been working away at this magic grind pretty much every day. Right now we're enchanting some ruby dragon bolts, and we're doing the 1 tick method, which means we're getting a ton of experience per hour, nearly 300k, and I was making some mistakes there as well. Unfortunately, we can only do that every 4 hours, so we're gonna have to move on to another method after this, but we're getting pretty close to halfway to 96 magic, which has kind of motivated me to try to get 96 magic maybe the next day or two. Alright, so I moved on to another method, well, kind of the same one. Instead of ruby dragon bolts, we enchanted around 9,000 diamond dragon bolts. The experience rate is even better, up to 370k per hour. But again, we can only do that for around 4 hours, but that has brought us up to pretty much exactly halfway to 96. But I definitely need to find a more consistent magic training method, or the next level isn't really going to happen anytime soon. So what I ended up landing on was actually enchanting amulets of strength. I was able to get a really good deal on the ruby amulets. For some reason, they were incredibly cheap the last couple of days. We bought them for 1,219, and it looks like we can sell the amulets of strength for 300 GP more, and we're only spending 170 on the cosmic rune, which means for every 1,000 that we do, we're netting around 130k in profit, while getting some incredibly easy and AFK magic training. So I just finished up with 3,000 amulets of strength. We're gonna go try to buy more ruby amulets as well, because they've even dropped further. It looks like we can buy them for 1,145. That's so cheap, and we're getting nearly a 500 GP margin on it. So let's see how many of these we can buy. We'll shoot for 5,000 maybe. We've just been enchanting so many things. We've bought another 4,000 ruby amulets. So in the end, I think we're going to do near to 10,000, which actually might net us over $1 million in profit, which I'm actually pretty stoked about. And look at that, we're pretty damn close to the next level, only 100k to go. So it's finally about to happen after, well, 2 days of just non-stop enchanting. We're about to get a pretty significant level on the account, 96 magic, which means we only have 3 more levels to go until 99. I feel like when you only have 3 levels left, it just motivates you to finish it off. Only like 3 million more experience to go, which really isn't that bad. And considering I've managed to find some either break-even or profitable training methods, we're not even sinking any money into magic. which is pretty amazing. So here we are again back at the good old oak trees, and we just hit a really awesome level 70 woodcutting. Pretty nice milestone level, bringing us up to 1281 total level. Oak trees are not as bad as I thought. They're actually pretty quick for a low level free-to-play tree. Well, I'm glad we made a bit of money from magic because I'm definitely spending a lot from farming. That said, another farming level coming in, 62 farming. And I'm really hoping I can keep this momentum forward of doing 2 tree runs per day. It's really not that hard. It just takes 5 minutes. It's just remembering to do it. Well, so far so good. There is 63 farming. We did remember to do it the last couple of days. Currently, we still need to get another 9 levels until we can plant magic trees. At that point, we're really going to be burning money, but, well, it has to be done. So I'm still working on selling off the rest of our amulets of strength, but I thought it was about time to invest a bit more money into prayer. I'm trying to do around 1,000 dragon bones every week. That way it doesn't seem like such a big cost investment every time. Thanks again to the Gilded Altar for not making me look like such a peasant, just burying bones in the ground. Only savages do that. So our first level coming in here from our 1,000 bone investment is going to be level 74 prayer. At this point, we have unlocked all the prayers we can use in the Grand Exchange, so it doesn't really matter. It's just mainly for the total levels. What am I talking about? We could actually unlock Rigor if we wanted to, but is that going to be worth it for guards? Wow, I actually didn't know this could happen, but you can get random events in your POH, and we actually got a good one. We got the Genie Random, so that will give us 40 experience right into Hunter, which means we're already pretty much halfway to our next Hunter level. And there is 75 prayer, I think our final level from the 1,000 bone investment. A nice place to start off. We can now wield an Elysian as well. If we ever needed that for the guards, I don't think so. So we're over here in the guard pit, and I think that's probably where I'm going to end the episode for today. Tons of total levels to gain here, but for now we're going to end off at 1,287 total level, which I think means we've gained 20 or 21 total levels in today's episode, which is not bad considering we also gained a Titanic magic level. That took me like 20 or 25 hours just on its own. So we made a lot of progress, and we're getting really close to our next big milestone of 1,300, which I am really excited for. Thanks for watching as always, guys, and I will see you in the next episode. Alright, so in the last episode, we finished off at 1287 total, which is pretty exciting because we are within touching distance now of another big milestone level. That would be 1300. Now, we could probably easily get that just training on guards, but 1, that's kind of boring, and 2, I kind of like having a few easy levels to get in my back pocket, just in case we get burnt out in the future. So for the last couple of weeks, I've been enchanting just so much. It's not very good money, but it still is profitable in most cases. So thanks to that, we're actually up to 14 mil again. I mean, we're in a constant battle with our upkeep costs for farming. Used saplings are really starting to take a dent into my cash stack every day, and we have to make a bit of money every day just to break even. So I'm pretty happy at least our cash stack is going upwards because we're spending quite a bit. So a level I haven't gotten in a long time now is crafting. For a while I was making amethyst dart tips, but now that's not profitable anymore. So I thought if we're going to do a not profitable method, I might as well do a quick one. So we're going to try to get an entire level here just on green DI bodies. Certainly not cheap, but the most cost effective and quick crafting training method that you can realistically do. We're going to start with 6,000 green dragonite leather. That will use up most of my cash for now. We'll turn those into bodies and we'll see how much money we lose. It really varies depending on the day. So I just crafted all 2,000 green DI bodies. Now, really, I would highly recommend not dumping them in the Grand Exchange because quite often there are times where nobody is buying these. Keep in mind the buy limit for this is 70. So if you dump all 2,000, there's a fairly good chance that you might end up losing quite a bit of money on it because it relies on quite a few people having buy offers in at a fairly low amount. Don't be one of those people who dumps like 10,000 black DI bodies in the Grand Exchange. That is definitely a recipe to get ripped off. Just take your time and you will save yourself a ton of money. Okay, so they all sold off for $84.50, and what did we buy everything for? Looks like $9,600, so it's kind of expensive. We lost 1.2 mil on that, but I mean, we're already kind of committed. I guess we'll just do it one more time. Crafting definitely used to be a bit cheaper a few months ago. Maybe I should have gotten 99 crafting back in May or June, but well, too late now. While I was doing some crafting training, we have another farming level coming in here just from used saplings once again. Every sapling cost me at least 60,000 GPs, but we only have one farming patch, so we kind of have to plant the best thing possible. Okay, so while this level did cost quite a bit of money, at least we got it. There is 94 crafting. That probably cost me a bit over 2 mil to get. Kind of expensive when you think about it that way, but we're now one level closer to 99, and I do have another kind of secret crafting method I'm going to try out first. Hopefully it ends up working, and if it does, well, I'll show you what it is. Oh, sick. Well, there's another big level coming in, 71 wood cutting, just here at the oak trees. Now, I know a lot of people ask why I don't chop yews, but I think oak trees are significantly quicker, and yew trees really don't provide that much money per hour. Might be a really good AFK activity though, so I might consider doing it sometimes. Also, we can now use a crystal axe, although we'll never be able to get that. So magic is something that is always on the radar here. We just went and did another 3,000 amulets of strength. Currently, they are still a bit profitable. Definitely not by a significant margin or anything, but worth checking out. Pretty much I just do a little bit of magic training every day, and I mean, we're getting pretty damn close to 99. Okay, so thieving is another skill I am passively working on. Guards, I think, are now marginally better than warrior women. Once again, here on the 3rd floor of the castle, it's fairly click intensive, so we're only doing a level here and there. So there is level 54 thieving, brings us up to total level 1,292. I'm not really sure what my end goal is for thieving, but probably at least 70, if not more. So I started the episode at pretty much 0% of the way to 97 magic, and we're already up to 40%. A significant portion of that is just from enchanting like 8,000 amulets of strength, but we've also been doing some bolt enchanting along the way as well. We're very poor now that we can only afford 5,000 bolts at a time, yet it's still so profitable. We're selling all of them for 9.8 mil, and we bought them for 9.3 mil, which means just on 5,000 of them we're profiting like 200k, which is pretty solid for how good a method it is. So I've had this really interesting crafting method in the back of my mind for a while now. So back closer to the beginning of 2021, Jagex actually added in an interesting new crafting method, which came along with the Shades of Morton rework. Now that was the ability to craft swamp bark armor, blood bark armor, but also split bark armor. Now the prior two actually require you to be at an altar to make, which is not going to work for me because I can't leave the Grand Exchange. That said, I am actually able to make split bark right from the Grand Exchange. All I have to do is buy fine cloth and bark, and then we can craft that into split bark armor. Now because split bark armor isn't that useful, it is essentially at alch price, and pretty much any armor piece you craft loses you a significant amount of money, except for one. Now that would be the split bark legs. I have no idea why, but the high alch value of split bark legs is way more favorable than any of the other ones, which pretty much means that you can profit making split bark legs, but you'd lose a ton of money making pretty much anything else. So the plan is to buy fine cloth and bark on the Grand Exchange, craft those into split bark legs, and then from there we're going to alch them. Because nobody ever buys these, it would be way too big a pain to try to sell them back, but we can actually alch them for a profit, so I'm really excited to try this out. The amazing part about this method is there's no way for me to lose money. Because we know exactly the price we can alch them at, we either just don't buy the fine cloth for a profitable margin, or we do, and then we alch it and make money. So it's a pretty safe method, albeit probably pretty slow. Well, that's a good sign. Overnight, we did manage to buy 1,000 fine cloth. For some reason, I bought 3,000 bark. It is actually a 1-to-1 ratio though, so that didn't really make too much sense. We need 3 bark and 3 fine cloth for every armor piece that I do make. And we simply have to use a needle and thread on this and make the split bark leg. Now this is kind of unique as far as a crafting method goes because we can only make like 3 or 4 per inventory, but more time spent banking will probably bring the experience per hour down quite a bit. So every piece we can alch for 24k each, and it will cost me around 23k in supplies, so 1,000 GP profit per piece we make. That's pretty damn good. Okay, so we made it through 1,000 fine cloth. It didn't take me too long, and our experience rate per hour around 230k. I think we could do better than that, but we were kind of AFKing this a bit. As we turned 1,000 fine cloth into 333 split bark legs, and now we simply just have to alch it. So after alching everything, we ended up with roughly 8 million gold, and we probably spent around 7.8 million on supplies, somewhere around there. So around a 200k profit just from doing 1,000 of those, which is really exciting, honestly. We got profitable magic and crafting experience. And it's kind of honestly a fun method that I can't even really overdo because it takes so long to just get the fine cloth. So going forward, I'm going to try to do at least 1,000 of these every day, and we'll see how far we can make it. Well, another day, another farm run, another level, and well, another Hespori seed as well. Okay, so there's another 1,000 fine cloth we got overnight. It took a long time, but we did manage to retain the same price at 7,700 each. I think this will be profitable up to 7,900 or maybe 7,800, but we have another 1,000 to go through here. I wish it was a bit cheaper, or I wish I wasn't so poor, I guess. 10 mil is just not quite enough to do everything I want to do, but everything just costs money. So we just made another 333 split bark legs again, which so far has gotten us around 15% of the way to another crafting level. Plus, of course, we do get to alch it. So another 333 alchs, which brought us pretty well 8 mil. So again, about a 200k profit. Okay, it appears that I actually might need to bump my offer up. Either someone is competing with me over it, which, you know, definitely possible, or the item is so infrequently traded that even me buying like 1,000 of it has jumped the price up. I guess we'll find out pretty soon, but we should probably be patient. Alright, so there is another 1,000 fine cloth. We did unfortunately buy it for a bit more, but I think it still will be profitable at 7,800. So instead of making 200k for every 1,000 fine cloth we make, we'll make probably 100k, but that's still pretty good. So after processing all 1,000 of those and alching them, we're now at roughly 75% of the way to our next magic level, which is pretty hype. I've just been kind of picking away at it day after day, but now we're pretty close. I think we only have around 300k more experience to go until we hit 97 magic. I can't believe how far we've made it. Okay, so we're doing a bit more ranged training. I've gotten so many mediums now. I don't know, guys. Is there a way I can complete a medium in my area? I'm not sold anymore. There are just so many medium steps. There's only a few, I think, that are within my area, so it's going to be pretty unlikely, but, you know, I'm going to keep picking them up. Ooh, actually, we just hit 60 hit points. Didn't see that one coming. Well, okay. I did see it coming. I just somehow missed the level again. There is 55 ranged. Luckily, these levels aren't taking too long now, and now that we're at 1,298 total, 1,300 is so close now. Okay, well, we're going to take a small break because we bought another 1,000 fine cloth, and I pretty much have to process them immediately because it uses up my entire cash stack currently, which is kind of sad, but we pretty much just need to process them and alch them right away, or we have, like, no money. Trying to get an extra cinematic approach here, just because we've done the same thing a couple times, but there we go, alch them again for 8 mil. Okay, so the final stretch we're going to do with defense. I have quite a low defense level actually, because there's no point to train it up really. Obviously beyond the total levels, nothing here can realistically kill me, so we're going to do it last, but we're so close, I just kind of want to get 1,300. So we just bopped one more guard, and there it is, 53 defense, and most importantly, 1,300 total. Feels pretty damn good, only 200 more to go. That's going to be a grind, but I'm happy we made it at least to 1,300. So that is a big milestone done with, and actually another goal knocked up the list. So 1,400 is a while away, but that's not the next goal I think we're going to hit. I think we have a couple 99s that are realistically going to be pretty close, and I'm extremely excited for that as well. So there's only one thing left I want to do today, and that is finally get that damn magic level. I've been working on it for 2 weeks now, and we are tantalizingly close now, so we just gotta go for it. I'll probably just AFK the rest of it while I edit this video, and hopefully I'll be able to get it by the time we're done editing. Alright, so almost perfect timing, but we are almost done here. This magic level has been a work in progress for a while, but after enchanting another couple thousand amulets of strength, we have finally done it. 97 magic is complete, which means we only have 2 more levels to go till 99, over 1,000,000 experience per level now. The majority of this has been done with pretty slow magic training methods, and almost a year later and we are almost done. So after selling everything off, we'll probably be around 13 mil, which is pretty damn good, and we're ending the episode off at 1,301 total level. We really stretched ourselves here to get that 1 extra level, which means today we gained 14 total levels. Not bad. Thanks for watching, guys, as always, and I will see you in the next episode. Alright, so farming, a really important skill on the account right now, and one that I have been working on for a while. Now, as you may know, I have one main way to get farming experience, and that would be my one and only tree patch in Varrock. Now, in the last episode, we just hit level 67 farming, which is good. We are making lots of progress, but there's also going to be a long way to go to ever hit 99 farming. So to try to motivate me a bit, I did a few calculations. First up, from where I am now, I need to plant roughly 50 more yew saplings, which isn't too bad. At 2 a day, that will only take me another 25 days. So sweet, we can get that done in under a month. Now at 72 farming, we can now plant the magic sapling with a boost. And that's where the real grind begins. If I can manage to plant 2 a day consistently, it'll take roughly 440 days to hit 99 farming. So that's all to say that I really shouldn't be missing any farm runs. So farming has been kind of the silent killer for my cash stack. Every day I have to spend over 100k just on saplings, and that's only going to get worse. So I have to make sure I'm also making some money as well, or else my cash stack will drain to nothing. Now, because I have leveled up my farming quite a bit, we're now able to process palm tree saplings, another really good farming moneymaker. Technically, we have to be level 68 to make them, but we're close enough with a boost. So right now I'm buying the palm tree seeds for around 31k on the Grand Exchange, and we can sell them I think for 34k. So roughly a 3k margin, which is great. We simply just have to plant the saplings, water them, a 5-minute click intensive process, but I think it's going to be worth it. Well, unfortunately we didn't get the sell price we wanted, but overall we still made I think around 200 or 250k, which is, still worth the time. Now, I am continuously trying this with other seeds. Right now, we're going to try the maple saplings, see if we have any better luck there. There is another dunce random, which will easily push us over to our next hunter level, which is going to be level 5 hunter. Pretty exciting. All the levels now will come very quickly, up to a point anyway, but I could see ourselves easily getting to like 20 hunter just from lamping, which is pretty exciting. Okay, so there's another farming level coming in here, 68 farming, which means we can now officially make the palm sapling. And while I can't ever plant any of these fruit trees, it does unlock one really important thing, and that's the ability to craft the sapling, which means eventually I'll be able to make the dragon fruit sapling, the celestia sapling, and even the redwood sapling, which all could bring me in a ton of money. But, well, that's going to be a while. So one piece of content that I actually have access to now that I've kind of put off for a while and really didn't consider doing until now is chopping yew trees. I know it's obvious, and I knew the yew trees were back here. The money per hour is pretty terrible. The XP per hour isn't very good either, but you don't have to pay very much attention, which means it really is one of my best AFK activities, and random events can spawn here, which means it's pretty good for farming those as well. So we're gonna get chopping. So here's our first woodcutting level coming in here, 72 woodcutting. Chopping yews for money is honestly just so bad. I'm pretty sure chopping the oak trees is more profitable per hour, but that's not why we're doing it. Back here at the yew trees once again, and there we go, another genie random event. We're gonna get a lot more randoms out here, which is awesome. Maybe eventually we'll get that damn fishing random event. I've almost given up hope on that now. So after another few hours of chopping, we are very close now to another woodcutting level. That is going to be 73 woodcutting. The clip of me getting 74 woodcutting apparently got lost in the vast mess that is my computer. But trust me, we got it. Alright, so after a long few hours, we're about to hit a very important milestone for the account and for woodcutting, and that is going to be 75 woodcutting. Now, to actually unlock something really interesting, that would be magic trees. Now, some people might say, well, there are no magic trees at the Grand Exchange or the Varrock Palace, and you're right. However, I can grow one. We're not too far off either, so at 72 farming we'll be able to grow a magic tree, and I'm really curious to compare how good chopping one magic tree is compared to having access to 2 yew trees, because even if it's marginally better, I mean, hell, we're gonna go for magic trees all day, and something about growing and chopping your own tree feels kind of satisfying. So far so good. We've been able to be fairly consistent with our farm runs, and that is going to be another level coming in, 69 farming. Only 3 more levels to go until we can finally move on to our next sapling, and also our last sapling. Whew. Interesting. Okay, so this is one of the first easy clue steps I've actually had in my area. Very unlikely that I would get this step again, but it's always possible, and finishing an easy clue would be so hype. I think this is the first step I've ever gotten here, so yeah. Yeah, there's so many easy clue steps, that was very unlikely, but you know what, still kind of exciting. I'm still looking to complete a clue scroll at some point, not sure when that's going to happen though. So we ended up processing almost 200 maple saplings, pretty good profit on that one actually, 300k pretty well. 300k in 5 minutes, pretty good hourly rate. So we're back on the magic grind here, and not only because I want to get 99 magic, which I do, but also just because it's honestly one of my best money makers, and we're very poor right now. Okay, so we did another lot of diamond dragon bolts, pretty good profit on it actually. We profited a bit over 300k just on 5,000 of them, which means a full buy-in limit, which I could do in around 50 minutes, would profit me 600k. Pretty damn insane. Obviously this fluctuates a lot. I'm just really trying to take advantage of this when it is profitable, because really I don't need magic experience that badly, but I do need money. So there's another lot of 5,000 done, and that's another 200k in profits. So overall we made around 500k from that. Amazing, and gained around 80k magic experience. God damn it, flax. So combat training is something I definitely need to do. There are so many levels here to get, and only one monster to kill. It's not the worst. Now that we have access to guards, we can consistently get 20k, 25k per hour in combats. It'd be really nice if there was a stronger monster here somewhere, but you know, 22 hit points is better than 8. Currently we're up to 7,500 guard kills, so we're trying to motivate ourselves by just the number of guards we're killing. Next goal, of course, is 10,000. You can see I definitely banked a clue scroll or 2 by accident because we've only gotten 47 as a drop. Okay, so there's 55 defense, not bad. Oh my god, I think this is the wrong one again. The collar, I think, is the wrong color. Alright, so we're gonna end this defense grind for now. We got all the way up to 57 defense, quite a few total levels gained. Actually, quite a few. We're already up to 1,314 total. Largely due to, well, all those easy defense levels, but they had to be done eventually. Alright, so finally after a couple of days, we got a big farming level coming in here. The big 70. I don't even know if we unlock anything at 70. What do you get at 70 again? Do you get anything? Poison ivy bushes, okay. Not very useful, but more of a psychological milestone. Only 2 more levels to go as well until we can finally plant magic saplings. And then after just like 2 more years after that, we'll be done. Alright, so we've been making some significant progress into our next magic level. We've been doing lots of bolt enchanting and amulet enchanting. I mean, what's new? That's just been my preferred way to level. Yeah, so after that lot of bolts, we're just a bit over halfway now. And of course, all the while, making some money. So another few lots of bolts done and a few more amulets, and we're up to now 65% of the way. Honestly, quite a gigantic level at this point. We just enchanted another 3,000 amulets of strength. That alone just took 3 or 4 hours. Okay, so this magic level has been quite a while in the making. I've enchanted just so many things. Hours and hours and hours of enchanting. More recently, we've been doing amulets of power again. So there we go, guys. 98 magic, really exciting. Only 1 more goddamn level to go, and then we'll have another 99 in the account. Holy crap, I think that's the right one. Oh my god, it finally happened. Another fishing random. Okay, so we passed the first 50% check, which means we got the right version of the random event. Now we just have a 50-50. Are we going to get magic experience, or are we going to get the prized fishing experience, which will save me like 10 or 20 hours of this raid just by getting this random event once? Has our year-long wait been worth it? Are we finally going to get it? Well, that deserves a sigh if anything ever did. Jesus, we've been waiting so long for that. I mean, we can only hope that as I spend more time outside of the Grand Exchange platform, I'll get more randoms and eventually I'm going to get it. It was kind of part of my original planning, so if I don't get at least level 7 or even ideally 15 fishing, we're going to have to do a lot more grinding. Okay, well, speaking of grinding, we're going to start off another grind here. That's going to be a crafting level. Crafting's also getting up there, and occasionally cutting amethyst into dart tips or sometimes other things is break even. And it looks like right now it is at least making dart tips, so we're going to try to take advantage of that for a while, see if we can get a crafting level out of it. Right now we're about 94 crafting, I think around a third of the way to the next level, so we're not too close, but we'll see how far we can get. Well, I'm happy to say we got pretty much the entire level. Now, not all of this was profitable. I think we actually lost a bit of money on the last 1,000 or 2,000 amethyst, but I just kind of wanted to get the level, you know, spending a bit of money here and there, not a big issue. But there we go, another crafting level coming in, 95 crafting, which I think means we can make another Zenite item. And yeah, that's another giant level done with. So I don't know if you can tell the difference, but right here we have the, what I like to call the trash cat. Absolutely worthless. So after quite a lot of defense training, we can now finally upgrade our gear a bit. I mean, we've been rocking the rune chain skirt for a long time now, and surprisingly, 60 defense might actually be one of the bigger DPS upgrades I can get right now, and that's mainly because of the obsidian armor set. So we're going to invest a bit of money into this. First up, we need to buy the entire obsidian armor set, which is just objectively way better than runite. But that's not it. Not only do we want the obsidian armor set, we also want something called a berserker necklace, as well as an obsidian weapon. So on top of the obsidian armor set, we need a berserker necklace, kind of expensive as well, about 1.5 mil for that. And I think we also want the Toctix Ack, which is the obsidian sword, I imagine. So not only is there a set effect for obsidian, which gives us an additional 10% melee strength and accuracy, the berserker necklace also gives us an additional 20% damage when we're using an obsidian weapon, which means altogether a huge DPS increase. And I think it should be fairly notable even though guards are pretty weak. So first test so far, I'm up to around 37k per hour, so almost 10k an hour more. We're bottlenecked here pretty hard by just how weak the guard is, but still, more damage is more damage, and we are going to see some results from that. So anyway guys, in our stylish loot beam here, I think that's where I'm going to end it for today. We ended up gaining around 20 total levels, which is pretty amazing considering the point we are at in our account, and I'm almost positive in the next episode we'll be able to hit another 99 on the account, as well as a few other really exciting goals. Thanks for watching guys, as always, and I'll see you next time. Now, in the last episode, I finished off at 1,321 total level. We're making really good progress towards our final goal. That said, there is one skill here that has been irking me for a while, and I really want to get it done. That would be magic. Looking at it now, we are only one level away from max, which while appears so close, is yet still so far. We must have to do another 20 or 30 hours of magic training. So I'm going to start by working on that, and although I am very poor right now, I do have a way around that. So there is one method out there that I haven't really tried yet at all, but it is one of the most cost-effective ways to train magic and kind of crafting at the same time. Now, alching is historically a very popular way to train magic, but it can be somewhat difficult to obtain profitable things to alch. Now, that's assuming that you buy items directly from the Grand Exchange and alch them. However, there is another way around this. A very popular item to alch are battle staves, and while you can buy them directly from the Grand Exchange, another way to do this is to buy the orb and battle staff, combine them for crafting experience, and then alch them. Depending on the prices, you can fully break even doing this, both with the crafting experience and the magic experience, which means this is actually a very good option to train both skills at once, because crafting is another skill that we're getting very close to 99 on as well. So yeah, probably should have done this a while ago, but you know what, we're getting to it now. So right now we're starting off with earth orbs and battle staves. We're going to go ahead and buy 1,000 roughly of each of them, combine all of those together into battle staves, and then we'll start alching. So there we are, we finished off with all 1000 Earth Battle Staves, gained ourselves just over 100k crafting experience, which is actually quite a bit. Now, unfortunately, we have like no money left right now. Now, the best part about this method is you can't really lose money on it. You either don't buy any of the items for a profitable margin, or you buy them and alch them. Battle Staves will always high alch for 9,300 each, which means you really cannot lose. So roughly this entire process takes a little over an hour, and because we broke even on all of that, we essentially can just repeat that as many times as necessary. So not a bad method. Okay, so we just went ahead and alched another 1000 battle staves and of course crafted them, which means we're now officially 10% of the way to 99. Okay, so we're taking a little quick break here from magic. Whenever I get a minute, I do a little bit of yew chopping, my new favorite activity, because it's just so AFK. And there we go, there is 76 wood cutting, and we're actually getting up there now. Soon we're going to be at 80, which is pretty impressive for only having a couple random trees here. Okay, so another lot of 1000 done, and we're already halfway to another crafting level. Realistically, this is mainly a crafting training method, but the magic experience is just kind of a happy accident. Okay, so after alching all of those Earth Battle Staves, we are now 20% of the way to 99. Now, although this is kind of slow, it feels really good not to be spending any money. Right now, we only have around 10 mil to work with, and well, it's not going down at the very least. Okay, well, it is going down a little bit because of farming, but you know what? It's paying off. There is another farming level coming in. 71 farming. Only one more level to go until we can finally switch over to the magic sapling. At the rate we're going, that should only be a couple more days. Okay, so we're going to take this opportunity to switch things up a bit. I actually want to make a bit of money from magic, so we're going to actually try to enchant an item that I haven't done too much. We're actually going to go ahead and enchant topaz bracelets. Essentially, they are the same as ruby, but are a little bit less common. Specifically, we're going to be making bracelets of slaughter, a less common item, but thanks to that, it's quite profitable actually. I'm not really sure how many of these I'm going to be doing, but right now we're getting like a 500 GP margin, which is insanely high, so probably I'll just keep doing it until, well, that margin disappears. But yeah, that's pretty amazing. So we just sold 1,500 of them for like 2.5k each. And we're buying them for 1900, which means even with the cost of the cosmic rune, we're nearly making 500 GP on every enchant, which means on those 1500, I just made like 750k in a bit over an hour, which is absolutely amazing. Also, thanks to all the alchemy, we're now over 1/3 of the way to 99. We're getting there. Okay, so we've been going a little crazy on these topaz amulets. We're up to almost 50% of the way to 99, which means I must have enchanted at least 3,000 or 4,000 of these things. Okay, so I think we're done with the bracelets for now. We had a pretty good time with them, but I think the margin is now low enough that I'm not really sure if it's worth continuing. But overall, I think we earned almost 2 mil in profit and a ton of magic experience. Currently, we're over the halfway mark, so I just have to go ahead and repeat all of that one more time. Well, there we are finally. After 7,000, 8,000 battle staves, we are now just about to hit another big crafting level. There is 96 crafting, just kind of passively through my magic training method, but I'm focused mainly on getting 99 magic, so every crafting level is kind of a bonus, in my eyes anyway. Man, we're so close on crafting as well. Alright, so after a long while, we are finally reaching a very important milestone level, 72 farming. Now, this is of course very important because we can now boost to plant a magic sapling, which is good for a few different reasons. Okay, so first up here, the magic sapling is going to be the best way for me to get farming experience in my area, so we're going to be planting those all the way to 99. It's going to be expensive, but we're going to do it. Now, a second benefit of it is I will now have access to a magic tree, and I'm no idea if that's going to be worth chopping or not. I think in general, magic trees would be better than used at a certain point, but the problem is there's only one magic tree, and if it cuts down, I just have to kind of wait there awkwardly for it to respawn. One thing I want to try is whether you can world hop to get it to respawn. I'm not sure if that's going to work. I don't have very high expectations from it, but I mean, you gotta try. I grew my own magic tree in my Grand Exchange Lock area. I gotta at least test it out as a training method. There we are, our very first magic tree has been planted. Okay, so it's the following day and we are checking in on our magic tree. The first one didn't die, that's happy about that one. So instead of getting 7,000 something experience, we're now getting pretty much double that. The last level took me nearly a week, but going forward that should speed things up, well, pretty much double. Oh my god, I can't believe it is finally happening after over a year of working on this account. I'm finally about to reach 99 magic. Without having access to some of the best magic training methods, we still managed to do it eventually. A huge shout out to everyone who came to support the final level here. Magic was actually such a fun journey. It was such an integral part of so many different skills, and we must have used a dozen different training methods to finally hit 99, but we eventually did it. So that means we can finally cross off another giant goal off the list. 99 magic is done with. Now, does that mean I'm done training magic? Probably not. There are so many other skills that benefit from it, but I'm just really stoked that we finally hit the max level. Well, I've been chopping away here for a while and we have another level coming in for woodcutting. There is 77 woodcutting. Now, I think I forgot to show it, but yeah, chopping magic trees didn't really work out. The experience per hour was half of what I was getting here, and obviously the money per hour doesn't matter that much. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be chopping magic trees, but we are still going to be growing them. So there is a dunce random event done, which is pretty awesome because that's actually going to easily get us another level. That is going to bring us all the way to 6 hunter, and yeah, these levels are speeding up really quickly. I mean, if we get another dunce random, that is actually just another level right off the bat. Hey, collection log item, beekeeper's boots. Not really an official goal, but a soft goal is to get all of the random event items. There is another strength level coming in, 62 strength. Bringing us up to a nice even milestone of 1330 total. Now, something I have been meaning to make for a while is an armor stand in my POH. Now, something I've been thinking about doing for a while but hasn't really been that profitable lately is repairing Barrow's armor. Now, this can be extremely easy and very profitable. And because I can build this item in my POH, I don't need to leave my assigned area to go repair the armor. Normally, you do it in Lumbridge or one of the other repair areas, but I don't have to do that. So we can go ahead and buy items like the Kirill's Leather Top 0 from the Grand Exchange, go ahead and repair it for 50 or 60k each, and sell it for a profit. It's very easy to do, and we'll also get a little bit of smithing experience along the way. So yeah, we'll take that. I'm still going to be training combat, but while I'm doing that, I also want to try to make some of my money back because we're going to need a lot of it for prayer and construction. Okay, so I just got really lucky repairing these Kirill's leather tops. Just in the middle of me buying and selling them, the item just spiked so hard. I just noticed on GE Tracker, yeah, we sold them for over 3,000 each, which is kind of crazy. We already had made around 200k in profit on the first two, but the last two, 1.2 mil on them, which, wow, was a complete fluke. We will take that. So we just went ahead and repaired another 4 of the Kirill's leather tops. These are by far the quickest, and that just netted us another 500k. I think we're getting kind of lucky on these. Normally they're not that profitable. Thanks to the market just being completely crazy lately, I think there's more opportunity to make money repairing Barrow's armor, but still. Okay, so we've expanded our item list a bit here. We're doing not only the Kirill's leather top, we're doing also the Guthan's plate body and the Guthan's helm. Not as profitable, but also way cheaper, which means I could theoretically buy 4 or 5 different types of items instead of realistically 1. So yeah, we made less, but altogether I think we made about 400k on all these items as well, which is not bad. Man, I'm getting pretty lucky with the experience randoms, can't complain about that. We got another dunce random, and like I was saying the other day, if we get one more, we're actually going to get a level just in one single book. So there we are at 7 hunter. Probably the easiest total level I've gotten in like 6 months. So once again, we've kind of expanded our library of Barrows items. We're doing now, in addition to the ones we've already done, the Varrock's plate skirt, which I think is netting us around 50k in profit, somewhere around there. Pretty good for a cheap item like that. So while we're waiting for offers to come through, we are continuing on with our strength training. There is 63 strength. And another big milestone that I just noticed, we've passed 10,000 guard kills. I guess the next milestone is 100,000. We'll probably have to get at least that many. Okay, so a couple hours later, and we just hit a pretty nice level, 65 strength just here at the guards. Fortunately, the XP per hour just doesn't get much higher. It really comes down to how focused I am. But anyway, I'm pretty happy to have hit that level. So here's our final lot of Barrows repairs. We just finished up with 5 Rim's robe tops. And after selling everything off, we are now at 16.8 mil, which is huge considering how much time I really have invested here. And because you can't end off at 1336 total level, we got to get one more. There is 78 woodcutting, bringing us up to a pretty epic milestone of 1337. So I guess Leet is as good a place to end it as any. That's going to be it for me today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the video as always. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. So I've been chopping this yew tree for a long time now, but it's going to pay off because we're just about to get another level. There is 79 woodcutting. Yews are very slow as far as experience goes, but pretty AFK, and we're making, a little bit of money on the side. Okay, so one thing I haven't actually done in a while is a bit of crafting training. We're getting very close to 99 crafting, and I kind of want to try to get my next level. Right now I think we're 96, and we're about halfway to the next level. So I went ahead and checked, and cutting amethyst into amethyst darts is about break even right now. I like to check that every once in a while because break even crafting training, very nice. And the experience per hour is actually quite high. Well, for a free method anyway. I think you get around 140, 150,000 experience per hour, and it's super AFK as well. So actually, we only have another 25% to go. So I'm just checking in here, no level, but what the hell is going on over there? Look at all those barbarian assault pets. There's like a dozen of them, what the hell? I bless the pink hat boys. It's probably like every barbarian assault pet in the entire game. So I've been working on this level for a day or two now, and we're finally going to get it. 97 crafting, took quite a while. Now overall, we mostly broke even on all our training, although I don't think this last batch of darts is going to break even, but that's okay. 97 crafting, that's pretty hype. Only 2 more levels to go until we get another 99. Yeah, so we sold our last bit of dart tips off. We lost a fair bit of money on the last lot. About $1 mil, so that's not great. But on the other ones, we pretty well broke even. You can see we bought 3,000 there, turned them into 24,000 dart tips, and well, we lost like 30k on that, not bad. So I just had a really interesting thought. Now, the Next has been released for a couple of days now, and there's a new item called Nihil Shards, which you can actually turn into Nihil Dust. Right now, there's actually a pretty solid margin of around 700 GP just chiseling the shards into dust. Now, what's really intrigued me here is Nihil Shards, they're stackable, which means I'm not really sure how this works. Well, I guess we're going to find out really soon here. So we went ahead and already bought 100 of them. All we have to do is whip out our pestle and mortar, I think, use the pestle and mortar on the Nihil Shards, and we'll slowly turn those into Nihil Dust. Now, my question is, how many do you turn into dust at once? Is it like 28? Is it like 10? Does it ever stop? So we're up to the mid 30s now, and we just have kept going. So that's overpowered. What the hell? Does that mean if I buy like 1,000 of them, I could just chisel them all without ever having to click again? This might actually be the most AFK money-making method ever. I mean, I just still have not stopped. If there's literally no quantity that you do by default, then you just keep going until you disconnect or get kicked off. So I don't know, is it 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 6 hours? I don't really know. But this is significantly profitable. Each time I cut one, I'm getting 600 GP. Only drawback, no experience, but I don't really care. If it's this AFK, it has merit on its own. So I've been testing this method for a little bit now, and yes, eventually you do stop grinding the Nile shard, but not because of any inbuilt check or anything. You just log off because you've ran out of time. So you can AFK for like 10 to 20 minutes at a time. It seems to vary a little bit, but I was able to grind all 1,000 of these with only interacting with the client once, which means, yeah, this is literally the most AFK money making method in the entire game. From those 1,000 shards, we made about 500k or 450k in profit, and I literally went and made myself a sandwich. So that's, well, pretty strong. And we're gonna try to take advantage of this while it's still available, while it's still profitable, because this account we just need money all the time, and we always seem to have to go out of our way to earn it. So when opportunities like this come around, you gotta take advantage. So there's another 3,000 pretty well Nile dust. Took a bit longer than an hour or something like that. So once again, selling them for around a 500 GP profit, which means just on those 3,000, we're making nearly 1.5 mil. That's 1.5 mil profit like that, with me barely paying attention at all. Alright, so while we've been AFKing hard, we've been trying to keep up with my farm runs. I haven't been doing a very good job, but there is 74 farming. Just one more level to go until I can finally stop boosting to plant the magic sapling. That will be pretty nice. So there's another 4,000 Nile dust sold. The margin has slimmed a bit, but not by a whole lot. And we just made 1.3 mil on, well, another 4,000-ish grinded. I mean, the margin will have to be very poor for me to not do this, just because I literally don't have to pay attention. So we've been doing this for quite a while now. The margin has slimmed though to a point where it's a bit inconsistent. Once it gets down to like 200 GP each, there is a risk of me just not making any money. We've been doing this over the course of 3 or 4 days though, and I think we're gonna come out quite a bit ahead. I've not really been playing this account at all. I've just been having this on the side while I work on my main account, sell everything off, and we'll see how much money we made in total, because it's looking pretty promising. So finally, after growing a solid amount of magic saplings, we finally reached 75 farming, which means we can legitimately plant them. Unfortunately, I've been kind of slacking on my farm runs a bit, but you know what, we're doing them as we can. They are kind of expensive. I mean, every magic sapling is like 150k, plus some of them do end up dying. So we're planting pretty much as many as I think I can afford. So I've actually been wanting to train my herblore up a little bit more. Whenever I can find a decent deal on herblore supplies, I like to go ahead and try to buy them. Now, something that's always pretty cost effective is making super combat potions. Now, that's mainly because it's kind of annoying to do. It's a more intensive herblore training method, and because of that, the GP to XP is actually usually pretty cost effective. Now, I went ahead and bought 2,000 of each of the ingredients, so it should take me roughly an hour. The drawback is I don't actually have the herblore level requirement, so we're gonna use botanical pies. This might be totally awful because the botanical pie just boosts me to the right level, which means I'll have to repie every minute. So this is what essentially I have to do. I have to go ahead and eat a pie, deposit the pie, withdraw another potion, make 7 super combats, and repeat. That was pretty awful, not gonna lie. I really didn't enjoy that, but we're done. I don't think it would be nearly as bad without having to use the botanical pies. We didn't even get a full level from it. Maybe once we're up to level 90 or maybe even level 88 or something, I might go ahead and try to do this again. But for now, I think I'm gonna have to try to find a better alternative. So I forgot to check in earlier, but after selling everything off, we actually ended up making about 10 million GP from all of the Nile shards that we've grinded over the last couple of days or even weeks at this point. So I think it's safe to say definitely worth it. Okay, well, we did end up selling them all off and we didn't really lose very much money on it, so that's nice. Now that said, I've actually found another pretty good option, and that is making bastion potions. Now to make these, you need a cadentine blood potion, and a wine of Zamrak, but right now the Bastion potions are selling for a pretty inflated price of around 13,500, and we can buy the precursor ingredients and not actually lose too much on it. Well, that was some really lucky timing. Someone already sold me 2,000. So this is going to be so much easier. For one, I have the level to make it. 2, it's just way more AFK. And 3, I think this is actually going to be potentially more cost effective than super combats right now. I would say that's not generally the case. This is just a bit of a price anomaly, but we're going to take advantage of it while we can. There we go, another herblore level coming in, 87 herblore. Conventionally a very expensive skill, and that's why I'm really trying to do it slowly whenever I can find a good deal. Because, I mean, I don't have the money to waste like 100 mil on this 99. It just takes too long to get the money, but that is another level done. So there we go, we finished up all 2,000 potions, and one thing I forgot to mention is the whole time I was using amulets of chemistry, which is highly recommended with a potion this expensive. It actually saved me a fair bit of money along the way, and got me over halfway to another herblore level, all from 2,000, which I think was totally worth it. So right now these are selling for 14,800. Kind of insane. I don't think we're going to be able to sell many for this price, but either way, I think we're going to do pretty well on these. Wow, that's our first genie in a long time. We'll take that. We've been chucking all of these on Hunter because, well, we might as well commit to a skill because it's so much more efficient once you get into the early levels. So yeah, we're halfway now to another Hunter level. So we went ahead and did another batch of Bastion potions, and now we've managed to reach another herblore level, 88 herblore, which is good because now we'll be able to, I think, fairly efficiently do super combats if we want to try that again. So combat training is something I've just kind of been doing on the side. Whenever I can, we do a little bit of combat training because there's just so many total levels here, but it's not particularly interesting. We just have to literally massacre guards. And there is another attack level, 64. Oh my god, that is absolutely disgusting. What the hell is that? A Rocky pet from a guard. My god, this is not even my first Rocky pet. I've gotten 2 Rocky pets, neither of them on my main account. And we got this at level 54 thieving. That is ridiculous, actually. Hey, we'll finally have someone to chill with me while I do all my boring grinds. Well, the odds of that happening are actually like 1 in 250,000, so I feel super lucky. And actually one of my favorite pets, we can turn him into a little red panda guy. He's so cute. Now, I dared to hope I would get a pet on this account, but I never really thought I would. So I never actually added it to the goal list, but we're going to put it on there now so we can cross it off. Well, that's really exciting. The actual reason I was here, though, was just to get some thieving levels, because I haven't really done it in a while. What other pet could I get here? I guess the woodcutting pet. Is that it? I mean, have we gotten half the pets? There's another thieving level coming in, 56 thieving. Chilling with my old little red panda guy. And oh yeah, also 1350 total. I totally forgot about that. Another great milestone for the account. Only 150 total levels left to go. I have no idea how long this is going to take. I didn't really plan this far ahead. Didn't think I'd really make it this far, actually. There is 57 thieving. So with this last level here, I think that's where I'm going to end it for today. Just updating the guard kill count. Almost 13,000 now, so we're getting pretty far up there. And for a total level, we are finishing off at 1353, which means I think we gained 16 total levels today. Not bad. The real story here is we got a pet, and we also got a couple of our higher leveled skills leveled up further. So a lot of progress, and I hope to bring you another episode a bit sooner than the last gap. Thanks for watching, guys, as always, and I'll see you next time. Alright, so we're starting off the episode with a combat level, by far the quickest thing to train currently. Unfortunately, even though I have a few new gear upgrades coming up soon, such as the Abyssal Whip, not really going to do too much for me because guards are, well, pretty weak and I'm getting pretty close to one-shotting them anyway. That said, I think the Whip will still be an upgrade, so I'm looking forward to getting that. Another farm run done, and finally another level as well. Still need to get a bit more consistent with farm runs, but there's 76 farming. My original estimate for 99 farming was under a year, but at this rate, I don't know if we're going to get that, but eventually. Pretty damn slow with only one patch. Now, one thing I've been really wanting to finish up here for a while is crafting. If you have a look at the stats, our crafting level is very close to 99. Currently, we just hit 97. So I think I'm going to try to go ahead and get that as my next 99. We've been trying to take very cost-effective routes to train it for most of all of the crafting training we've done so far, but now that we're close to 99, I kind of want to just get it done with. Not to mention, air battle staves are actually pretty cost-effective crafting training right now, at only around 1.5 GP to XP, which is pretty damn cheap. At that rate, it'll only cost us 5 or 6 mil probably to get 99, and it'll be way quicker than doing, well, any of these other random methods. So pretty relaxing. All we have to do is withdraw 14 air orbs, 14 battle staves, go to town, and we should be getting around 300k per hour if we're paying attention. The only drawback is battle staves are expensive, and we can only afford around 2,000 of them at a time, and the price actually fluctuates a lot, so depending on the time of day, sometimes you can get a much better deal than others. For example, right now our battle staves are worth only 8,900 each, where I think a couple of hours ago they're worth 9,000 each, so yeah, fluctuates a lot. But our cash check is looking pretty good, currently at around 20 mil, so I think we'll be able to afford it. Okay, so we sold off our first lot of battle staves for about 17.6 mil, and we bought all the ingredients, I think, for around 18.2 mil. Okay, so about an 800k loss. A bit more expensive than I was hoping. That's about 2.5 or even 3 GP to XP, but it can get a lot lower. Alright, so another lot done, and we're up to around 50% of the way to our next level. We're starting this grind off with around 20 mil, so I think that should be able to cover us. No matter what I do, I never seem to be able to get much more than 20 or 30 mil. I guess I just spend it all, but once we get to like construction and prayer, I mean, we're gonna need to save up a lot of money. Okay, so for the last couple of hours, we've been grinding out the air battle staves, and after about 6,000 more, we're about to hit a very important level, 98 crafting. Only one more to go, the big one, until we finally have another 99 on the account, which I'm very excited for. We're almost done another buyable. I mean, crafting's not cheap. It's cheaper than prayer and construction for sure, but it's still a buyable. It still must have cost us tens of millions of GP, so I'm pretty happy. We're nearly done and we've spent all the money we have to. So I'm taking a quick break here to do a bit of melee combat training. We're still rocking the obsidian armor set with the obsidian sword. Of course, we are going to get the whip pretty soon, but I'm probably going to keep it simply for strength training. Alternatively, I could just train on shared with the whip. That might actually be better. There's another attack level coming in at 67 attack. I'm still only getting around 25k per hour simply because guards don't have much HP, but we're going to go all the way through till 70 attack and maybe things will change then a bit. Thank God for hit points, giving me those free total levels. There is 66 hit points. And also, my guard kill count about 14,000 now, and honestly, it's probably up to 15,000. I've done some kills on my laptop, but I'm looking forward to seeing how big a loot tracker we can get eventually. Okay, so finally, another genie random. We've been dry on these for quite a while, but that is another lot of hunter experience. Unfortunately, not another level, but very close to one. So there we are. After a couple of days work, we are pretty well done with another 99 on the account. This is going to be the fourth 99, which I honestly never thought we would get. Probably the most expensive one we've done so far, but there is 99 crafting done without ever leaving this tiny little area. Not bad. So like I said, that's our fourth 99 done, which means we can finally cross off another goal off our list. So the list is actually looking pretty filled out now. We got a pet, which honestly wasn't on there before, but I added it. We've around half of the semi-practical 99s to complete. Maybe I'll get a couple other after that. We have 2 more total level milestones left. And even maybe a clue scroll. That one might get done eventually. That's totally extra. Be fun to do though. So now that we have 99 crafting out of the way, what is the next plan? Well, firstly, let's have a look at how much money we have. Looks like about 16 mil. So it looks like it costs around 7 or 8 mil to get those last couple crafting levels. So not too bad. Now, one thing I haven't actually tried doing in a while is fletching dragon crossbows. Now we're actually able to buy a dragon limb for 520k. That's extremely underpriced. Now that might be kind of an anomaly. Someone must have just dumped it in there. Not thinking about it, because dragon crossbows are worth about 720k each, and we can easily convert that for almost no money. So the dragon limb we bought for 520k, we can essentially just buy a 300 GP bowstring and a 500 GP magic stock, and well, just like that we made 200k. So that's pretty much the idea. Hopefully we can buy more of them. Most likely I'll get undercut before anything too substantial happens, but maybe we'll get a couple. Pretty well, whenever I wait for something to buy or sell in the Grand Exchange, I just come over here, slap a few guards up. Boom, there we go, another attack level. So it's actually around a day later, and we managed to get a couple more sales on the Dragon Crossbow. 2 of them to be precise. Unfortunately, we couldn't get more than that, but that's still 400k in profit, something like that. Now, while I was waiting, we actually went ahead and bought a large amount of Barrows pieces. Now, these are Varax Chain Skirt Zeros. Now essentially what we're going to do is we're going to take the completely broken Varax piece to our POH. From there we're going to run over to our repair bench and repair all of them. That cost us 1.3 mil, but overall we're going to make some money from this. Repairing Barrows armor is a pretty good way to make money, especially for my account, and now that we have a high enough construction level to make the armor stand, and more importantly a high enough smithing level. Didn't actually think that was going to come in handy, but it does. The higher your smithing level, the cheaper it is to repair items. Thanks to that, we're actually able to sell these back for about a 30 or 40k profit for each piece, which is pretty damn good. Okay, so unfortunately, while I was waiting, the margin did fall a bit, but overall, we're still selling them for around a 25k profit each, which turns out that's about a mil in profit. Still pretty damn good for, well, a couple minutes work. I'm starting to have my doubts that it's truly a 50-50 whether you get fishing experience. That's like I don't even know. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, there is another attack level coming in. Trusty combat training. You don't screw me over, do you? Now, one level I've been working on for a while is this woodcutting level. Chopping yew trees, my new favorite thing. Super easy, AFK, makes me a little bit of money, but more so than that, we're getting about 35k per hour, which actually is pretty good. There is 80 woodcutting, a very nice milestone. Now, I'm still kind of flip-flopping on whether I want to buy the Infernal Axe. It's kind of expensive, but you know, it would make it more AFK and train fire making at the same time. Could be worth it. What do you guys think? So after that woodkin level, we moved on over to the guards, and we're doing a bit more thieving. Considering I have the thieving pet, I probably should get a few more levels under my belt, just so people don't say I'm that spooned at least. Okay, well, besides the fact that I failed this guard like 20 times in a row, we're about to get another level here anytime, I think. There we go, 59 thieving. Another pretty quick level, but, well, I'll take anything I can get at this point. So anyway, guys, that is where I'm going to end it for today. Total level right now is 1365. If I just got that one fishing random, we'd be up an extra 7 levels. So, you know, as long as we get a couple of them by the time we are done, that's all that matters. But it's about time. I got to tweet Mod Ash and ask, is it truly a 50-50? Anyway, guys, hope you enjoyed the episode. So thanks for watching as always, guys, and I will see you next time. So right now we are at total level 1365, which means we have 135 more total levels to go, which doesn't sound too bad, but we are pretty restricted on what skills we can actually train. 5 skills we are locked out of completely, and others we only have access to very poor training methods. The agility skill being an excellent example. We're not going to get more than like 2k an hour. So without further ado, this is what I kind of envision my final stats looking like, but this is very much subject to change depending on how difficult each section ends up being. Now, one thing I've wanted to buy for a long time is actually a smoldering stone. I've kind of waffled on it for a while because it's nearly 5 mil. But because I think we're going to be doing a ton of wood cutting in the next couple of months, I think the smoldering stone will be worth it and just kind of an interesting way to train. We do already have 90 fire making, which means we can make the infernal axe no problem. So there we go, our new axe for, well, forever, I think. Now the great thing about this item is, although it was 5 mil to start with, the upkeep for it is dirt cheap because you can just simply sacrifice dragon axes, which are incredibly cheap, to recharge it. And as we're chopping yew logs, it's really not going to deplete very quickly. So my goal with this infernal axe is I want to see if I can get an entire fire making level just with the passive effect. Gonna take a long time because I don't think you're getting more than 4 or 5k experience per hour in fire making, and we're pretty high level, but I want to see if we can do it. Alright, well, right off the bat, we get a dunce random event. That is awesome. We haven't been particularly lucky with these over the last couple of months, but there is another one. Now, once again, we've been chucking these in Hunter simply because that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years, and it's just more efficient to keep going on the same skill. Just like that, we have another total level 8 Hunter. Each one of these is saving us countless hours, I think. Well, we've been slacking a little bit in the tree runs, but finally we have another farming level coming in, 77 farming. Be pretty cool if I got the farming pet on this account. That would give me 2 skilling pets that I probably didn't deserve. Okay, so after quite a few hours of chopping yews, we finally are about to hit another woodcutting level. That's going to be 81 woodcutting. And I think that has gotten us about 7 or 8% of the way to our next fire making level, so not particularly quick. Now, I don't think we're going to get 99 woodcutting on this account, but I do expect us to probably get into the 90s or maybe around 90, which is going to give us a ton of passive fire making experience. Oh, okay, we almost missed it. There is 82 woodcutting, which has brought us up to 22% of our fire making level. Okay, countless hours later, and there is 83 fire making. Chopping yews is not particularly quick, but I think it is simply just the best option we have here. Okay, well, pretty much all of March I was simply just an arborist, planting trees, chopping them down. In between all the chopping, we are doing a bit of planting, which means there is another farming level. Each farming level right now is taking about a week on average. It kind of depends on how on top of planting the magic saplings I am, but there is 78. Well, after another 10 hours or so of AFK woodcutting, there is 84 woodcutting, which also has brought us up to 42% of the way to our fire making level. We're actually almost halfway, so I think this is actually a reasonable goal. We've also been banking a ton of yew logs, so even though the money per hour on yew trees is atrocious, you know, it's adding up over time. Now, one grind I've been working on for a long time now is the combat grind. The only monster I have that's viable to kill in my area now is the guard. Now, I've decided the end game for combat is probably about 75 attack, strength, defense, and ranged, which we're gonna have to do exclusively at guards. So how many guards do I need to kill? Well, I've calculated roughly around 50,000 to finish up the account for combat anyway. How many are we at now? Well, roughly around 15,000. Here's my current loot tracker for guard kills, which means we're roughly around a third of the way there. So we still have a lot of guards to go. Okay, we just hit a very important level. We've been using this obsidian armor set for a long time, but we just finally hit level 70 attack, which means we can now upgrade to the abyssal whip. That is going to be a pretty solid DPS upgrade and probably is going to be the weapon I'm going to be using for the rest of this grind. So I think we can safely sell off our berserker necklace and our obsidian weapon and go ahead and purchase an abyssal whip. Now the plan for the whip is simply to train on shared. Because I need all of the melee combats leveled up equally, I think it's just going to be the way to go. That way I can get some strength experience as well. But we finally have the abyssal whip. Now, because I realize we have still to do about 35,000 guard kills, I think we still need to find a way to make some money in between. Many of my remaining skills are going to be quite costly, such as prayer, construction, herb lore, and a few others. And I think the best way to make some money in pretty much 0 time is going to be repairing Barrow's items. Now, because I was able to level up my smithing via the superheat spell, I'm actually able to fairly efficiently repair Barrow's items in my POH. So for example, here we have some Guthan's chain skirts. We're gonna go back to my POH, repair them, and sell them for a profit. Usually I can get around a 50k profit per item, which means here we're making about 500k. Not bad. We're starting with about 10 mil, and I just wanna see how far we can grow our cash stack while we are training other things. So we started at 10 mil, and after around a week of Barrow's repair, we are now up to 21 mil, all with a pretty well 0 time investment. There we go, it finally happened. 85 woodcutting, quite a nice milestone, been in the works for a long time, but there we go, that is finally done with. Now I know I'm definitely going to need more than just 20 mil, so I've been trying to keep up with my Barrow's repairing. Hopefully I didn't buy too many Varrock's helms, but that should be fine. So after many more saplings, there is another farming level, 79. This has actually been a bit of a slow money drain that I've been trying to fight. Every day it's costing me about 200 or 300k just in sapling costs, so it kind of adds up over time. So with that defense level, we've hit well, I wouldn't really call it a milestone, but we've hit 1,380 total, which means only 120 left. So I've been trying to keep pretty consistent with my offers in the Grand Exchange for Barrow's items, and it has paid off because after claiming this, we are up to 29 mil. Not to mention our stack of over 7,000 U-logs in the bank. That has some value as well, but I'm trying to make it to 10,000 before I sell. So what exactly am I going to do with this money? Well, there's a few different places to put it. Now, I think a reasonable place to invest this is actually into prayer. Prayer is really expensive, but it is one of my lower buyable skills, which means it is still cheaper than trading herblore, for example. So I'm actually going to go ahead and invest into some wyvern bones. We're going to buy around 3,000 of them. I guess we'll have to wait for those to buy, actually. Okay, so there we go. They finally come through. We also went ahead and picked up some Marintils as well because I'm kind of an Ironman myself. Not really. And I actually have to bring those with me to light my gilded altar. So we need a tinderbox, some house teleport tablets, 2 Marintils, and an inventory of bones. It's really not that much slower than conventional prayer training, but it does take a little bit more work. But thankfully, we do have a gilded altar, which means we don't have to bury them in the ground like we used to have to. So prayer is now like 3 times cheaper. There we go, first level coming in, 76 prayer. We're getting around 260k per hour, but I'm not really paying attention. Focusing, we can get about 300k. It is pretty expensive though. We'd have to invest like 80 or 90 mil, I think, to get 99 prayers. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna go for that, but it would be pretty quick. There we go, another level coming in, 77 prayer. I think we've unlocked pretty much the entire prayer book now. There we go, another level coming in, 78. Okay, I kind of missed it, but there was 79. All right, so after a few hours, this is gonna be my final inventory. There is 80 prayer. So around an 8 mil investment for 5 levels. I think that's a pretty worthy investment. The plan is to maybe go till 90, but hopefully I don't need more than that because it's very expensive. So now that we are reaching truly the end game for this account, we're gonna have to do a large variety of different content to try to wrap this up. And although I do have a loose map on how I want to reach 1500, that very well may change based on how annoying certain skills are. For example, we just did a bit of thieving here, got a thieving level, and although thieving is reasonably quick, I'm not sure how many levels I'm going to do just thieving from guards, while clicking for not a lot of reward. So I've been training on shared for a long time now. In this episode, I think we've gotten about 4,000 or 5,000 guard kills under our belt, which took I think around 12 hours more or less. But it has paid off with 71 attack. Well, there's also another defense level. 63 defense is done with as well, bringing us up to 1,388 total. Very close now to 1,400, which will pretty much be our final milestone until we're done. Alright, so here are our stats currently. Right now we're at 1,388 total, which means we only have 112 levels left, which doesn't sound too bad, but you know, we're pretty limited in what we can do here. Now, one area where a lot of total levels are locked behind is combat, and we're going to undertake a significant combat grind right now. The only monster we have access to in our area is actually guards that roam around the palace, and we're going to have to kill thousands or tens of thousands of guards to reach a suitable level. So we're going to start off with some melee training here, and I'm looking to get 75 in all of my melee combats. So I think it's about time we make a few upgrades. We have 21 mil to work with. There's not really too many items we can buy, but we're going to go buy the obby shield to begin with, and also a pair of dragon boots. I could have got that a long time ago, but hey, there they are. So we're using the Abyssal Whip here, and we're using it on the shared mode, so we're getting experience in all the skills. Now, my end goal is to get 75 attack through this method, and because we're training everything passively, we're going to get a ton of total levels along the way. I'm not really sure what level I'm going to get like my attack or defense to by the time I get 75 attack, but this is going to take a long time. In fact, it looks like I need to kill roughly around 12,850 guards, so we should probably get started. So with that final level, we are only 2 away from another huge milestone, that being 1,400 total. We've been killing so many guards, but we're still only a third of the way there. Okay, so I've actually been AFKing a fair bit on this account as well, and we managed to get another woodcutting level. There is 86 woodcutting, and also notably, we are 65% of the way to a firemaking level purely from the Infernal Axe. We're getting close to an entire level just from the axe, which is pretty impressive. So after a lot of saplings planted, we are finally at 80 farming. It has taken a long time, and magic saplings are very expensive and has been slowly draining me of all my money. But hey, it's paid off. 80 farming is nothing to scoff at, especially when we only have one patch. Okay, well look at that, another farming level, 81. As we're killing the guards, we're of course doing our farm runs. We can now plant dragon fruit trees, but unfortunately I don't think we'll ever have a fruit tree patch. But hey, it's something. Oh my god, we forgot our whip in the bank, but whatever, we'll just get this final level with our Infernal Axe. I mean, it does everything. Coming up here is a very important level, one I've been working towards for a long time. That is 1,400 total level. This level means that we are really in the late game now, only 100 levels left. How we're gonna do it? Well, I'm not sure. It's gonna definitely be the grindiest portion as well. So there is finally 73 attack. That level took a long time. You know, at only around 10, 11k experience per hour in each combat style, we're not getting levels very quickly here, but we are getting a lot of them spread out across all styles, which is quite nice. We're currently up to 73 attack, 70 strength, and 66 defense. I'm also getting a lot of experience in hit points. I'm not really sure the final level we're shooting for, but I think in my sheet, I'm hoping for somewhere around 80 after we train ranged as well. Not sure how likely that is, but one can hope. So we're back at the old yew trees here. We've been chopping a ton of them. We have another level coming through, 87 woodcutting. I've been banking these logs for so long, and it really just makes me realize how bad of a moneymaker chopping yew trees is. Just don't do it, guys. Well, this took quite a while, guys, but after multiple woodcutting levels, I finally managed to obtain 10,000 yew logs, which sounds like a lot, but honestly, it's not actually worth very much. how much can we sell these 10,000 U-logs that took me 2 weeks to obtain? Well, 2 mil. So yeah, it's not the best moneymaker, but at least it's something. Well, finally, that's the first dunce random we've had in a long time. As always, we're putting this into Hunter, and that's actually going to be another level 9 Hunter. At this point, that's just kind of a free total level, but you know, we'll take that. Well, it turns out we've been doing a lot of woodcutting this month. There is another woodcutting level, 88 woodcutting. Each level now is taking 10 hours-ish, but you know, we're making a little money, super easy, doesn't require any attention. Well, there we go, it finally happened. Our infernal axe ran out, that took a long time. Although the smoldering stone is quite expensive, luckily you can just go ahead and buy a dragon axe for like 50k, and it will 100% recharge it. And by doing that, we actually get a fire making level. From 90 to 91 fire making, we didn't burn a single log ourselves, it was 100% the infernal axe, which I'm pretty impressed with. That took like 100 hours or something, I don't know, we've been working on it for a long time. But hey, our 5 mil investment into the smoldering stone is finally paying off. Oh, that's exciting, another dunce random, you'll love to see it. Think this will actually get us another level, 10 Hunter. That's just another total level, saved us probably multiple hours, very helpful.
What's the wrong one again? Is it just bugged? Is it not possible? Oh my goodness.
Man, this has been a very long grind, but we are finally nearly done. We've killed well over 10,000 guards and gained millions of experience in all our combat styles combined. Now, by training on shared the entire time, I was able to get up to around 70 defense and 72 strength. Oh my god, it's finally done. There it is, 75 attack. That took a month pretty much, and we had to kill nearly 13,000 guards. At around 10 to 12k per hour, this took me I think around 35 hours of purely killing guards. For what it's worth, I checked pretty much every single medium clue I could, and I didn't get a single step that was completable in my area. And there actually are a few steps that are doable, but yeah, no luck unfortunately. The chance of ever completing a medium clue, extremely unlikely. So 75 attack means we've unlocked quite a few different weapons, which might come in handy, but our final total level is 1,419, which is a huge boost over where we started. We got 75 attack, of course, 72 strength, 70 defense, and 73 hit points. So the melee grind isn't entirely done, but I think I'm going to switch over to individual combat style training, but we're going to have to take a break from that, oh my god. So while I was pondering what to do next, we're back to the good old yew tree, and there's 89 woodcutting. Only one level to go until we're 90, which is way higher than I ever thought I would get the skill, but hey, here we are. So the entire time that I was training combat, I was planting magic saplings, and that has drained the bank pretty significantly. So we need to get some money back here. First thing we're going to do is liquidate anything we don't need. For example, we have around 3,000 yew logs I'm going to go ahead and sell off right now. I also have like 50 bird nests to open, which we'll go ahead and do that. First inventory is 159k, actually not too bad. And the second inventory was about the same thing. So we went ahead and liquidated everything in the bank that we didn't need. And a couple notable things here are the body talismans. We ended up with 232 of them. Now I could have picked up way more of them, but man, I was AFKing pretty hard, but that was the guard's most valuable drop. Still looks like we might get close to 500k from these, so you know, it's still something. Now, high alching is something that I have criminally underrated for a long time. For a GE locked account in particular, it's a very good way to make money with very little effort while also training magic. You know, I have 99 magic, so it doesn't really matter too much now. But right now, it looks like there's some really profitable alchs. For example, these ancient ceremonial tops. This is kind of a newish next drop, and we're buying them for 45k, but they actually high alch for 60k per top, which is super nice. The dragon plate legs, we're getting like 1.5k per plate leg, also quite nice. There just seems to be a lot of profitable things to alch right now. Although these have quite restrictive limits on them, by doing a large variety of items and not doing this too long, we're actually able to make a good bit of money with very little work. So after finishing off that alchemy session, we're actually up to 18 mil now, so we actually made I think about 600 or 700k in profit across a wide variety of items, which is pretty nice, but it wasn't very consistent. So now I'm going to try something I've never done before. It's a very obscure method and is only now available to me because my construction level is high enough. The moneymaker I'm going to be doing is actually making toy cats. It's actually listed on the wiki at over $1 mil an hour, and while it looks to be a little click intensive, $1 mil an hour is one of the best moneymakers I have access to. So I'm kind of keen to give it a try. So what we're going to be doing is buying clockworks and planks, and we're going to start with 1,000 of them. Now I actually have to do a couple upgrades to the house. We first need to upgrade our crafting table a few times until we have the crafting table 4, which will allow us to make the toy cat. Now from here we're going to teleport back with 13 clockworks and 13 planks, along with a teleport back to the GE and a house teleport. Now here comes the kind of click intensive part. For every single toy cat we make, we need to hit 3 to go under the clockwork section and then hit 4 to make a toy cat, and you have to kind of alternate back and forth and click. Not the smoothest process in the world, but you know, most people aren't making these, so I'll see how long I can keep this up for. 1,000 seems like a lot, but the potential profit is quite high. Okay, so we did about 400 of them, and now we need to take a bit of a break. That took me around an hour, so you can get I think around 400 made per hour. And right now they're selling for around 3.5k each, or about 1.3 mil for everything sold. Now one thing to keep in mind with this moneymaker, not a lot of people can do this at once. The market for toy cats is very small, and some people might be asking why you do it at all, and pretty much just for this reason. When you die in the GE with a bunch of toy cats, they run everywhere and it looks really funny. That's pretty much the only reason I think there's a market for it. Now it's only I think a day and a half later and our toy cats are all sold, pretty much. We had to drop the price to 3,300, but we're still going to make a significant amount of money from this, over 1.2 mil, with about 2/3 of that being profit. So there's another like 500 toy cats sold for 2,800. It has taken a long time. I mean, like, this is over the course of 3 days pretty much. But they are slowly selling, even if the price has dropped a bit. So we're gonna go ahead and buy another 1,000 clockworks and 1,000 planks. Okay, I noticed something really interesting while I was making the toy cats. Every once in a while by accident, I would actually make a toy mouse, which I didn't assume almost anyone was buying because what do you even do with that? Beyond an extremely niche training method. I don't really know why anyone would buy this, but if we go ahead and make an inventory of toy mice and run back to the Grand Exchange, they actually instantly sell for 2,800. I mean, someone's buying a bunch of these for pretty much the same price as the toy cats, and we can instantly turn a profit. So we're gonna see how many of these we can sell off. Okay, so we have 117 of them. We're gonna dump them in for the mid value again, and okay, we only sold 58 of them, but still, we actually managed to sell about 200 toy mice to someone, somewhere. I don't know what they're doing. So now we have a combination of both the cats and mice selling. I'll see which one ends up actually working better, but either way we're profiting per item, which is pretty good still. Now because we're kind of in the construction fever here, I thought maybe we should actually go train the skill a bit. It's been a long time since I've invested any money into construction. It's unfortunately a lot slower on this account because no butler, which is a little bit unfortunate. We're gonna go ahead and buy though about 5,000 oak planks, and we'll see how many levels that will get us. So if I'm focusing, I can get around 150k per hour construction experience, which is okay. Not super quick though. But anyway, there is at least 73 construction. And finally, an hour later, another level, 74 construction. So we've waited quite a while for these to sell off, but there we go, all our mice and cats are sold. Oh wait, never mind, we get a couple hundred in the bank. But anyway, we should be still around 18 mil, even though we spent quite a bit of money on construction and farming. Okay, one thing I just noticed today is herblore training right now is extremely cheap, assuming you take advantage of the Amulet of Chemistry and Super Restores. Right now it's almost a net neutral by making Super Restores. I'm not sure if that's because of Raids 3 or something else, but let's take advantage of this to get some cheap herblore experience because herblore is easy to train, but unfortunately, normally very expensive. So we bought 1,000 Snapdragon potions and 1,000 red spider eggs, and we'll see how much we end up with once we've decanted the potions. Okay, so there's our first 1,000. We've decanted them into 762 Super Restore 4s. That's including all the extras we got from the Amulet of Chemistry as well. And right now we can sell them for 16,860, which is worth 12.7 mil. And if we look at the ingredients, we spent like 12.6 mil, or pretty much the exact same price. So we're actually breaking even right now on herblore training, and we're getting, well, we should be getting almost 300k per hour or more. Pretty damn good. So we did another lot of around 1,300 potions, and there we have a herblore level coming in, a really cheap one as well, 89 herblore. There is 83 farming, another farming level coming in. One thing I've noticed is magic seeds are actually getting cheaper thanks to the Tombs of Masket, so that's a thumbs up for me. I was buying magic seeds for 130k a couple months ago, and now they're like 90k, so that's really saved me quite a bit of money. Okay, so we've been making lots of super restores. We're about halfway to another level. I don't think the herbal experience is quite as cheap anymore, but I kind of want to just get this last level here. After selling everything off, we're still at around 16 mil, even though we've been spending lots of money. So I don't mind losing a little bit just to kind of clean off this level here. And there we go, guys. 90 herblore is complete. It wasn't as cheap as before, but whatever, we'll take it. We can now make super combat potions without boosting. Kind of hate making those, but we might take advantage of that if we need to. And that's brought us up to a total level of 1,424, which means only 76 levels left to go. Now, in the last episode, we finished off at 1,424 total. We're getting so close now, only 75 levels left, more or less. Now, the remaining levels can kind of be split into two categories. We have the expensive buyable levels. That is going to be from skills like prayer, herblore, construction, smithing, fire making, and farming. Those are just going to require lots of money. But we also have the combat grind, which, although we put a lot of hours into that last episode, we still have almost 30 combat levels I still need to get, which is going to take a while. Well, there is a milestone level. Nice to hit those every once in a while. 1425 total level. Now we legitimately only have 75 levels left. Okay, so somebody on YouTube left a comment and said, if you go to the roof of the palace, there are way more guards than the bottom. Now, I thought I checked everywhere, but I didn't actually check this east tower, and oh my god. There are definitely more guards up here. That's so funny. This will probably have an effect on my XP per hour because, yeah, there's only 6 guards down below that would spawn. Up here it looks like there's a dozen or something. Oh my god. Well, we still have a fair bit of combat training to do, so it's not totally in vain, but I just, why didn't I look up here? I don't know. So there we are, 75 strength is done with, which means we're done with attack, we're done with strength. The only melee combat we have left is, of course, defense, which we'll probably do with the whip again. Now, we've actually made quite a bit of progress leveling up our farming simply by just using the one patch we have access to, the tree patch, to plant loads and loads of magic seeds. This is quite expensive because it's been draining our bank for a while, although magic seeds are incredibly cheap right now. Now, although there's no way for us to plant any of these saplings anywhere else besides that one patch, we still can use our farming skill to make seedlings. For example, we can make fruit tree seedlings even though we can't plant them. So we can make dragon fruit saplings, we can make magic saplings, we can even make like mahogany saplings if we wanted to. And in doing so, we can actually make ourselves a lot of money. Creating saplings is one of the best money makers in the game, and I really feel like I haven't taken advantage of this enough, considering you can sometimes make multiple millions an hour doing this. So we're able to afford around 170 magic seeds at once, and luckily we do actually have a water source in our area, so we were actually able to fill up our watering cans. Otherwise, I think we're actually totally screwed. I don't know if you can use buckets or anything. So all we have to do is simply add the seeds to the filled plant pots and then water them, wait a little bit of time, and then we can go ahead and sell them back. Alright, so there we go. We've successfully grown 170 magic saplings, and it actually looks like we're going to make a significant amount of money from this. The saplings cost us around 13.2 mil, and we're going to drop them in here for 14 mil. So an 800k profit for about 10 minutes of work, not bad in my mind. The hourly rate on this is incredibly good, but you know, you can only do it for 20 minutes at a time. A lot of clicking, but I think it's definitely worth it. So not bad, a few hours later, and that's about a 750k profit. So I went back and did another set of saplings. This time we did 160 magic saplings, which is pretty much all I can afford right now. And it looks like we're gonna get a pretty similar margin, I think. Well, that didn't work as well. That was only 200k profit, still something, but probably not worth your time at that point. So we're gonna move on to a different seed here. We're looking actually at the dragon fruit tree seed, a little bit more expensive, but the margin is much higher right now. And we're actually just able to plant this now because you need 81 farming to do it. So all this farming training is actually gonna pay off. We actually unlock something noteworthy in the Grand Exchange chunk without ever actually having to plant this. Okay, so there we go, we sold off 100 dragon fruit saplings for just about 16 mil, and we bought them for 15.2, so about a 600k profit from just 100 of them. Pretty good. If we actually managed to afford the full buying limit, that's a 1.2 mil profit, but we're still a little bit poor right now. We have a bit of money invested in gear, although once I finish off 75 defense, we can sell that back to get a bit of our money back. So this melee combat grind has taken me months. It's been quite a process, but we are finally done. We finally have 75 defense, 75 attack, and 75 strength, and 75 hit points. So that all evened off pretty nicely. It's finally done, or well, it's kind of done anyway. This brought us up to a total level of 1434, and we have killed tens of thousands of guards at this point, and that's probably not going to be the end of it. So finally we can actually sell off our melee gear. I hope we won't need this again. But after selling off our whip, our obsidian armor, we're back up to 20 mil, which is nice. Although I will need to spend some of that on some new combat gear. So now that we're done with melee, we only have one combat skill left that we really need to train up, and that's ranged. Now ranged is going to be a little bit different because of a few things. To begin with here, we don't have access to an Ava's accumulator, which means we're going to have to do things kind of cost effectively because I don't want to wait around and pick up all the ammunition. That kind of is going to be terrible. Now I did some DPS calculations with the DPS calculator, and it seems like my best bet is probably going to be a magic shortbow imbued with adamant arrows. Rune arrows would be significantly better, but they're also going to be significantly more expensive, and I'd probably have to pick the arrows up at that point. Just to put in perspective, adamant arrows are 10 times cheaper than rune arrows. So although most of the ranged gear is pretty cheap, I am going to invest in a few more expensive items, such as the archer ring. I can always sell it back if I need money, but any extra max hits or accuracy is really going to help out here. And you know what, I'm actually going to pick up a Robin Hood hat as well. Maybe not strictly necessary, but oh my god, it looks so much better than the stupid snakeskin bandana. So here is our ranged setup. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot on our way to 75, except for, you know, getting better d'hide armor. Very curious to see what our XP per hour is going to look like, because we need to get to 75, and with a magic shortbow with adamant arrows, that's going to take, I think, quite a while still. So it looks like with moderate focus and ranged potions, we can get about 30k per hour, which is alright. That will probably go up a bit as we get more range levels. I don't know what it is, but there's something a bit more like cozy about ranged gear. It's like fun, a little bit more fashionable. I don't know, I'm liking the new look. So we have been littering this rooftop with arrows everywhere. We're not picking them up, like I said. I ended up buying 10,000 adamant arrows, and that was enough to last us for about 4 or 5 hours, and that got us all the way to 60 ranged, which is actually pretty good. I think the cost per hour of shooting these arrows and not picking them up is probably only about 30 or 40k, which is definitely pretty manageable compared to the 300 to 400k per hour that it would be otherwise. I did consider the Dorgishkan crossbow, but the DPS is actually quite a bit less than the magic shortbow with adamant arrows, so, you know, might as well go with that. So there is another book of knowledge. We've been a little unlucky in these the last couple of months, but then of course we get 2 in the same day. That's just the way it goes, but that should be enough to get us another hunter level all the way to 11 hunter, and that is just entirely from lamps and books of knowledge. Okay, so there's all the range training we're going to do for now. 62 ranged is a kind of random spot to stop off at, but we ran out of arrows, so that's kind of where we're stopping. All the while I've been training, I've been on the side growing saplings. There's another 450k profit just by doing 70 dragon fruit saplings, pretty good. And there's another 90 saplings sold off, and we're making an 8k profit on each one. So we actually just got another 700k profit on saplings, pretty damn good. Oh man, we look so much more stylish in this gear. That's my new favorite setup. So in our downtime, I've been chopping new trees for hundreds of hours on this account, and we finally reached a level I didn't think we would need, but there is 90 wood cutting. We're approaching the halfway mark to 99 simply just by cutting yew trees. Incredibly slow, the money per hour is terrible, but super AFK. So the money we've earned the last couple of days, I'm going to invest a bit of it into a viable skill, and I've decided on prayer. Getting one level of prayer is still reasonably cost effective compared to herb lore or even fire making. It's not cheap by any means, but at least we have the gilded altar now. So we're gonna start with 1,000 dragon bones, and we'll see where that gets us. Okay, so that was enough to get us one prayer level. There's 81 prayer. Okay, well let's go ahead and dump in a bit more money here. We're gonna buy another 750 dragon bones, which should just be enough to get us one more level for 1.9 mil. I will say, although prayer is incredibly expensive, at least it's relaxing. It's pretty low intensity as well. And there we go, there is 82 prayer. Now one skill that is actually a bit underleveled and a bit quicker to train than I thought is thieving. The best thing we can steal from right now is actually the guard, and although it's kind of slow when we first started, each level is making it notably quicker, and once we get up into the 70s, I think we're actually going to get pretty decent experience per hour considering our area. Oh wow, another genie random. We've gotten really lucky with these recently. That's actually going to be another hunter level. That will bring us to 12 hunter. Just kind of a freebie level there. There is 62 thieving. There is 63 thieving. If we're not really paying too much attention, we're getting like, 30k per hour. But I think we could get as high as 40k per hour with no downtime, which is pretty quick for the level actually. Also, another notable level that actually brought us to 1450, which means 50 levels left, guys. We're getting really close. And there is 64 thieving. I think that's where we're going to leave it for now. But I expect we're actually going to probably level up the skill more than I initially thought because it's turned out to be much quicker. Farming has really slowed down recently. We've been planting saplings pretty much every day. But there we go, finally another level, 84 farming. With 300k to the next level, that's going to be at least 2 or 3 weeks until we get another one. But, we're working with what we got here. And I think we've leveled it up a fairly impressive amount for just having a single patch. Now, I originally started with just the Grand Exchange area, but once I reached my original goal of 1,000 total, I expanded the area slightly to include the Varrock Palace and my POH. Now, in the last episode, we ended off at a total level of 1,452, keeping in mind our end goal, 1,500. Now, originally when I was planning out the level distribution I would probably have by the end, I definitely underestimated thieving. While it was very slow in the beginning, now that we've gotten the higher level, even guards are actually a pretty decent training method. We can get up to 40 to 45k per hour, which is pretty quick compared to my other options, which aren't nearly as good. So there is our first level, 65 thieving, which means right now we have about a 68% chance of a successful pickpocket, up from 50% when we first started pickpocketing them, so it's a vast improvement. We're never going to fully stop failing, but each level helps. Okay, so with that pickpocket, we are up to 68 thieving. I'm a little bit tired of mashing the 5 button today, so we're going to move on to something else. But that's 3 more total levels, which brings us closer to our goal. So we had a little bit of leftovers in our bank we had to sell off here. We had some U-logs, about 2.3 thousand, just been slowly chopping those. Some dragon fruit seeds I guess I totally forgot about. We'll sell those off for about 5 mil and some other stuff, which means our cash stack is up to about 15.7 mil. So what are we investing that in right now? Well, there are two main things that are draining our money right now. That would be magic saplings. I mean, we're planting a couple of those every day. And besides that, we're also been investing a lot of money into adamant arrows. They're pretty cheap, but I'm also not picking them up off the ground, which means every hour of range training uses a couple thousand of them, so we're burning through them pretty quickly. We just put another offer in for about 22,000 adamant arrows. That should hopefully be enough to get us maybe closer to 70 ranged, but I haven't really done the full calculations yet. Well, I went pretty well an entire month without one of these books, but finally we got a few in short succession. That's going to go right onto Hunter. 180 Hunter experience, pretty good. Bringing us to level 13 Hunter, which is once again entirely from lamping. The idea was that maybe a random Emporium would run by, but I'm not really convinced that that's even possible in my area. I've never seen one. So maybe it was all for naught, but whatever, we had to put it into something. Now, ever since I discovered, or someone told me, that there's an abundance of guards on the roof, the training has definitely sped up. We just hit a HP level, actually, that's 76 hit points. The Magic Shortbow Imbued has been doing a pretty good job. We can get up to about 30k per hour. Maybe once we're getting really close, I could switch over to like rune arrows and maybe just pick them up off the ground. So expensive though. Alright, so a fair number of hours later, and there is 69 ranged, only one level left. The 22,000 arrows we bought does look like it's going to be enough to get us to 70, but we've been training here for like the entire day, so I think I'm going to take a bit of a break, move on to something else for a little bit at least. Okay, I will say that although we have gotten incredibly unlucky with this random event in general, the last couple of months I've actually gotten quite a few evil bot randoms at least. By the end of this, I'm definitely going to have to count up how many. This should be just another 50-50. We have another chance of boosting our fishing level to 7, which will save us so many hours. We just have to hit the coin toss once. Oh my god, I don't even know what I expected. Does it exist? I'm not sure. Well, it's about 4 days later. I kind of rage quit after that for a couple of days. I definitely was still progressing the account though. We just got 91 woodcutting at the Varrock yew trees. Definitely not the first person to do this, but goddamn is it slow. I'm very happy with my Infernal Axe purchase though. We've gotten a ton of firemaking experience, so we're gonna have fully used up 2 axes by the end of this at least, if not more. Okay, so I wanted to even off a couple levels here. Firstly, we're gonna deal with thieving. 68 is just kind of a weird number to leave it at. 69 is also kind of a weird number to leave it at as well. Okay, there it is finally, 70 thieving. Didn't take too long, but still another couple hours down the drain. I think I'm probably going to eventually go past 70. It's actually still one of the quicker skills to level currently. I'm usually only getting about 40k per hour, but that's still pretty decent. Wow, 2 in a month. That is unheard of. We've been AFKing a lot, so we have gotten a lot more randoms recently, but we get another chance at it. I looked it up. This is our 12th attempt at the 50-50. I literally cannot believe it. Can we finally break the curse after 2 years? God! I'm not even sure why I'm doing this, but we're gonna go have a quick look at the dry calculator on the RuneScape wiki. Now, I went back and looked through all of my episodes, all of the clips, and from what I can see, we have rolled this actually 11 times, including the last one. And it's honestly possible I didn't even record every single one, so the odds of getting the fishing experience at least once would be 99.95%. So what are we doing here? Well, something I haven't done in quite a while, and that would be agility training. Definitely not my favorite method, but something I think I'll need to do eventually to hit the 1500. Now, I haven't done this in so long, I actually forget what item I need to bring. The two items I have here are the toy mice and the toy doll. Now, these can be wound up and dropped on the ground. It's kind of just a fun item, but if you pick it up, you actually get a little bit of agility experience. Now, the toy mice give more experience, but the toy dolls have a much higher chance of actually successfully picking them up. I think it scales off your agility level, but we're not going to get too many levels here because this is terrible. Yeah, okay, I said the toy doll seems pretty quick, so I might just continue on with that. From what I recall, you can get somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 agility experience per hour. And currently we are level 32 agility. I was hoping maybe to get to 35 by the end. Maybe we'll squeak out a few more levels if we really have to. This is pretty much as bad as I remember, but anyway, we're about to get a level. The technique I'm using, I'm not sure if it's the best, but we drop them in the corner, wind them all up, spam click until they're back in our inventory and repeat. But that is 33 agility. Only took me about 45 minutes, so it was pretty quick, but man, is it a lot of clicking. Okay, well, I'm so tired of that already, but there is 34 agility. Maybe I'll try to get like one level every week or so. That's gonna have to do for now though. Well, there it finally is after multiple days of training, 70 ranged, and we had a couple arrows to spare. From 63 to 70, we used about 20,000 adamant arrows, which means we'll probably need to buy another 30 or 40,000, maybe more to get to 75, which is our ultimate goal, but that is enough for now. So while I've been AFK, I managed to chop another 2.6 thousand U logs, which is worth about another $500,000 or so. Now what we're going to do with this money is something I've not done in a long while, and that is smithing training. Although there are no anvils or no furnaces in my area, one thing I can do to actually train the skill is the superheat spell. In hindsight, I probably should have done more superheating because now I'm already 99 magic and the experience is kind of wasted, but I still think this is a fairly efficient use of money and time considering I only have 70 smithing and the experience per level isn't too bad yet. Now we're still going to actually continue on with gold ore. I have messed around with adamant and mythlore before, but it is way more click intensive. I might try again in the future, but for now I'm going to buy 7,000 gold ore and 7,000 nature runes, which I think should be enough to get us at least a couple levels. Now the reason I like gold ore is because it's only 1 ore per superheat, which means you don't have to rebank every like 3 or 4 clicks. We can superheat about 10 bars at a time, quickly bank, and repeat. Okay, the experience per hour is showing only 22k, but I definitely can get more than that. If I'm really focusing, you can get nearly 40,000 experience per hour. But either way, that is 71 smithing. That level took around 3 hours, and I think we have enough for one more. Okay, so we're in the middle of our little smithing grind here, but finally after about 2.5 weeks, we have another farming level coming in. Each one takes so long, it's minimum I think at this point 2 weeks if I'm really on it. But that's 85 farming, that's a nice level. We can now get into the 3rd tier, the farming guild. I mean, if I ever do something after the series is done, we'll have a pretty nice set of stats to work with. Oh man, that took a while, but after another 4 hours, there is 72 smithing. Gotta say, this month we've gotten pretty lucky with our random events. That is another dunce random done with, and we're gonna get another 195 hunter experience, which more than brought us to 14 hunter. But more important than that, we are now at 1475 total, only 25 levels left. Honestly, I can't believe it, but we are so close. It's finally happened again. This has been a long time in the making. I got a beginner clue, and it's a step I can actually do. This is only the 3rd time that this has ever happened, and there's a 1 in 10 chance of this being a 1-step clue, so not a great odds. We're still gonna go for it. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, and it's so close, but that is another drop. Wow, I can't believe it. Just from yew trees, we have now reached 92 woodcutting, which means we have half of the experience required for 99. I don't expect we're going to get 99 woodcutting, but I really didn't expect we get anywhere close to the level right now. So this episode, we gained 24 total levels, and if we do that in the next episode, we are done. So stay tuned for that episode. It's not coming out until I finally have done it, but I look forward to seeing you guys there. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time with the final episode. Welcome back everyone to the final chapter of my Grand Exchange only account. 2 years ago, I started this series with not much of a idea on how long it would take, but finally, after all that time, we are now within striking distance of our final goal, which is 1,500 total. We left off last time at 1,476 total. These are going to be 24 of the slowest levels so far. I'm not even sure how we're going to get them yet, but let's get started. So we're starting off the final stretch on a rainy day in Gillinor. No, I just turned the 3D weather plugin on, but I'm liking the mood. So we have 24 levels left, and to do this in a somewhat bearable amount of time, we're gonna have to spread out the skills we train a fair bit. Like, I'm definitely gonna need to train my ranged a bit, fire making, agility. Hopefully we get a couple random events and we can get a few free levels. But the first thing I'm going to start with is investing a bit more money into range training. We're going to buy 22,000 adamant arrows, which of course we're not going to be picking up off the ground. They're pretty cheap though, and that's only a 500k investment, so that should definitely pay for itself. Alright, first level coming in, 77 hit points. Possibly the final hit points level I'm going to get. Range training really never picked up very much unless I'm willing to invest way more money per hour, but currently adamant arrows is kind of the best I can afford. Oh, look at that, we missed the level, but there we go, 71 ranged, still only getting around 30,000 experience per hour, so it's still quite slow. Well, at least we're consistent. We missed the level up message again, but there is 72 ranged. Originally, I was going to go for 75, not sure if I'm actually going to do that. Compared to some of the other skills I still need to train, I mean, each level is like 3 or 4 hours, so not super quick. Now, one skill that's actually pretty quick to level still is agility. We're only 35 agility, but our training method is so trash that each level still takes an hour or two. We're still using the technique of using 5 toy dolls and picking them up. I did experiment a little bit with the toy mice instead, but it's definitely not worth it. It's like 50% slower experience. The dolls are definitely where it's at. You know, that hour actually wasn't too bad. I kind of got into a nice flow of it, and we were rewarded with 36 agility. I can only do that RSI-inducing activity an hour or two a week maybe. So we're just slowly poking away at it. We've actually managed to retain a pretty decent experience rate, nearly 3,000 experience per hour. That will bring us to 37 agility. I found a bit of a new technique here. I actually went into the western corner, and not only is there like a table here that blocks them going east to west, but there's also a bed below that blocks them going north to south, and because of that, they actually don't run away very far almost ever, and that's actually improved my experience rate by about 20%, so a pretty nice discovery actually. Well, I actually managed to do quite a bit of agility training this week, but there is another level, 38 agility. That is probably going to be enough for now. Might have to get a couple more, but this method is it's pretty terrible. It's just so much clicking. It's not consistent at all either. These things just run around like headless chickens, but we're doing our best. Now I've calculated for the final push here, we're going to need about 5 or 6 mil more to be able to afford the rest of our buyable skills. We don't quite have that, but I did find a really nice moneymaker that should easily get us that amount, and that would be enchanting bracelets of slaughter. Right now there's a bit of margin of 500 or 600 GP profit per bracelet enchanted, which is super good. It's incredibly lazy training as well. We can just click once and we only have to bank our inventory once every like minute and a half, so super nice. 3,000 will take probably 3 or 4 hours to enchant, but I should be getting a very nice, tidy profit. Okay, so we finally finished up with all of the bracelets. That did take a while, but I think we're still going to be rewarded pretty nicely. We did 2,900 of them. And if we go ahead and price check one right now, it looks like they are selling for 2,800. That was a bit less than I was hoping for, but I think we're still getting about an 800 GP margin, which is still incredibly good. So it took about a day to sell these all, but they finally have sold for 2.9k each. And it looks like we profited about 2.5 mil, enchanting about 3,000 of them. So nearly a mil an hour doing this, which is really nice. We're going to definitely take advantage of this again if we can. And we'll try to go buy a couple more 1,000 bracelets and hopefully we can repeat our success. Okay, so we just woke up to a nice offer that came through on 2,000 topaz bracelets. These things are taking a while to buy, but we're still buying them for around 2.2 thousand each, and I think we can sell them for like 3,000. But I want to get these done as soon as possible because the margin looks amazing, so let's go enchant those right now. Now, if I planned everything out a little bit better in advance, I would probably not have gotten 99 magic so soon because we've already gotten like halfway to another magic level or a virtual level anyway. But either way, there was another 2,000 topaz bracelets enchanted. If we go ahead and price check a bracelet of slaughter right now, they are selling for 3,600 each, which is insane. We're looking at a margin of 1,400 per bracelet. Okay, so it took about 3 days and we had to lower the price slightly, but we were still able to get a very tidy profit. We sold most of them for 3,400, a few of them for 3,500. Either way, we are up to 15 mil total, and I think I made nearly 3 mil in about 2 hours of enchanting. Very good money. So I calculated that I would need 15 mil, and we have it, or nearly do. So what is going to be our final buyable investment with that 15 mil? Well, the first thing I definitely want to get, even though it might not be the most efficient strictly, is 99 fire making. I want to finish this off with another 99 on the account, and to do that we need 19,000 redwood logs, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually only about 6 mil. We're currently at 91 fire making, I think, so this will get us 8 total levels, but will probably take 15 hours or something like that. Unfortunately, there is no winter tot in the Grand Exchange. Now here's our very first level coming in here. We're not tryharding this too much because this is just less clicking overall. But there's the first level coming in, 92 fire making, and that means of course we are now halfway to 99. Alright Bob, here we go again. This could in fact be my last attempt at this. I'm not sure, maybe we'll get another one, but honestly at this point I kind of just want my account to keep one fishing. I think it's funnier that way. Yep. Okay, well, it's been a good day for randoms at least. There's another genie random, which we will actually be able to get another level from. That has brought us to 15 hunter. Well, I've been trying to keep on top of my farming training. We're trying to get at least 2 saplings planted a day. Technically, I can kind of get 3, but it's not really consistent. There we go, though, 86 farming. That took about 2 weeks, and the next level is going to take well, pretty similar because I need to plant like 25 saplings. It's time consuming. But that has brought us to 1,485 total. I'm using the ultra lazy fire making technique where you even have 2 tinder boxes in your inventory. This seems kind of pointless, but honestly, having to move your mouse around less really does reduce the strain on my arms, which actually leads to less XP loss, so I think it's a worthy trade-off. There is 93 fire making, but I still gotta burn 17,000 logs. Okay, so I made a pretty decent dent in these logs today. We're down to only 15,000, and we should actually be getting a level here as well. There is 94 fire making. Okay, another day and another bunch of logs burned. We're down to now only 12,500 roughly. And that means we're also hit 95 fire making. Only 4 levels left. Each level is taking about 2 hours, but well, we're getting there. Okay, one thing I totally forgot about last time, I never upgraded to black dragonhide. I kind of actually like the look of red d'hide more, but you know, we'll take the accuracy bonus definitely over fashionscape here. Honestly, still looks pretty good, although we have pirate boots on for some reason. Now I have AFK'd these yew trees far more than I ever imagined. We're truly living out that free-to-play dream, but there we go. I think that's going to be our final woodcutting level. We'll see though, but 93 woodcutting is where we're ending this off at. I cut so many more yew trees than I ever thought. It's actually kind of grown on me a bit, I think, after these last 200 hours of chopping, holy. But we're done. Well, we're finally under 10,000 logs left to burn. And to mark that milestone, we're also gonna get a fire making level, 96 fire making. Just a few levels left, albeit 3 of the slowest levels. Oh my god, I'm actually kind of shocked I got another one of these. I only had about a week left to get this and we actually got another Bob random. Oh man, it'd be such a shame if it actually gave me the fishing experience at this point. It would kind of ruin my finale. I mean, I'd just be done right now. That'd be a damn shame, wouldn't it? So there's one last non-buyable skilling grind I need to do here, and that's just going to be a quick thieving grind. It only takes about 2 or 3 hours to get a thieving level, so I think this is worth doing. We just hit 71 thieving, and I think if we get one more level, everything should add up perfectly. Well, after mashing my 5 button about another 4,000 times, we are about to hit our final thieving level. That is 72 thieving. That brings us to 72 thieving and 1,492 total level. Okay, so I've already banked 99 fire making, but we still have about 8 mil left over to invest into our final buyable grind. Now I've decided we were going to split this up between 2 skills. We're going to invest it into construction and prayer. Now I think we're going to shoot to get 2 levels in both of them. Prayer is going to be notably more expensive. I think to get 2 levels we need about 2,000 dragon bones, which we insta-bought. And for construction we're going to need around 4,000 oak planks, which is going to be about 2 mil. That leaves us with a little bit of money left over to be able to afford our final farming level, which we're going to need to buy about 10 or so more magic saplings. So I think it's going to add up perfectly. But if not, we can always sell our ranged gear. I don't think we're going to need it too much anymore. Man, this Gilded Altar was actually a game changer. Without it, I don't think we would have gotten our prayer level over 70. I mean, remember we were just burying them in the ground previously? So there's another prayer level, 83. Okay, so there we go. Our altar is lit for our last couple of bones here. There we go. We are done. That is 84 prayer. Kind of an interesting level to leave it off at. But honestly, that's all the bones that we could afford. We are very poor now. It's been a while since I've done some construction training. Honestly, it's much cheaper than prayer, but quite a bit more click intensive. I mean, we can only do 1 inventory per trip, and then we have to bank, run back. It's annoying, but there is 75 construction. Honestly, this account might make for a pretty good alt account after. Okay, it looks like we have the exact amount of planks we need. This is going to be our final oak larder, bringing us to 76 construction, and that's going to be the final construction level. Well, I now officially have a higher fire making level than my main account, so woo! There is 97 fire making and only 7,000 redwood logs to go. Now we're currently at 1497 total, with only a few levels left to go. Well, scratch that, there's 98 fire making, which means only 2 levels left. Okay, well originally this video was actually meant to come out on Sunday, but forgot to do my farm run. But that is the final farm run for this account. 87 farming, all from a single patch. Now for anyone interested, that equates to around 250 magic saplings planted at a single patch. At around 2 a day, that's about 125 days of farming this singular patch. So after 2 years of grinding, we are finally here at the precipice of getting our final level. The first 1,000 total took about 6 months to get, and the final 500 levels, a year and a half. And it's been quite a journey to get to this point. Now we got everyone together for this final level. Thanks everyone for coming. But that is going to be our final level, 99 fire making. A really satisfying way to close out this account. 99 fire making and 1500 total. Let's go have a look in the clan chat. 99 fire making, 1500. Oh my god, it looks so clean. Now I really want to say thank you to everyone who followed my journey these last couple of years. People consistently showed their support for the series the entire time, and that definitely gave me the motivation to finish this thing up. But in the end, I am really happy that I did finish it. Now, how many hours did this take? Well, it looks like nearly 1400 hours went into this account. Now, did I accomplish every single goal I had for this account? No, I didn't, but I did finish the majority of them. Now, will I continue to play this account actively? No, I'm not going to. I think for the most part, I've done everything that is remotely interesting within my restrictions, and while I could open up the map further, I'm pretty happy with how the account progressed, and I think I'm ready to move on to something new, and you won't hopefully have to wait too long for that, as I will be having a new series coming out sometime in January. So as always, thanks for watching everyone, appreciate everyone who stopped by, and I will see you guys in the next video. Now quickly before I go here, I just want to thank all of my members over on YouTube. Thank you so much to Alejandra, Prophet of the Boosh, Mitch Reinders, The Hybrid, and Kush Patel for all being subscribed at the Dragon tier. Also a giant thank you to YoYoSup89 and NDM0001 for subscribing at the Runite tier. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.